Well, a very good morning to you all from Sebring International Raceway in Sebring, Florida. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning, as always. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
By Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Brendan. I think we just had a little bit of action here during the pace lap.
That's what I'm hearing. I was dealing with a technical situation up here in the booth, but we're all set up here now. We're going to get you some details on whatever has happened on this initial pace lap here shortly, ladies and gentlemen. But wanted to say a very good morning to all of you joining us here at Sebring International Raceway from trackside. This is, I believe, the final spectator event of the 2023 season for Sebring International Raceway, also for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And appreciate y'all being with us. Green Park is open this weekend. I know there's a bunch of tents and campers down there. Also some in the braking zone down at turn number 7. Of course, we had our grid walk this morning down in the pit lane. This is the Eastern Region Championship finale, ladies and gentlemen. It's championship season, championship November, as it were, in the World Racing League. We've already awarded our Midwest Championship 3 weeks ago out at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. This time out, it's the East Region, a 7-race championship within a championship that culminates this weekend in our 2 8-hour enduros, also an event for the GTU Championship as well as the National Points Championship in the World Racing League. We are going to get a sense of just what went on here on the formation lap a couple of moments ago. No notes in the race control log as yet, and I don't see anything out on circuit over in the turn 5 or 6 area, at least from here, although there are some flashing lights out near turn 3, so maybe that gives us a little bit of a clue, but race control hasn't picked up on anything just at the moment. Gentlemen, Sebring International Raceway has played host to a number of events over the years, 60 or so 12-hour enduros, of course, now part of the IMSA Championship, the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It's played host to the 1,000 miles of Sebring, a part of the World Endurance Championship. The 24 Hours of Sebring, won by Creventic, the 24-hour series, and of course, in 2021, the inaugural being held by this very series, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. But we return to the normal format again this year, 8 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow. Not exactly a simple task. 8 hours here is just as punishing as it'll be anywhere else on the 2023 calendar, ladies and gentlemen. And our friend JT Tammy, you've spent some time here at Sebring. It's just as punishing as it looks.
Oh, absolutely. It's everybody will talk about just how old the concrete is here, because this was a World War II bomber training base for B-17 Flying Fortresses. And it is bumpy. It will very much test your build in terms of reliability. I mean, we can see just there in the turn 17 shot, just the cars hopping over the bounds, hopping over the bumps. Even at this pace, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be a very long day. It's going to be very tiresome for those in the car. But it is such a great track that it's everybody looks forward to racing here, and we always look forward to watching races here.
You say everybody looks forward to racing here. It's quite accurate. We've got 64 cars on the entry list by the time we got to race week. down from a capacity grid of 75. This is normally the case. You get some cars with issues over the course of the season, teams that think they'll be ready but aren't. And when it comes to racing at Sebring, you had better be ready. We are in for a treat this weekend, I think. Ryan West, that capacity grid of 64 cars features more than a handful of Toyota Supras at the top. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about the Toyota Supra GT4 this year, but it occurred to me that I think this may be the most significant endurance test that car has ever faced. I'm not sure if it's run in the Creventic 24-hour series, but I think
it does.
I think it's fair to say that 16 hours cumulative racing here is probably a bigger test for that car than 24 hours at a Grade 1 circuit.
Absolutely, and it's a good job that they've got this, multiple hour break in between each race, so they have time to, get under the car, make sure there's nothing that needs, replaced. If you had an issue towards the closing standards of today, you can fix whatever the issue is and get back out there for tomorrow. So it really is, it's an endurance formula here, right? But you're not going to be punished as harshly as you would in, say, a 12-hour, an 18-hour, a 24-hour race. So it's a good little test here for the Supras, especially since we have so many running. I believe there's 4. I'd have to double check on that. I'm trying to pull this up right now as well. But yeah, I'm really excited to see the Supra. I understand we're going to have a lot more teams running the Supra next season as well, which should bring a little bit more parity to the class, as it were. If you've got more people using the preferred car, then in theory they should all be doing about the same speed, which will be quite nice, I reckon. So we'll also see, and I'm a little curious how this is going to play out. I would imagine, at least, that something like the BMW M4 here might be at a little bit more of an advantage, with a longer wheelbase being able to run over the bumps a little bit more easily. So very much looking forward to see how this plays out. Do miss doing the Sebring 24, of course, but this 8+8 I think will be just as exciting.
I agree with you, Mr. West. I think there's 3 Supers on the grid, all from Thunder Bunny this weekend, including a new entry from Barton Racing. And if you're not familiar with Barton Racing, as we are not, I can tell you that their featured picture on their social media is a Datsun at Goodwood. So hello to Barton Racing. They'll start 5th on the grid, but up on the pole in the GTO category, which is our top class of GT4 cars, TCR cars, and a couple of home-built specials as well. It's Economy Motorsport in the Hyundai Elantra N TCR. That car most recently seen at New Jersey Motorsports Park with a very failed engine at the front of that Hyundai. Spewed out its guts and some oil and a little bit of flame as well on the Sunday Enduro. Back with us, fortunately, this weekend, and we'll start on the pole by something like 0.8 of a second from the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. That team and that car very much rounding into form at the end of this season, having picked up a couple of class victories already this year. ACP Tangerine Associates, the number 9, that is the new BMW G82. So 1, 2, and 3 have displaced the, I think it's fair to say, all-conquering Toyota Supras at this stage. And it leaves that lead Toyota Supra GT4, the number 766 from Thunder Bunny Racing, the number 166 in 5th, the lead car, the number 111 in 6th, TLM Mona, the number 888 Aston Martin GT4, the V8 Vantage in 7th overall, Random Vandals Racing, the number 82 in 8th, Bruce Innovations, the 333 in 9th, and the PMW Motorsports BMW M4 GT4 rounding out the top 10. GTU pole sitter is going to be the Stratus 58 ahead of Polecat Racing, Moorhead Speedworks, PC Racing, and Zealous Motorsport, the top 3 in GP2. Your GP2 pole sitter, Open Throttle Racing, GP3, Harrison Motorsports. The green flag waves on the front straightaway, and we are racing at Sebring Hyundai Elantra alongside Mercedes AMG GT4. The Mercedes gets the jump on the way down into turn number 1, out 2 and 3 wide on the way into the first corner. The GTU's at the back of the Grand Touring field. The Elantra, I'm going to get this right. The Elantra looks left and then right on the way into turn number 3. They all go down to 2 wide or single file into that turn 3 braking zone. Snaking back to the right at turn 4, and it's Mercedes, Hyundai, BMW, and then Toyota, your top 4 at the exit of turn number 5, we're down a couple of cameras this weekend around the middle part of the circuit, but we'll get to that in a minute. The general production field takes the green flag down the front straightaway, and that is Moorhead Speedworks. PC Racing is going to get the jump, however, in that blue and white BMW M3 ahead of the BMW 330, the number 147, brightly colored with the Airbnb logos on the side. One car in the grass, two drivers left on the inside of turn number 1, gets it gathered up. Round 3 racing in the 701 is fourth there. So we go 3 wide into turn number 3, and they all come out the other side. As far as we can tell, pretty clean. A couple of wheels being dropped in the dust there on the exit of turn number 5. And otherwise, I think we've gotten away, even for whatever happened on the pace lap there, gentlemen. I think we've gotten away pretty cleanly with this one.
So the 111 was looking really racy going into turn 1, playing it nice and safe, of course, trying to go around the outside, and has just lost a little bit of time to the Team ACP BMW there. So I was kind of expecting to see, presumably, Laura Hayes go around the outside, make that stick, but it seems like the new era BMW there doing what they need to do to consolidate third position at the front.
Yeah, like we said, this is a new test, new ground for that Toyota Supra GT4, and at the very, at least at the very start here, just on the back foot a little bit relative to that Mercedes and that Hyundai, and of course that BMW G82. That Hyundai is looking super racy at the moment. Tucks down in the draft, headed into turn number 1, looks up the inside of the Mercedes and then thinks better of it. But those two leaders just beginning to gap the ACP number 9. Now the Hyundai to the inside again into turn number 3. Does not have the overlap on the way into the corner. Now that Hyundai is, as far as I can tell, the only front-wheel drive car in the GTO field this weekend. We know those TCR cars, those little 2-liter turbos, are really stout when it comes to the power-to-weight formula that we run here in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. And as I look out my window here on the braking zone into turn number turn 7, which will be the safety pin, just lays off the throttle a little bit and allows a little breathing room between itself and the Mercedes. Actually coming under threat now from the number 9 ACP BMW M4. On the way into turn number 10, you'll see the brightly colored beaver grill on the front of that BMW. Around the outside, that number 16 actually having to defend a little bit here. And they all get back in line. Headed through the turn 10 to 13 complex.
111 has
Tower
closed that
turn.
gap right back down now. I think starting to be held up a little bit by the TCR. The TCR looks like it can hold some mid-corner speed, but, you know, as would be expected, can't quite have the speed on the straights.
Well, it's interesting, Ryan, because it looked like it was being held up by the race leader through the majority of the lap, and then it got into the braking zone at turn 7, and all of a sudden, it was doing the holding up. Very, very interesting in the early stages for that Hyundai. I'm sure it's really stout through this portion of the course, as you said, Ryan. Bumpy, constant surface changes, and then here through turn 17 as well, which might as well be a dirt track in some ways, given the amount of grip you've got through most of the mid-corner with all the bumps. Front-wheel drive with that weight over the front axle will help to maintain good grip and acceleration through the exit of that corner, but as you said, does not have the legs down the front straightaway to make any kind of move on that Mercedes. And into turn number 1 again, a little bit of a wiggle from that Mercedes on the brakes. A little further back, the number 82 from Random Vandals Racing, the orange-ish, yellow-ish, and black BMW M4. That's a previous generation car, defending just a hair from the number 766. On the way into turn number 3. I think we saw this fairly recently, where early on that Random Vandals car didn't quite have the pace and created a little bit of a train behind it. Right now, it's only 4 cars. Out a little wide there at turn number 5. Or, yeah,
Porsche getting desperate.
Yeah, that's the Black Forest Racing, number 979. At the tail end of this GTO field, you will also see the GTU cars. These are the low-slung, prototype-looking cars, the NP01s. It's an open class, but this weekend, 100% of the entries are the Sebico NP01s, making something like 190 horsepower, but not weighing very much at all. And they occasionally will be quicker than the top of the GTO field, occasionally a little bit more or less reliable, depending on where we are. But at the end of the race, they tend to shake out pretty evenly with most of this GTO field that's dominated by GT4 and TCR cars.
And there's a Rain of Vandals car going a little bit wide off line. I'm not sure if to let the other car by or just really wanted to get back to the outside there. But I think inadvertently lets one of the Supras through. We'll pick that up into turn 17 here. Brad McCall, of course, at Round 3 Racing insists that there is a mythical smooth line out there that you can try to track down. I don't know if that's something that you want to spend time looking for during this race, but he claims that he's found it and knows where it's at and can do it. I believe named against the 702 this weekend.
Yeah, I had missed that the 702 was here. And now that I think about it, I believe he told us that at Hallett. But
and not only that, but if you follow the WRL Racers group, it was on there as well.
Well, I do technically follow it, but I think follow is probably a slightly generous for how much time I actually spend there. So,
of course,
would love to see the Porsche Cup, the 997, out of that stable this weekend, but unfortunately, not here this weekend. Just those GP1 entries for Round 3 Racing,
which are great cars.
Oh yeah,
one of which is purportedly the first racing Cayman in the country.
I've heard that,
if not the world. I have no reason not to believe that, but
down in GP1, which is the class we're just discussing, they're currently led by PC Racing from Moorhead Speedworks by almost 5 seconds now, after the first 3 laps are completed. Then the duo from Round 3 Racing that we were just talking about, 702 leading 701. Just off the tail of that number 147, Zealous Motorsport, the 588 in 33rd overall, 5th in class. It's a 2001 BMW M3. Big Mission with a pair of cars, the 134 and the 777. Nice to see Big Mission in this part of the country once again. GP2 at the moment, led by the number 164 from Harrison Motorsports, and the number 168 from BSI Racing, also with a pair of cars here this weekend, the ND MX5 Cups.
Excellent.
Which are great to see in the field. Very nice common livery between those two cars, just separated by a little bit of color. One red car, one blue car. Nice looking set of cars this weekend. And GP3, according to what I have here, is being led by the 277 from turn 7 in 36th overall, having jumped basically the entire GP1 and GP2 field. This feels questionable, but this is what we have. So for now, we'll tentatively say that the class is being led by that 277 from turn 7. Otherwise, it's the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing back in 48th, AOA Racing in 49th overall, a little bit further back in the production field. Just over 10 minutes gone now.
Oh, then the Supra having it run wide.
Yep, that is
to get around that GP3 car.
That is one of the 7. Go ahead.
That's one of the open throttle BMW E46s there in GP3. I think the last running car in the class, as one of the Supras tries to go around on the outside. I don't know if they just didn't give him enough room. I'd want to look at it again, of course. I think it might be a bit early to request a replay on that.
It looked like it just tracked out.
Aha, beautiful. And so we'll see right here. They sends it in. I think a little bit too hard and just runs wide all on their own is what the situation is there. That car looked like it had a lot of speed coming to the apex, and so I think that's running wide not intentionally. So no harm done there. Of course, might have a little bit of pickup on the 200 treadwear tires on the Supra.
It'll be interesting to see what we end up doing for tires here this weekend. It's not a massively high load.
Oh, a lock up there as well for the red Miata.
Robert's Motorsport.
Yep. And again, we haven't gone to yellow there, so I have to imagine that's just a run-wide situation. I think the car was just coming into shot there. So the leaders in GTO now coming through to start lapping the back of the general production field, as is normal here in WRL and indeed most endurance racing. You've got multiple classes running at different speeds, and it's going to be pretty fraught for the rest of the weekend here for these GTO cars at the front. JT, being at Sebring, with the different types of service, with the bumps, is it any better or worse to have to go around somebody here? Like, I would imagine that because of the state of the track, if you go off the preferred line, you're in kind of a rough spot there. How does that end up playing out?
Not necessarily, just because the way the track tends to go back and forth from left to right. Quite a bit. The good thing about Sebring is there's generally pretty good visibility, so you can really get a good sense of where traffic is going to place themselves, and likewise, you really see where a car is setting up a pass. It's because the significant lack of elevation,
right?
Shall we say, that Sebring has to offer. It's a very good venue for multi-class racing, just because it's a lot easier to track cars coming up on you, and the visibility we have today is fantastic. So everybody should be able to play nice.
It is absolutely lovely weather here in what I think of as true Central Florida, because you're not only in the middle north to west, but also in the middle east to, or excuse me, in the middle north to south as well as east to west. Right here, a little ways away from the ocean on either side, and it's been quite nice, as opposed to Daytona last weekend, wherein it rained off and on from time to time. So I'm sure the competitors here are not really hoping for rain. Of course, as a commentator, I'm always hoping for rain, but I think the competitors will be very pleased with the weather they have this weekend. We're on board the GP1 number 64. This is the podium finishing car from HSR last weekend, the number 64 E90/92. One of them's the sedan, one of them's the coupe. BMW here. This is the mighty V8 with, in stock trim, 400 horsepower. I have to imagine there's less power here to get it into the class. It is a heavy car, though, so it might not be that far off. But like I said, this car actually came third in its HSR group last weekend. So a pretty good weekend for this car. It's shown pace from time to time. I think they're really starting to get their heads around this car, especially in GP1 trim. So very happy to have them on board with us here this weekend. We also have the 89X. This is their new car. So 89X used to run a Chevrolet Camaro. That car ended up being a little bit of a handful, JT. I don't know if you remember, I'm sure you do, that car ended up having mechanical issues off and on. They're now running the 2019 Aston Martin Vantage GT4 car here. Quite a lovely car, I think.
Yeah, definitely a pretty well-sorted car, as most of the GT4s are. There may be a learning curve, but I expect to see them running pretty well with it.
I would still love to see that Camaro. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the kind of car to bring here to Sebring, but that car, it just felt like it had so much untapped potential that was being left behind, whether that was, more than anything, it was reliability. But when that car was quick, man, it was right there. It had the fuel mileage to go with it. It just seemed to do most of the things right, but not everything right.
Had a huge fuel advantage, as I recall, as well.
Yeah.
Given the size of the car, they got a little bit more of a fuel allowance there. And it gave them a strategy card to play, which I think was unfortunately nullified most times by the lack of reliability for the car.
Yeah, full course yellows occasionally play into those things as well, but the car was well prepped. Just never really delivered the results that I think we would have hoped for out of that particular car.
Man, I gotta say, already a bit impressed with this off the leash entry here. Having this start at the back of the GTO field. It's been working its way up. Currently 14th. That is a 2020 Ligier GT.
Yeah. So Ligier, I saw on their Facebook page they're running and that 89X car runs a little wide there. We've seen that a couple times here today. Or is that the 89X or is that the other one?
I believe that was the 888.
The 888. R.I.P. Joseph. So that would have been the TLM Mono 888, absolutely. I've lost my train of thought there. That's all right. Yes, Ligier, of course, as we were speaking about. So that's one of these. It's not a GT4 car, but meant to run at a similar sort of pace, using the 3.7-liter Ford V6, which they also use in the JSP4, which is like a CN P4, slower prototype type thing. Meant to complement, of course, somebody who's running a LMP3 car. I'd love to see that JSP4 here, but I don't think there's too many of them in country at this point. Of course, we go on board the number 96 Liberty Autosports Racing GP1 entry. This is unmistakably the interior of a Mustang. Camera says it's Will Layton behind the wheel. I have to assume that's correct, but I believe you still have to change those manually. So there's every chance that it's not changed to be the correct one.
Yeah,
look at the. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's good to see Liberty with 2 cars with us this weekend.
Yeah.
The dance of that car on the brakes into turn 17 a moment ago. Not hacksawing at the wheel as such, but you can tell just turning in there at high speed, balancing the car on the nose as it gradually slows down into the middle of that incredibly bumpy turn 17. Just really finely balancing that car on the edge of adhesion.
Here
Taking
is
the fight here to the 160 as well.
Absolutely. Here's the onboard for the TLM Aston Martin. This is the 888. We're going to be seeing them here closing up the gap a little bit. So they had just run wide a little bit. The tire's probably a hair on the dirty side, but I think they'll be hoping to get some of these positions back. That is indeed one of the open throttle BMWs up ahead. That's a different class car, so they'll just go around them. We've got both Aston Martin on boards this weekend, which is always nice. Aston Martin, of course, in this generation of car, using the same power plant as the AMG GT4 car at the front, the Mercedes-Benz, I believe it's a 4-liter V8 with the twin turbos. So small displacement, but got the turbochargers. And here they are right up on the back of one of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. That was the gray car that was just ahead of it.
Love this shot here through turns 14 and 15. Finally able to get a forward-facing camera down there. as Thunder Bunny number 166 have to learn new paint schemes this weekend. Up the inside of the second of the BSI Racing and DMX5s.
What do you think it would cost, Brendan, if I took pictures on the Thursday? Like, if I took a picture of every single car, do you think Andy Blackmore could turn around a spotter's guide by Saturday? And what would that cost?
Maybe. We should ask. Maybe Joseph could do it more cheaply.
Oh, potentially, for sure.
Yeah. We could discuss that. Oh, a couple of wheels off there at the exit of turn 5. You know, I'm a little surprised we've never gotten paved runoff there at the exit of 5. You can see the frequency with which we drop wheels back there. Well, here's the thing, JT. It's not a flat curb.
No, it's
right?
not.
That's still a very narrow raised curb that's a little bit self-punishing. So a little bit of pavement back there, that's actually kind of the ideal setup, right? You're not tearing up grass. You're not putting ruts in behind the edge of the curb. You kind of even things out there, but that raised tall curb is kind of your limitation there as a driver. Oh,
yes.
888. Oh, is that the 888? Yes, I think it is. Fires up the inside of the 96 down there at turn number 5. And under the bridge through Big Bend or turn 6. Flat out and then onto the brakes into turn number 7.
And on board the 96 here, you can actually see the tachometer go up and down, which is quite nice. You can kind of get an idea for how gentle the driver's having to be on the throttle. Having a rather torquey, it must be said, 4.6 liter V8 aboard this Mustang. Waving the finger, I believe, telling somebody to run by. Yep. Oh, and that's the 99 has gone wide. Yeah. So that's the GTR 99, race winner this season. Usually makes up a ton of time in the pits. They had just run wide in front of the Mustang there. We're going to see if we can pick it up. Yep, so there it is right there. That's the blue car. And then that white and red Mustang is the one that we were on board with as the Ligier goes by it. And they've lost a bunch of pace now as well because they're going to have some BMWs coming around to take the positions away. So there is the Mustang. It looks like that silver BMW, I believe, of Harrison has backed off. A little bit of a traffic gaggle there. Everybody seems to be playing it pretty cool. Automatic Aston Martin going through as well.
Yeah, it was funny with the onboard of that Mustang there. In the top left, we had the rear view camera, and you could just see the hood scoop of the Ligier as it was setting up a pass. It's a very small car.
So ACP, while we've been watching these battles develop through the field, has got around the number 16 here and has moved into second position. They're only 4/10 off the lead. Meanwhile, the 111, I think it's fair to say, is still stuck behind the 16 and now has to make a move in traffic, which will be a little bit on the difficult side. Now, they've cleared, I think, the densest part of the traffic on track here, but are now going to need to find a way to get by that number 16 when, in fact, the 111 just hasn't appeared to have the pace, at least at this early stage of the race. I don't know if that's not getting the tires turned on. I don't know if that's a setup issue. I don't know if it's the small car versus the two bigger cars up at front. But the 111 now going to start getting a little bit on the desperate side, I think, just to not be held up any further. Really probably should have the pace to keep up with the top two up there.
Counterpoint, Ryan, they're still only 5.8 seconds behind the overall race leader. In the grand scheme of things, 25 minutes in and still within shouting distance of the race lead.
Absolutely, but you don't want to let it get. You don't want to let it get too much bigger. You don't want to end up in a situation where you're now stuck behind them for the entire first stint.
No, that's very true. On the other hand, maybe you save some tire, maybe you save some fuel, and you're still within shouting distance of the race leader. Almost certainly, we are going to end up with a full course yellow at some stage today.
Really? Are you sure?
Quite.
How could you be so certain?
The number of shutdowns we had yesterday was about on par. Some for some mechanical failures. It's quite warm here this weekend. So no surprises there. I think we topped 89 degrees ambient yesterday, plus your standard Florida humidity. And I know some people love this, but man, walking around in the sun yesterday, definitely toasty. Certainly warm inside the race cars this weekend as well. Wanted to highlight one of the new entries we have this weekend. Just came through the shot here at turn 15, 16 a couple of seconds ago. We should be headed down towards 17 now. It's a red number 104 that is listed against Off the Leash. That is a Ligier GT4.
Yeah, JT and I have spoken about that a little bit.
Oh, have you? Okay,
yes.
Yeah, we've been setting up the PA upstairs here. I wanted to add my own appreciation for the folks down at Off the Leash bringing that car into the grid. It's been a little while since we've seen something genuinely... Oh, it's into the pits.
Yeah, I was gonna...
Oh, no.
So, to be fair, it had climbed up into the top 15 from starting at the back of the GTO field and looked quite racing.
Yeah, very much so. And it was... it looked good yesterday when it was out on track. It sounds fantastic, by the way. As the open throttle 63 into and out of the pit lane. That's the V8.
Brendan,
James Candelaria this weekend.
I'm kind of workshopping this still, Brendan. I think a Ligier is just a Ginetta with better cuisine. I've decided.
Ligier is Ginetta with better cuisine. Do you want the actual differences between those cars, or do you just want the... Is this the bit?
Well, I mean, it's a one-make series type thing with a Ford 3.7. Like, they're about the same size. They're about the same weight.
Yeah, that's fair. I think one is a tube frame.
Like,
I think the Ginetta is a tube frame, and the Ligier is a monocoque, from memory.
A single body, as it were.
Indeed, yes.
You have to call it a monocoque if it's a French car.
I would call it that anyway, but especially being a French car, yeah.
Here we are on board the automatic racing Aston Martin. I don't think we'll stay on board very long as it cuts out. Yep. So that's the 909. That is also a car that ran at the HSR 24 this past weekend. It appears to be missing the rather large diffuser that it ran with, but I just saw it going away there, so I'd love another shot to speak on that definitively. But that car, as I mentioned on a BMW Facebook page that I'm a part of with Mike Gorman, it was really, really nice of HSR to include a WRL class specifically for me to sound like I knew what I was talking about to Joe Bradley. Being able to know things and speak definitively on them. Wow! That is a NP01 going very slowly on the left side of the track there, causing a little bit of an issue, I reckon. We're going to look at this camera and see if it gets going again, and I'm going to say that's stopped, or moving very slowly at least.
It's definitely moving, Ryan, but not quickly at all. Little lockup there from the BSI MX-5. It's not ideal for this car to be trapped way out wide there.
And
white flags will be waving.
Miata on the driver's right.
I think that's the other BSI car. This NP01 eventually is going to need to get to driver's right here and follow that MX-5 into the pit lane. If it's going to get that far at all. This car is listed by the race control log as being the number
leader.
58.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the top Stratus car.
Yeah, it's plummeting down the order right now.
Yeah, white flags waving there halfway down the back straightaway, and I don't think this car is going to make it home.
Lights off.
Yeah, they're going to try to do a reset here.
Yeah, race control will not want to mess with this for too long. Of course, you want to try and keep the course green as long as you can, but that's top speed on the circuit, stopped basically on the racing line right at the braking zone. So eyes on the starter stand at the moment, waiting for... Yeah, that car is now, I think, properly dead stick.
Yeah, and anytime you have a train of cars coming out of 16 onto the back straight here is adding risk here.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
They are leaving it till the last second there. That's...
Yeah,
I understand trying to get by that Boxster and wanting to save speed. I get that, but that was a very late move, and I think late enough that if you aren't well aware of the car there, the second or third car in line might have had a hard time seeing it. I have to imagine that everybody knows by now that car is there.
Yeah, agreed, Ryan. Would love to see this car picked up here. I don't think it's going to go anywhere in the near future.
We need to go full course yellow. This is taking way too long.
I can understand wanting to give the driver the respect of being able to get the car back going.
Yeah, but this car's been stopped
it's been stopped for quite
now.
some time.
Yeah. And if this car were on the outside of 16, it might be a different scenario, but it's not. Right? This is on the racing line at the highest speed part of the track. And no real activity from the starter stand here.
Well, the good news is I believe we've now done a full lap. So everybody has seen the car.
Yep.
So now I think we'll be able to play it a lot safer than we were before. I still can't imagine doing a hot pole there. Like,
well, you're right, and that's
a tough spot to do that, So, I don't want to speculate too much on, the goings-on of race control and, things like that.
Sure.
But I think that we're out of the worst-case scenario zone at this point, because I think everybody has seen the car stopped there now.
Agreed. Either way, that car is going to have to be picked up, and there's no reason to wait with that car.
And there's a safety vehicle being sent.
Yeah, maybe we are going to do this as a hot pole.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
So they'll have to stay around the outside of 17, or maybe is there an access back there, Brendan? I feel like there
is, but actually, you can take it up over the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is an access road just to the right side of where that camera is down there at the entry to 17. Kudos here, by the way, to everybody on circuit at the moment. 60-plus cars have all... Plane landing in the background. 60-plus cars have all seen this car and handled it appropriately. Everybody has pulled to driver's right with enough time that car will be seen. You're not leaving anybody with the risk of being unsighted. Now we've got safety vehicles on track, and thus far, everybody is playing exceptionally nicely. I wouldn't have minded going full course yellow in this situation, but if we're going to trust everybody to do the right thing, everybody has done the right thing. And I think that deserves to be acknowledged. So thanks to everybody for that, and to the teams as well for appropriately communicating this in what would otherwise be kind of a risky situation. But all's well that ends well here. So this is, as we had mentioned, the number 58 from Stratus Racing. This was the erstwhile GTU leader. Now, we talked about this being something of an endurance test for the Toyota Supras. These NP01s, the lightest cars in the field, weighing in at something around 2,200 pounds, give or take a couple of hundred, running at 9-1, but that weight saving has to come from somewhere, and the punishing that these cars take over the bumps at Sebring, a little wiggle there out of the Ligier GT4 at turn 14, does occasionally result in the odd mechanical failure for those NP01s, and to that end, the 9-4 Motorsports sort of Nissan-colored NP01 was seen yesterday at right at pit out, basically, with a failed right rear suspension. Appeared to be an upright, but I am no expert in these matters. But that car, just at the end of one of the afternoon sessions, came to rest. Actually, I think maybe it was a morning session. I don't remember. It kind of blends together. Came to rest down there at the entry to turn number 1. So keep an eye on that GTU field. Something of a race of attrition potentially on the cards here this weekend.
Yeah, what a rough track to bring your GTU car to. I think you had just spoken about it, obviously, with it being a lighter car, and just the bumps here are immense. So that's probably a wild ride. The more I see that car, the more I become interested. I remember when the car was first announced, not being tremendously impressed, but the amount of development work that's gone into the car to get it to be competitive, and they've changed the gearbox, and they've done this, they've done that. They have a really hot version now that's quite a bit faster, I believe, than the NPO1, just kind of base version with a 2.5 and everything.
Yeah, we saw that last weekend, Ryan, didn't we?
We did. And 9.4 brought it, in fact. So the car getting towed, of course, out of the way, and they are going to use this track access point up here to get that taken care of. So what I did like was that in the safety response, the truck pulled at an angle to really choke down the available number of lanes to force all the drivers to the inside, and then waited for the other truck to come and perform the tow, which is exactly how you would want to do that. So great job by the safety crew there.
Our friends at Sebring, now being affiliated with NASCAR, have got the safety protocols here down to a science.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of visibility and risk mitigation and everything. Racing is obviously still dangerous, and risk will always exist, but to that end, everybody's done exactly the right thing. And I think it's the Alan J safety team. The logo's plastered all over the side of the trucks here at Sebring. Doing a fantastic job to allow us to continue racing, especially at, one of the longest circuits on the calendar, right? 3.7 miles here around the old World War II airfield. It does take some time to go full course yellow, recover the field, do what you need to do, and then get everybody back to green flag racing. So the more we can avoid that, the better off we are.
Man, this GP2 battle is fantastic. RT up from third, who had fallen back a little bit at the start, has clawed their way back up and has taken the lead in GP2. 2-second gap over the 164 from Harrison Motorsports. And then running nose to tail, you had the 168 BSI Racing MX-5 and the 21 Northloop Motorsports BMW.
Yeah, that GP2 field, very stacked this weekend. Coming off a previous weekend where GP2 didn't have a whole lot of entries. So, for comparison's sake, there's a ton of GP2 available here.
Yeah, overall, a well-subscribed field this weekend. Hallett, right, is a 1.8-mile little bull ring, less than half the length of what we have here this weekend. Capped at 40 cars, and we started, I think, 32. New Jersey Motorsports Park, different part of the country. First visit to the last race on an old surface. And I think we started 31 or 32 cars there. But this is what we come to expect out of the World Racing League. It's just well-subscribed fields up and down the 5 classes. Nice to have that back again. We've got a lot of depth here this weekend. That number 16 from Economy Motorsport up at the top of GTO. Becoming something of a cork in the bottle now in fourth in class, 4th overall. 766 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Tucked up right behind it, the Barton Racing, Thunder Bunny Racing, number 166, also just a couple of seconds back there. So, number 4, after putting in a really quick lap yesterday to take pole by 0.8 of a second, now finds itself just slipping down the order a little bit.
Of course, so that's going to come down to driver ability and experience.
It can. The other side of this is maybe you're running the car set up in a way that is going to preserve tires, or maybe you've gone conservative on setup or conservative on racing line to try and preserve the car as much as you can, knowing what Sebring is and what Sebring does, right? It is rare that the quickest car wins in the World Racing League.
Absolutely.
Right.
The 99 has some wins to its credit here, and it has by far and away not been the quickest car on pace this season.
Yeah, very much running a 99 race at the moment. If you're new to the World Racing League or you're joining us from trackside, you're going to see a blue BMW M4 with the number 99 plastered on the side. That is GTR 99 out of Louisiana. That team will be moving to a Toyota Supra next season. That car was just delivered on Halloween, I was told. But that M4 is a well-sorted car with run by a team that is the best at getting the most out of whatever car or package it happens to be running. And early on, first half of the race, being outside the top 10 is not uncommon. And then you look up when we get to the 4-hour mark, and all of a sudden that car's sitting there in 6th or 7th, just waiting to pounce. And sure enough, more often than not, it comes away with a podium.
Oh, that's the 701.
Oh,
That
it is.
Did it have help? It seemed like there was a lot of smoke. Car looks okay.
Yeah, you could see some tire marks there just behind, well, the ticker's gone now, but it was just behind the ticker leading up to that car. Maybe a rear lockup or dropping the wheel there, dropping a right side wheel in the braking zone there would not be an unusual sight to get that car spun around. It actually looks like there are 2 tires in the grass. If you look at the way the marks sort of rejoin the circuit in the runoff area there at turn 3. Not related to that spin so much, but I had heard recently that there was some fresh pavement put down at Sebring International Raceway. And, well, it was difficult to find initially. I think what was being referenced is down there at turns 3, 4, and 5. Go back to the high shot at turn number 3, over there at Cam 3, Zach. You'll see...
And so, I'm sorry, Brendan, while we're talking about new pavement,
yes.
the number 21 North Loop Motorsport car, the defending champions overall and in the Midwest, have got around the 168 of BSI Racing to take 3rd position and are right on the back of the 164 of Harrison Motorsports, who won the East Championship last season, and I believe are on pace to win the championship this season as well. That onboard is sort of available if Zach has spare processor power, but Zach is telling me that he does not have spare processor power. So that onboard not available right now, but that's a very, very close battle for GP2 right now.
Need to pay $14.99 to unlock that extra processing power.
Yeah, there's we've got an onboard from the GP1 Corvette as well that I would love to get involved. But
yes.
Again, I think that is YouTube has made it harder and harder for us to integrate these things over the years. So our friends at Sentinel have hooked us up with some direct links, but this is the way it goes.
Yeah.
Access 3 is up. So let's hope that we can get eyes on that number 3. But this is down here at turn 3. You see that that light-colored concrete at the apex of the corner. Not to let this go unnoted. The pavement itself is quite smooth. The joints between these concrete blocks are not. It's still rough, but not in a way that drops the car into almost a camber like the old pavement used to. There's another little concrete patch at the apex to turn 4, which is the little right-hand sweeper that follows this corner. And then as the number 3 Corvette works through our shot here, passing, I think, the Liberty Mustang. And then another concrete patch that I'm not 100% sure is new, but I believe is new at the apex to turn 5, which is this left-hander in the center of your shot here. So some small upgrades and investments being made here at Sebring International Raceway. Many more upgrades being made to the fan experience, for lack of a better phrase, I think. They've installed or paved up a little midway in Green Park, which is, may have been here last year, but Green Park wasn't open, so I never got to see it. And they've paved some access roads up there in Green Park as well. Everybody up at the north end of the circuit, thanks for being with us and for coming and joining us. I heard some rumors that this event has the potential to stay a spectator weekend into the foreseeable future. Had good turnout last year and got a chance to speak with a couple of the folks down at turn number 7 while I was working on some cameras. May well do that later, as I know we're missing one down in the braking zone there at the moment. But opportunity to come out and camp. I would say enjoy the fall weather, but this is pretty solidly summer weather at the moment. And watch some good GT and production car racing. Fastest lap, or personal best lap anyway, for the number 123 from NFC Motorsports. 219 flat. Not all that far off the fastest lap of the race from ACP Tangerine Associates. 218.737 is the quickest lap of the race. As into the pits comes a 909 from Automatic Racing. I'm not sure if Ryan mentioned, I know you mentioned it, Ryan, for the open throttle car, but this car was racing last weekend in nominally a 24-hour race anyway.
I did.
The HSR Classic 24. We had expected these to be separate chassis and separate cars. And then speaking to the folks at Automatic Racing on Thursday afternoon at registration, the 908, which would have been the primary car, suffered a little radiator and engine damage back at New Jersey Motorsports Park. I think from some debris. And while they get that car repaired, they decided just to go ahead and run this 909 both weekends. So car was finished up at Daytona around 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon and brought into the shop, turned around to be put back into WRL spec.
172 being pushed.
122, I think.
Oh, 122?
Yep.
All right, I'll take it. I think that's going to head back to the paddock.
Yeah, it looks like it. Definitely not under motive power. Under human power at the moment. It'll be the Tooth Autosport Honda Civic SI.
Tooth, who were also here for HSR. There's a lot of these people that were doing HSR last weekend.
Yeah, Tooth not running the Audi RS3 LMS TCR here. Yes.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed because that was, I believe, originally on the entry list.
It was. Yeah, that was one of our late losses, unfortunately, from the GTO field. Don't know if that car did run last weekend, correct, Ryan? The Audi RS3?
I'm
not sure if they picked up some issues up there at Daytona or what the situation was, but unfortunately they reverted back to that Civic, and early problems for that Honda Civic. GP1 number 64, the open throttle car into the pit lane. 909 out of the pit lane, and not quite up to pace at the moment. Now, this certainly seemed like an early stop.
I was going to say, Zach has the correct mix there of just having the V8 power.
There we go. Now we're back on the racing line, up to speed. And pulling gears here through turn number 6.
Yeah, came in with roughly 47 minutes into the stint, plus a couple recon laps.
About an IMSA stint's worth.
Yeah, that's fair. And we do have a fair amount of flat-out running here. A couple of long straights, front straightaway, back straightaway. This run from 7 up to 10. And got the run into turn 7, from 5 into 7. And then down the east side of the circuit as well into turn 15. So, a little more fuel heavy than we would have been, say, at New Jersey or at Hallett, our last 2 races in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Down into Tower Turn. So named for the old air traffic control tower that used to sit there near the old turn 13, which took you actually, well, the old equivalent to turn 13 anyway, which took you onto the airfield to the east side of where the current course runs. You see the hangars there off in the distance with some doors half open. Some very interesting airplanes over there, by the way.
Is there still that big 737 over there?
There is a 737 parked out in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
There's a Shorts 360 parked over there as well.
Great for photography.
The 7.3 or the Shorts?
Well, both. Just being in the background when shooting the back part of the course.
The Shorts is literally a box with wings. It's amazing. Some fine English engineering gone into that aircraft.
Brendan, I've been getting ads to become a part owner in Cub Crafters.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The World Racing League powered by Cub Crafters. We need this. Ryan, you go set up cameras in the morning. I'll fly a Cub around for a flyover and then join you in the booth.
See, unfortunately, you don't have a commercial license. We keep talking about this.
Oh, no, I don't need to be paid for that. I'll just go up and fly a Cub around for fun.
Just for free?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Where would you
Pit
mount
stop.
the camera on a Cub?
Where wouldn't you mount a camera on the Cub?
Well, you couldn't
Throw
put it
a couple-
underneath, because then it'll hit the ground.
Yeah,
I guess at the front you'd be all right.
We need to put a sentinel. In the
There we
Cub.
go.
You can mount them on the underside of the wings.
How many gallons per
There's a
hour
lot
is a
of
Cub?
places. What? I mean, it is almost certainly slower than every car in the field this weekend.
No, gallons per hour.
Oh, gallons. Oh, I don't know. Probably 4 or 5.
Oh, see, that's a little
Not a
high. I was hoping for a little less than that.
It might be less than that. I don't know. I've never flown one.
Oh, okay. All right.
Podcast mode.
I thought you were an airplane guy. Guess
I
not.
am, but not a Cub guy.
Oh,
Not a
don't you have a
vintage
pilot's
guy.
license? Oh, wow.
I'm not really a vintage guy. I'm a.
They're not vintage. They build them new.
They're not vintage. Okay.
Like buying a Caterham.
L4 Piper. or bust.
I have often heard people refer to the Cub as the Caterham of airplanes. Lock Haven, Pennsylvania's finest. And on that note, live at Sebring.
Here we have the MSR car going to come around and make a move on the Renegade number 88.
By MSR, he means MSW. Don't worry.
Or
guys.
MSW,
So,
yeah, whatever.
Coming through the shot here, you have this green BMW followed by a black Miata, and then you have a yellow and an orange Miata. The important part is that green BMW is the 85 of Open Throttle Racing. That's your GP3 leader. Directly behind them is the 85 AOA Racing.
So 65 and then 85.
Yeah, 65 and 85, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then just a couple of seconds further back, JT, the 75 from AOA.
Yes.
And
And there's also
into 17.
There's also the 55, but he's a lap down.
Yeah, we can pick him up here at headed down into turn number 1. Moorhead opening the gap there between 17 and the front straightaway. The open throttle car also opening up just a little bit of a gap on that number 85. And then see Miata that JT was just talking about.
While we've been doing podcast mode, gentlemen, the number 21 has moved into the lead of GP2.
We've had a couple of things happen. The 21 has taken the lead in GP2. We've had a pit stop from the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates that has dropped it down to 15th. Such is the spread at the top of GTO at the moment. This is where we start to get our separation, isn't it? In these long 8-hour races. It's not so much the stint length. Of course, every car in GTO can run to 9 to 1 on power to weight ratio. Whether they do or not is up to them to get the most out of the package. But these pit stops are often the difference maker. Number of pit stops, especially pit stop time. How efficient can you be in doing whatever you need to do on your stop, right? That's fueling the car, changing drivers. Oh, a lot of dust there to drivers left at the exit of
big
turn
mission
number
cars.
5. It is. It's a 130. It is a 777. Good pickup there. JT looks like he's gotten away without hitting anything there on drivers left.
That is a code brown moment.
It is. And how many times do you see that? You just get a little too aggressive on the throttle. Oh, we're just about to have another one there. Little too aggressive on the throttle on the way into 5. Runs the car out wide over the curb. Ooh, just onto the curb.
That's a big hit on whatever the dirt mound was.
Yeah. I don't know if he made the Armco there or not.
No,
the right
I don't
side
think
of the
so.
car looked okay. Well,
I think you want to come in to make sure the alignment's all right.
yeah. We'll see what that car looks like out on track, whether it's up to speed or not. But didn't even really get the dirt on the right-hand side. Just ran it up onto the curb and looked like maybe he tried to haul it off of the curb before it ran onto the dirt. And when it did, the car looped right around on the throttle and spun right across the track. This is, I think that's the other big mission car just into the shot. 134.
good to see that the 58 Stratus is back out.
Yes. So hopefully that was a connector or something, simple like that.
This 777 is not well, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's
777.
limping a little bit. It's not super slow, but it's definitely nowhere near its normal racing pace.
Okay,
Yeah.
but look at that Aztec though. Look at that.
Oh god.
Is that? Oh my gosh, it is.
That is a rare sighting of a
Whoa.
Pontiac Aztec in the wild.
I mean, is there a more Pontiac Aztec place than Sebring, Florida?
Oh god.
The town, I assume.
Yes.
Yes.
Green Park.
No, I don't think there is.
That would be a pretty major flex if you could pull up somewhere and have the Pontiac Aztec with like the full tent set up, like the original one, and everything was intact, and you pulled up to camp in that at the track. I would be really impressed by that.
Pit
Those
stop
are
from the
becoming
766. This will be the first of the pit stops from Thunder Bunny. The Thunder Bunny stable. Barton Racing TBR and the number 111 yet to get into the pit lane. And I wouldn't be shocked here if Thunder Bunny plays this like Audi and Peugeot used to. And to some degree, I guess the hypercar teams still do. But back in the day, it was very, very easy to split the strategies early on. And pit your first car a couple of laps early, then pit the second car one lap early and the third car on the main lap. Just so you're not in a situation where everybody's coming in at the same time now that Thunder Bunny Racing is supporting a 3-car entry. In one class, by the way.
Yes.
Which, I mean, Thunder Bunny has hosted multiple cars before, but I think this will be the first time they have 3 GTO cars.
This camera, of course, brought to you by Marathon Coach Builders. Marathon, the official...
Ryan, no free advertising. They got their banner.
So Thunder Bunny
and the MMR Mustang runs wide there.
Yeah,
We just
saw
need to
that one
put-
out the window before I caught it on the screen.
We just need to put a caption underneath that camera, which is the runs wide cam. Ooh, 99 just barely gets down the inside of the 909 there. Very, very close move. It was clean, but that was exactly enough room for a BMW M4 to get through there.
I was going to say, I think, if anything, that 909 knew exactly where the GTR M4 was going to be, and left it just enough room so as to not cost it time. And that is one of the things that adds up over the course of an 8-hour day.
Yeah,
is just how much time you lose passing and being passed. We often hear in professional racing, the lower class, let's say the GT class cars, make comments about how, passing is one thing, but being passed is just as much an art form as somebody, running in the top class. And that often comes down to picking exactly the right spots to allow a faster car through, and to do it in such a way that you're giving up the absolute bare minimum amount of time overall, not just in that particular corner.
indeed.
And I think that's fair play to the driver of the 909. That certainly looked to be what was happening. Just let him scoot up the inside there at 7. You're not holding yourself up, and the more you can get back to, the quicker you can get back to the apex, the happier everyone's going to be. This is a slow Liberty
I think
Mustang into the WEC pits.
Well, not anymore, of course.
No. Coming to the attention of
Someone.
a blue pickup.
Is
Very
this
interesting.
Is this an unknown strat where you have a mechanical issue and you just pull in right here and you don't have to go all the way down the main pit lane? And it's not regulated?
If you're not sure... oh, well. Well, part of the issue is if you do this, you're not going to get credit for the lap, right? Like, if you just duck into the paddock.
I mean, but like if they come back out right now, like same distance covered.
Yeah.
I am more of the opinion now that is a course worker, and the person in the car pulled off to ask the course worker how to get out.
No.
They were dressed in all white when they got out. They had the headset on.
Are they going to tow this car back from where it is? Yeah,
Doesn't has black pants though, so yeah, not.
I mean, it may still be a Sebring worker, but I think what's happening here is this car is asking for a tow back, and if if that's a situation where it's still under its own motive power, but trying to get a tow, I wonder if
They're gone.
the car is suffering from overheating.
They've been left behind. They've been told to carry on their own.
Oh, maybe that truck isn't set up to accommodate a tow.
In what way would it not be set up to accommodate a tow?
I mean, does it not have a strap on it? Does it not have a hitch to attach a?
It has a
strap
hitch.
to?
It has a hitch.
Are you sure?
Yes, I would bet you any amount of money, Brendan. Brendan, I will bet you the entire DriversEye Live value.
I don't care. It's okay. But maybe it just doesn't have the strap. It's not part of the Alan J safety team. We know that.
That's true.
Anyway, I think this is.
I'm trying to get an RTMP link. Sorry.
I think this is the car headed down the service lane, just behind where the flag station is. There.
We're looking
Center
at
shot. Lights come off.
possible pass for position for second in GP1 with the 702 from Round 3 Racing. Look for them in Moorhead, I think, coming onto the back straight.
Wholesale pit stops at the top of GTO now, gentlemen. Just about everybody else is in. 111, 333 has come and gone, 99 has come and gone. The 16 from Economy Motorsport, we've already had the 9 into the pit lane, so I think we will have now completed a full round of pit stops in the GTO field. And we'll wait to see where this all shakes out. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes, your erstwhile race leader, will be kind of the big question mark here. They've been getting better and better over the course of the season on pit stops, and now very much take the fight to Thunder Bunny over the course of a race distance, not just out on track. There is the Mercedes, tucked right behind the 111. So both cars now on their out lap, or having completed their out lap, excuse me. This will be their first full green flag lap. That is, I think, going to be the battle for the overall race lead. 12 seconds further back, the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, having pitted early, or earlier than those lead cars anyway. .979 looks up the inside of the number 98 from Ford Performance Racing School. Ford Mustang.
Yep. Probably no Jim Farley here this weekend. Did you hear that interview, Brendan?
I don't know. He did put on a great show last weekend with Adrian Newey in the Ford GT40.
He did. It was fantastic. But you didn't hear the pit lane interview that Joe and I did with him.
Probably not. What was said?
Not. Respect to him for coming out and doing the HSR thing. Fantastic. Love it.
Yeah.
I believe his comment was, quote, "Yep, we just settled the UAW strike, so I thought I'd come spend some money." End quote.
Yes.
Which was a choice.
That was a joke.
That was a decision.
It was a decision.
He can do whatever he wants. He's the CEO of Ford, but I was like, all right, that's probably not the image that I want to put out there.
No, but it is a pretty classic racing image, right? Like,
sure,
I just like driving
you don't have
cars,
to
man. I just like driving cars.
At least it implies that he wouldn't have done it if the strike was still going on.
Sure,
which is the correct move, obviously.
Yes, I think that was more the goal,
as opposed to. Anyway, it was just not the polished PR response I thought I was going to get.
No, and maybe that's just not him. You know?
That's probably true.
More power to him for that.
Yeah, he's a classic car guy in the sense that he is very dealer involved, and you can tell when he speaks that he's a dealer guy and not necessarily a R&D guy.
Sure. but he is a through and through still a car guy.
Absolutely.
Right. It's not just about company management or
Right.
the polished line or I'm always the face or whatever. It's just as much, hey, yeah, I like cars, I like our cars, and I like our cars' heritage, and I like driving them. So that's what I'm going to do.
It was something that I was
Jim
speaking
does
with
his fair share of racing, for sure.
I was speaking with a friend of mine after I had left Florida for the weekend, and he asked me something along the lines of, because he knows a little bit about racing, and what that means is he watched Ford versus Ferrari, and he's talked to me, and so he has a vague idea of like how stuff works.
Sure.
And he asked me, how much would I have to pay to get that seat? Because I had described, like, yeah, no, he was there in Adrian Newey's GT4 or GT40, and he said, how much would that seat cost? And I said, do you know what? I think that seat isn't for sale. I don't think any amount of money you could possibly spend would get you into that. You're either in the club for that seat or you're not.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a lot of opportunities elsewhere where you could probably drive a GT40, but probably not Adrian Newey's. Oh, speaking of old Fords, it's Liberty Autosports Racing Mustang.
Are we going to talk about club specs?
Through Ryan, why do you insist in putting me in the most difficult possible situations to talk about? For those who aren't familiar with DriversEye,
I mean, we're on board with the Mustang. That's the right car.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being with us from Trackside. We are DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West. Zach Johnson is on the ones and the twos, which I think I failed to mention this morning.
Yeah.
We were dealing with our technical situation. Thanks to Zach for being with us. 2 weekends on the trot here for us at DriversEye Live. We were most recently up at Daytona International Speedway for the HSR Classic 24, presented by IMSA. And I don't think anybody here at WRL will mind me mentioning that. It was an awesome opportunity for us here at DriversEye Live. It's come actually through the assistance of RJ Till, who kind of helped us make that connection through RJ's own racing exploits up at the Midi back in April. And we're able to get the opportunity to go down to Daytona and produce about half of that racing weekend, a little bit more because we did some bonus coverage in the late hours of Saturday evening. But the conversations Ryan is referencing, Adrian Newey's GT40, Jim Farley sharing that car with Adrian, having just picked up another Constructors Championship for himself, by the way.
He was wearing Red Bull overalls. I don't know if you saw that.
Of course he was.
Red Bull Technologies overalls, so they weren't like the full branded F1 ones. It just said Red Bull Technologies and was the right color.
Adrian Newey just sets his own salary, right?
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, well, nobody at Red Bull cares either. I mean, maybe in a cost cap era, it's like, okay, like, maybe no more, but...
Well, do you remember that year where he was like, basically, I'm just going to leave for now, and I'll come back next year, thanks,
yeah,
bye.
He designed America's Cup sailboats.
Yes.
For, I think it was either the English team or the New Zealand team.
Well, if it was the New Zealand team, they have lost.
I think it was the New Zealand team the year they raced in Bermuda, so 2017.
Oh, I thought it was the United States year where they were here in San Francisco.
No, I think it was after that. I think it was the Cup after that. Yeah. Did you go to that, by the way?
I did.
Did you? Was it awesome?
Yeah. It was the day that I actually physically went to. They tried for an hour and a half to run the race, and it was too windy.
Yeah,
because that was the first year that they had a lot of problems with maybe we did design too fast of a sailboat, and so if there was a headwind at any point on the course, they would not run it.
Is that the AC-70? I think they call it
AC-72. Yeah.
72,
which,
okay, yeah.
While I was doing lift for some time, your boy Larry Ellison has that boat perched out front of the Oracle headquarters.
Still?
Yeah, just sitting there,
nice.
in the driveway. I had never seen it since that day, and I drove up there to drop somebody off, and I was like, oh, they still have that. I thought it would be in a museum.
We should get into covering sailing on DriversEye Live and just mount cameras on buoys and see what happens.
Unfortunately, Sail GP already, I think, has a broadcast partner.
Oh, I'm sure everybody has a broadcast partner because the amount of money that's floating around that type of racing is genuinely unfathomable.
I think there's an opportunity for local club sailboat racing.
Probably.
So, speaking of sailing, the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW sailed past the 123 Mercedes of NFC Motorsports for second in GTO.
Yeah, that 123 is slipping back a touch here. Last lap was a 225.2, and having been tucked right up behind the number 111, now finds itself 12 seconds in arrears, having previously led the race. So JT reels us in once again. Get it? Reels
Oh,
us
yeah.
in. Yeah, reels. Anyway, JT gets us back on track and tacks us to a new discussion point. I don't know. Anyway.
I was trying to bait you along there.
Guys, we are crushing it. DriversEye live at Sebring International Raceway. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I did have a point to all that sailing discussion. No, I didn't. We were talking about Adrian.
We've been doing so well that Brendan has bought himself a Catalina 35.
Don't say that. Howard
Oh,
Mike
that's-
Cup Crafters.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. You bought a plane, not a boat.
I love this shot down at turn 17, man. I mean, this is Sebring. Long run down the back straightaway. I spent many, many years here at the 12-hour flagging that station smack in the middle of the shot.
And, you know, we're going to have a great opportunity to talk more about flag stations coming up here after the break.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Let's
my
do
gosh.
that.
Zach messaging, trying to get me to do it, and then Zach cuts in and says, hold on.
I've actually got it full screen on the... I can't hear Zach anymore.
All right.
Zach's
Cool.
probably
Excellent.
Second laptop.
We will be
Let's
back.
do that.
We'll be back live from Sebring International Raceway here on the DriverSeye Live Radio Network.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Skin my knee jumping over a concrete wall.
Welcome back to the Sebring International Raceway. It's DriverSeye Live covering day one of WRL here at Sebring. It's an 8+8 weekend. We've got a slow BMW on the inside here. It's one of the 9.4, I'm sorry, one of the open throttle Motorsports BMW. And then there's a stopped car here at the entry to 17.
That looks to be a black M3.
I mean, it's a black something.
Race control. It says it's the 134, so not quite black. Is that car moving?
So if it's the 134, oh, that's 164. That's Harrison. I'm sorry.
No, it's Big Mission.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, it's the primary Big Mission car. 777 being the second one.
777. That just doesn't sound as good.
It really doesn't. That car the 777 was the sister car that was off at turn 5 earlier and then into the pit lane. It was reported as having a flat right front tire. My guess is we get another slow car here. This is a Honda.
There's a sniper somewhere, man. I think that's the Tooth Auto Sports Honda. Yes,
yeah,
it
122.
is.
Yep. And the 909 had an off at turn 10. So it's all happening here at Sebring International Raceway.
Took the break at the exact correct time. Big props to Zach there. Now, does this count as multiple incidents yet?
No, there's only the one stop.
There's only the one stopped car. All right.
Yeah. Over and over again, these cars seem to be stopping in the worst possible spots.
That's true. So they're going to send another safety truck. So we're going to do it the right way. TM.
Yep. One to block the backside of the car, and the other one to work at the front side.
Yep.
Yep. What do you need? Yep. Flat toe.
We need some tide.
Yep. That's
go ahead and pour that out.
No. Signaling for a flat toe to get that car home. Now, ironically, I mean, that car is, what, 50 yards maybe? Less than that from the cutout there at the false grid. Unfortunately, to get into that cut, you've got to make a really wide arc. So my guess is this car will be towed all the way around the pit entry. the tooth Civic guiding the safety truck into position. Man, this is. I mean, look, we said this was going to be a test of certainly of machine, if not also of man. It is warm out there.
That's sexist.
The clouds will help, and woman, but man as a concept. I mean, just humanity.
Humanity.
Right. Test of mankind. Very put off by that anyway. Really was not anticipating to be called out like that. In any case, these things are not unusual here at Sebring. It's still quite early, but we're very much in the thick of it now, an hour and 20 in. And already beginning to take its toll. Thunder Buddy Racing, the number 111, still leads that number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, but long lap from Thunder Buddy last time, 2:29.5.
Wow.
And I'm wondering if maybe it's caught up behind one of those safety trucks or stuck in a yellow flag zone. That cost it some time there. It's brought the lead gap down to 2 seconds from the 111 back to the brightly colored number 9 BMW M4. And across the board here, lap time's going out a little bit while we've got this that brief yellow flag down there at turn 17. 123, 16, 766, and the number 166, all with longer laps than we might otherwise see. That time the 123 down into the 223s. Oh man, the 9 is flying at the moment. Under half a second now to the race lead, having just turned to 2 minutes 20. And if we, I think we can pick him up. Well, we'll get him into turn 10 here in a couple of moments. Actually.
Big slide from the NFC Mercedes-Benz there that Zach was able to just catch. Looks like the traction control, or indeed the driver, potentially. Somebody caught it.
Let's see if we can get him at camera 7, Zach. We're looking for the Thunder Bunny Supra and then the number 9 G82 BMW M4. Should be in the back of the shot here. There's your Supra, just arcing into the corner now, and that behemoth of a Beamer. I'd say tucked in behind it, but it really doesn't tuck behind anything. Of course, our next camera is down, so this is where we'll see them next. Don't expect any passing between 10 and here, but does represent a braking zone and a passing opportunity when we get down into the braking zone at turn number 15, especially if there's traffic involved. Not close enough this time as the Briggs-built 9.4 Corvette heads down into this 15 and 16 complex. Jean de Bien Bend and Le Mans. And we'll get him again here. Into turn 17. Zach points out in our internal chat that the 909 is on board has gone potentially out over the bumps. And a long 4 off over at turn 10, which was noted in the race control log. And we'll pick up this lead battle. Should be headed down the front straightaway once again. Indeed it is. Let's try and track these cars for a moment. I think the 9 is quicker, and certainly a little bit quicker in traffic, as a couple of NP01s do battle just behind them. Your GTO race leader, the Polecat number 108, that's the red NP01, just tucked up and behind this battle, going actually rather quickly at the moment. 2:19.6 is going to make it one of the fastest cars on track, just as quick as the 2 leaders ahead of it. Unfortunately, it is a full lap down, so in a way, this is not insignificant for that NP01 of Polecat Racing. Wait for JT to get back here so I can go out and fix cameras.
Oh no, go get 10.
Trouble.
Oh, JT's back.
Yes.
So I did notice here in the GP1, while we're doing that, Moorhead Speedworks has lost a bunch of time, and so they're now in 3rd in class. The 3 for Dale, has moved up into 2nd position in the 9-4 Motorsports Corvette, and then PC Racing maintains the lead, and this is after we've cycled through all the pit stops, I believe. Oh no, the 3 has not stopped. So Moorhead Speedworks will cycle through into 2nd position after the 3 makes its stop. The leader in GP2 is in. That's the number 21 North Loop Motorsports BMW. They... Harrison pitted on the last lap, so they should consolidate their position there as well.
Oh, that's contact!
Wow! That's the Mustang getting pushed out.
Yeah, a little bit of a hip check by the black BMW there, as they just a large amount of cars all gathered together there in 5, as we have a slowish NP01 as well. Oh, that's one of the Stratos cars by the looks of it. That might be the 59.
You hope it's not the 59. If it is, that's a long trip out there. Wow, and that's
MMR.
The MMR Mustang having gone around. They got to hold the brakes here. Wow, and you couldn't have decided to hold the brakes in a worse position. They're now mid-track. You just really hope somebody doesn't lose it on the dirt there. Obviously, you're going to see the car as you come into the turn and hopefully take it a little bit easier, but my goodness.
I think he's got it refired now.
Oh, he's going to have to wait for this whole group to come through. The 111 right behind the bumper of the ACP number 9. So the 9 has gone through on the 111 here. Oh, and they're going to take the other side. So that battle, of course, now getting squeezed up there. Rough spot, and the car still isn't turning around. I wonder if they're having issues getting it fired. Oh, it does just start to roll. They'll be just absolutely filling all the radiators and heat exchangers on these BMWs, full of dirt, trying to miss this car.
Full course yellow.
We're going to get a full course yellow, but it sounds like we've got a replay here from our wonderful producer, Zach. If we could just get that pulled up while we go to yellow. That car is dead stick, so
look at the Mustang and then a black BMW here as it tracks out.
Black BMW absolutely hip checks the Mustang wide.
That may have been PC Racing. It's hard to tell.
No, that PC Racing's got a blue hood.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And then if you keep watching, you're going to have the MMR Mustang start to show up. You'll have a slow NP01 here get to the bottom of our frame here, and then you'll have the MMR Mustang come in.
Ooh. Well,
So yeah, just little spin on exit, and makes light contact with, I believe that's the, what is that? The it's a GP1 open throttle. I think the 64. Which is now coming back into shot.
They're going to push that car back out of the track. Nice.
Yep. Should make it much easier to tow.
They are looking underneath the car to see if it's leaking or dropping anything. I wonder if maybe it snapped a driveline? No, it's really beefy on those. Like way overbuilt on those. It couldn't be that. Zach, of course, coming back here to the line of cars under yellow. They receive the GP2 leader just barely misses being able to stop under yellow and taking a huge advantage. But we'll have to see where the Harrison Motorsports BMW is at. So that has potential to have really shaken up that battle. Let's see if we can find, Zach, if we can find the sort of BMW liveried white with red and blue.
Yeah, so for whatever reason on the back straight, one of the cars here has been going very slow, causing a massive train behind, and that is not the safety car leading this group.
No, it was the Stratus car, I believe. Zach was showing us that. The 164, it shows them last time by as a minute behind. And so I'm really curious if they're going to get stuck here.
That's, yeah, on drivers right there. Just limping along.
That's a lot of passing under yellow penalties right here.
Well, in this case...
I'm joking, okay. Obviously. Yeah, that's not... Where I'm still looking for the 164. Oh, my apologies. It looks like the 164 now is timed ahead of North Loop. So that's gone exactly the wrong direction for the number 21 with the timing of the yellow. That's not going well at all for them. So, unfortunate how you end up catching the yellows sometimes here in racing. 6 hours and 30 minutes left for it all to play out, of course. And I have to say that the North Loop car had plenty of pace at the time. Was able to come from, pretty far back in class all the way through the field. So they had the pace there. And then we've got this huge gap in between the rest of the field. So we're going to be on board the 64 here. Driver's going to get out. Of course, if you haven't stopped yet or you're in risk of needing a stop, stopping under yellow is going to cost you less time, especially with the situation we have with the big gap. You may lose even less, depending on how you're able to catch that train of cars. And we're going to go green here, it looks like, at least according to timing and scoring. The pace car is in, yes, so we've found green. The two NPO1s are going to lead the field away. Of course, we do have this big gap going here. So this is going to play out a little odd while we wait for the timing and scoring to update and see where everybody has shaken out. Almost certainly there will be more people who were caught out by that.
Yeah, that was interesting. But moving forward, going green now.
Yep. The 111 is shown as in the lead in that battle between the 111 and the number 9. That's the BMW right there that you're just seeing on screen. So if we just wait, so that purple and white car there, that's the 111 Toyota Supra of Thunder Bunny Racing. They are the current leaders. And then this BMW at the back of the pack right here, the multicolored one, is the second place car. So that is the gap from front to back there. Of course, the other cars in the top 5 had started their pit cycle already. It's going to cycle the 72 of PMW to the lead. They also in the BMW M4. I believe it's the white one with the stripes. But that one is some distance behind, about a minute. So I think there's a 1 minute gap between the front group and the back group, is what I'm going to go ahead and jump out there and say. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. There's that 3 Corvette, the C5, thundering around Sebring International Raceway. Presented by Marathon Coach. Brendan's here. I can say whatever I want, Zach. Or he's not here, rather.
Brendan is not here.
Yeah. Just looking down through the field, and again, I would love to be giving more insight right now, but I really, really want to wait until everybody cycles through the timing here to say anything definitive, just because that big gap really is going to have caused a lot of consternation, I think, amongst the field. And in fact, I should probably have our internal timing script up. JT, if you could send me that link, I would really appreciate it.
Okay.
Using a different computer today. Don't have all of my things saved. So there is one of the round 3 racing cars leading this gaggle into the turn here. Beautiful livery on that BMW. That Cayman, that's the black one, which would make it the 701 in GP1. They are... Gotta sort by class here.
They're back in 5th.
That's what I figured. That was my guess, but I wanted to make sure. So they're back in 5th. That car, again, doesn't quite have the pace of the rest of the cars. The 702 is up in 3rd position, but I think that might be a pit rotation situation as PC Racing is going to come through for its 2nd stop a little bit early, I reckon, for the 44. I wonder if there's something wrong with that car, because the 44 had already stopped on lap, call it 28. And they've stopped again after the yellow. And if you were really going to do another stop, you would really want to do it during the yellow, but it would have been way too soon, especially for a GP1 car.
There was report of contact in turn 10 with the 16 economy car, so...
okay. And they only had a 17-second lead over the 147. The 147 has almost certainly gone through into the lead. And I think the 702 will probably also...
spin into 17. You could hear the car squeal, and right there at the apex coming into 17 here, the yellow flag is out from the corner marshal. Unfortunately, just out of camera. Unfortunate time for one of our turn 17 cameras to be out of action. But sounds like it's being reported as the 85 AOA MX-5 in GP3.
Oh, that's much better. Okay.
That car is currently 3rd in class. And yeah, we see it now approaching turn 7 here behind the Corvette, so no harm, no foul. Just a little bit of time loss. We're gonna have to be clawing back the 19 seconds to the 75 sister car. 24 seconds out of the lead. still leads 65 from open throttle racing after the last round of pit stops.
All right, so that gap for GP2, the number 21 is now only 7 seconds behind the Harrison Motorsports car.
It is starting to grow a bit.
Let's see. I have not seen it update yet.
It just had. Last I looked, it was, I think, a 4.5 second gap. Something like that. And yeah, Harrison last lap through just ducks under a 33 flat. North Loop, unfortunately, was closer to a 36. Traffic could definitely have played a role in that. We're not sure.
May have had a driver change as well. So, unfortunately, fortunately rather, we've got about 6 hours and some minutes left to let this play out. So, they've got plenty of time to watch that battle play out. That's a battle that we watched all of last season as well. Kind of the struggle between the 164 and the 21. Kind of akin to this season's GP1 battle between PC Racing and Moorhead Speedworks. Those two cars very much the class of the field in GP2 when they're both arrived. So round 3 has now officially taken second position in GP1 with that unfortunate stoppage for PC Racing. Zealous Motorsports and their M3, they've moved into the 588. They've moved into third position, and the 701 now into the top 4. So round 3 racing running second and fourth, doing a good job there to get those older GP1 cars up the field. GP2 we just talked about, it's the 164 followed by the 21. Harrison Motorsports followed by North Loop Motorsports. And then in third position, the RRT number 721. Just kind of trying to hold on, but I don't think, 2 minutes, almost in a full lap behind the 164 and the 21. So the two cars at the front of GP2, they're very much checking out. We did have like I said, a kind of interesting situation with the pace car that might have contributed to that as well. In GP3, we have the number 65. I believe the championship... did they win the Midwest Championship? I feel like they did. The 65. At a minimum, I believe they're in the lead for the Eastern Championship as well as the National over the 75, followed by the 85 of AOA, 75 and 85 both of AOA, and then the number 86 of Three Fast Guys and Denny, 46 seconds off the lead. GTO, of course, we still have the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing. I think Brendan might have been right there about that car conserving tires and just taking it easy in the opening stanza of the race. They are now 5 seconds ahead of the number 9 of ACP Tangerine Associates. That is the current model BMW. And they are followed by the number 72, almost a full minute behind. That is the PMW Motorsports BMW M4. And then TLM in the Triple Light. Holding up fourth position there. They are going to be gunning for that third position versus PMW shortly. Zach, if we had that on board still of the Aston Martin, this would be timely. That would be the Triple Light. Yeah. So this is on board the Triple Eight. I'm just trying to see if that's the car ahead or if they've already made the pass. I'm willing to bet they've already made the pass. Well, is that a BMW up there? Just hard to tell. Don't quite have the bit rate I would hope for on this camera. And then you've also got the sun shining, so maybe a little bit of a exposure adjustment here. I thought I saw that car off in the distance, and indeed it is. So this white BMW with the stripes down the middle, that would be the PMW, and then the green nose with white back coupe being the Aston Martin. That is the 888 car. So the pass has not happened. They've come through turn 17. They're on the front straightaway. So this battle still to play out. It looks like the gap will have stayed around the sort of 1 second range. Of course, that will have just updated, so we're looking at 1.1 seconds still, the gap. So the Aston Martin's going to catch him a little bit on the brakes as we do have some traffic up ahead. A little bit of a squirm there. We're just going to see that battle pop up here on camera. Yep, they're caught behind the Moorhead Speedworks BMW, so that M4 with the blue stripe is going to have to pick and choose where it wants to get by, but really can't afford to give up much more time to the TLM Aston Martin, which I believe has some pretty impressive pro drivers named against it. They're both going to try to go down the Moorhead Speedworks car here. I believe they will get through cleanly. Moorhead Speedworks doing what they need to do, the leader in GP1 with some heads-up driving there. Just going to see them come into shot here shortly. Indeed we do, but that TLM car is a lot closer now. They're going to be split by the number 86, so the 72 is going to get a little bit of that gap back that they started the lap with, while the 888 tries to get around the 86 and in the correct spot. You've got the GTU leader there as well. That's the red NPO1 that we see at the front of that group. And here it is, the TLM car a lot closer this time as we head into the back part of the lap here. They're going to come through turn 16. Having got around most of the traffic, and they should be looking around the rest of the traffic here on the straight as they swing the cars down into turn 17 here shortly. And that TLM car is closed right up on the back bumper of the BMW here. They, of course, have to navigate 17. Not a great spot to try to make a pass, just given the amount of bumps and the sort of angle of the turn. They're going to come out onto the front straightaway here. You can just barely see, but that white BMW with the blue stripes still is in the lead, with the TLM car a lot closer now, only 0.3 of a second behind. So now the gap has been closed. Now the challenge is going to be, where can the Aston Martin get around the BMW at this bumpy racetrack? Right there, closed up onto the back bumper. Zach, can we go back on board? Is that possible, or are we limited by coverage here? And so this is going to be... Is this... Oh, this is jumped ahead. So I think the pass has already happened. This... Potentially? Yeah, it must have already happened, or this onboard's way behind. Let's see, timestamp in the bottom says that this is current, so I believe that pass has just happened off camera. Having a little bit of difficulty trying to get cameras reconnected this weekend with some trackside access issues. Nobody's fault in particular, just kind of how the cookie crumbles. So the 888 has now moved into third position in GTO and indeed overall. Yeah, it has just cleared the BMW there and is now going to check out off into the distance. That 888 Aston Martin being a little bit newer design, a little bit quicker, especially with a little bit newer electronics here, a little bit better ABS and traction control system, making it easier to get the pace out of the car. But the good news is we got 6 hours and 14 minutes left to watch this battle play out. And I don't think we've seen the last of the number 72. That car having a strong run so far today, especially being one of the older BMWs. They're now going to look forward to holding off the number 766 of Thunder Bunny Racing, which will keep them inside the top 5. JT.
So, speaking of being just a little bit quicker, the number 9, just up the road, second place in GTO, has managed to close down the gap to the leader, our 111 from Thunder Bunny, down to 2.5 seconds.
So that's a battle that we'll try to pick up if we can. Of course, looking for the white and purple Supra.
They're heading down into turn 14 now, I believe.
Okay, excellent. So if we kind of go to the back half of the lap here. There it is, right there. So that's the purple Supra going through, followed by the multicolored BMW, followed then by the yellow and blue BMW, which is not for position. So we're just going to see them click through turn 17 here. So there is the purple and white Toyota Supra. The number 9 is going to be held up into 17 by the 21. That's the GP2 leader, which they should be able to blow around them on the straight here, coming onto the pit straight rather easily, I would imagine, given that it's a much faster car, and indeed they have. Still going to be stuck in a little bit of traffic. I think that gap has now widened back out a little bit, only a few tenths. So Thunder Bunny only a couple hundredths faster on that last lap. Gets by the traffic, and now the number 9 is going to set back off in pursuit of the 111. The 21 there, of course, about to go around and, I believe, put a lap on the Honda Civic there. Yeah, and that's the number 178, No Lift Racing, that white and yellow Civic. They're having kind of a rough day today as well.
Long race.
Yep. A lot of BMW still here, coming down through the camera. JT, is this turn 5? Is that what we're looking at?
We're looking at braking for turn 7 right here.
For turn 7, okay.
This is the hairpin.
I never understand where and when we decide what is and isn't a turn as far as turn numbers.
For the most part, it's pretty generic up until you get towards Tower Corner and beyond is where some of the numbers can be a bit iffy, just because you have a couple bends and it's only considered one corner and that sort of thing. .702 pitting. That is, I believe, unscheduled.
Yeah, it's a little early, I reckon. That's too bad for the second place car in GP1, having to come in and pit earlier than they would like. The plus side is, depending on how, well, I got a minute. The plus side is that should move the 701 up into 3rd position, depending on how long they spend in the pits. But now you're at risk of falling behind the 3. The 588 goes through on the 702. We should see the 701 go through as well. Yep, 701 goes through. So it's the 701 back up into the podium now. Oh, that BMW running a little bit wide here, of course.
Yeah, not uncommon to see dust being kicked up in this corner every 10 minutes or so.
Yep. I think it was more a case of we just happened to catch it there. Maybe they should do it like baseball, JT, and like every, 3rd inning or so, go out there and kind of wet that down so it doesn't make as much dust. Let's see, GP3 at the front, it still stays relatively tight, especially for an endurance race. The 65 only has an 8.5 second lead over the 75. So that's the open throttle racing BMW 3 Series. Still a little bit of time in hand over the number 75 MX5. GTO, the 111 and the 9, still separated by less than 2 seconds. That's a battle that may go on for some time. I don't think the 9 has that much more pace than the 111. So I don't think the 111 is holding them up, and I also think the 111, as Brendan mentioned earlier, might be running a little bit more conservative than they necessarily need to. Getting a little bit late in the season. A lot of miles on some components. I'm sure other components have been replaced already, but you just kind of want to make sure. Keep the car running to the end. Still have COTA to come next month, the first weekend of December. Traditionally a big weekend for DriversEye Live, and this year is no different. As we head to Austin, Texas, or nearabouts, to cover some more racing for the National Championship finale. And we usually get a fair few wildcard entries there, JT.
Oh yeah, it's a very popular event. Ever since they did the special weekend that we did our first coverage for them with, way back in 2014, 2016 maybe?
It would have been 16 or 17, something like that.
Yeah.
It was really nice of Joey to fund us having a get-together of all of our homies at that time. That was really nice of him. Of course, we worked, too. I want to make that clear. But that was the first time I think we'd had the crew all together. I guess I was the only one that didn't go to Thunder Hill that last year.
Maybe.
Because I was in Montana doing finals at the time. I was just bummed I missed that one. But, COTA, of course, for the end of the year, and then we have also announced the new schedule for WRL next season. An awesome schedule with lots of heavy hitter tracks, lots of series favorites, better weekends, I think. My wife was incredibly excited to see that I would not be gone on Mother's Day weekend for the first time in forever. So she was pretty excited about that. No Easter weekend as well. So a fantastic schedule for next year. I know it's a little bit early probably to start making firm plans for your club racing season, but we would love to see all of you at WRL next season. I know that this season's had a lot of long-time entrants that have needed to do some development work on cars, some development work on new cars, but I think next season has the potential to be one of the best yet. So we hope to see you all there. I think DriversEye Live's got kind of a stacked schedule next season as well, so we hope you'll all tune in and take in the wonderful broadcast that we're able to bring to you. 6 hours and 5 minutes remaining here at Sebring International Raceway, just inside of Sebring, Florida, right adjacent to the airport. Is there commercial service to the Sebring Airport, JT?
I do not believe so. Yeah,
I would think that for select weekends, it would be worthwhile to have like a whatever the East Coast version of SkyWest is, run a couple flights in and out from Atlanta or Orlando or something.
Come on, Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, there we go. Get Spirit landing some planes there. You know what? There's 747s sitting around in boneyards. Let's just load one of those up. Let's just fire it up. Brendan, of course, out maintaining the cameras, as is his usual job at these weekends. Brendan does an excellent job of maintaining the cameras when he's got the time. I think this season, though, has been our best season yet as far as total track coverage and uptime. We haven't had a whole lot of heat-related issues like we've had in the past. I've been pretty happy with that. The number 9 has drawn within 0.4 of a second on that last lap of the 111. We're going to see that battle come through right now. It is kind of... Excuse me. It is going to be a little bit bigger than that by the time they come through the start-finish straight. So the number 9 still not able to get on terms with the 111 for the lead of the race. They lost about a second on that last lap.
They are going through a decent amount of traffic as well, though.
They are. And that's traffic that the 111 will have also had to... Oh, is going to get held up by the AOA car there. So that's going to cost them another chunk of time. Now, the 111, at some point here, is going to come up on the NP01s, which do have the pace in the turns. So depending on where the 111 catches that gaggle of GTU cars, that could present a little bit of an issue for the car in terms of losing time. But then again, the number 9 also is going to have to make that move. JT, is this the first time we've seen the Rockwell Porsches here in WRL?
I do not believe so. Sounds pretty familiar.
Oh, you know what? No, I'm thinking of the other team that runs Porsche Boxsters out of the southeast with the blue livery.
Okay. I was going to say, Rockwell was at Barber,
No,
I believe.
They were. You're absolutely right. Those cars painted and prepared rather nicely. They are a little bit down the order in GP3, about a lap down or so. But the 65 of Open Throttle Racing and then the 2 AOA Racing cars have an incredible number of laps under their belt this season. Those AOA Racing 75 and 85, they've run those cars for ages. So those pretty well dialed into this spec. 3 Fast Guys and Denny's, of course, also a long-time entrant in WRL. They do not run the most number of races of anybody in the field, but we do see them come and play with us, usually on the East Coast, I think, in the number 86. That car, and so I can't remember if they got a new car and they kept the livery, or if that is the car that Brad McCall sold to them in the Miami Dolphins colors. But there's some kind of connection there between 3 Fast Guys and Denny. And then 5th and 6th position is the Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche Boxsters. The Porsche Boxster having fallen a little bit by the wayside, I think, especially this season. I feel like we used to see a lot more of those running than we do now. And I don't know if that's just the domination of the E46 chassis and the ease with which you can work on one versus a Boxster. But we used to see a fair few number of entrants enter those, and we've seen that kind of dwindle. So it's nice to see the cheaper Porsche get some love here at Sebring Raceway, International Raceway, as it were. Just going to wait for the GP2 gap to update here. The 160 of Warhead Speedworks, that car having won last time out when we were at Hallett. That car having, or did they win or no? They came into the lead and then ended up having to leave, or did they win the first day, JT? Do you remember?
Moorhead did win the first day, the 147?
No, the 160.
Oh, the 160, no, it got second, on Saturday.
On Saturday. And then Sunday they didn't finish the race, but they were in the lead. Correct. Okay. So that car in GP2 taken to the pit lane. We saw some really strong pace out of it on that Saturday. I knew it had a good weekend overall last time out at Hallett. So they're in the pit lane in GP2. Number 21 of North Loop Motorsport now 34 seconds behind the leader of the 164 of Harrison. So that gap has now ebbed, or flowed, which one is bigger. That gap has now risen in addition to the aforementioned issues under safety car. This is on port the 96. Zach, the producer, was saying that the hood was up at one point. These cars are notorious for having the cam phasers go out. Ask me how I know.
How do you know?
Because the Mustang that I purchased had it happen twice in its lifetime. which was a good time, really fun. Both times it was really fun. And it happens on that driver's side head as well. It doesn't happen on the passenger side. It happens on the driver's side. They end up having head issues, camshaft issues, all sorts of issues. But when it's not doing that, it's a pretty fun little car. I imagine the live rear axle situation over turn 17 is not fun, however. Like, it's really a nice car on a smooth kind of backcountry road, and you can just kind of lean into it, and it feels pretty good, and you can kind of get it to move, and it's like, yeah, this is nice. But I imagine that 130 miles an hour into turn 17 with all those bumps, you'd want a little bit better suspension situation on the rear.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was a hoot. And as I mentioned earlier, that Brendan glossed over, that car is now going to feature heavily in an SCCA class, JT. I don't know if you saw the news on that. I presume you did.
Explain to me like I didn't.
So the SCCA's opened up a new class called Club Spec, and I believe the idea is to normalize a car, or two in this instance, where it can compete in time trials, autocross, and then they were going to do it for something else too. I don't remember what the other one was. But it wasn't going to be a road racing car, but it was going to be kind of a level playing field for a cheaper car that you could take to track days, do time trials at the track, basically time attack, as well as autocross in. And so they've selected this 05 to 09 sort of generation Mustang. Ooh, as the Black Forest Porsche GT4 runs wide over the dirt, pretty wide, gets a little bit of a bump there. So that car will be unpleasant to drive with a lot of dirt on its tires for the next several corners at least. And so they have just a very basic upgrade package. As it turns out, JT, the upgrades that are on the Club Spec Mustang are more or less exactly what I had on mine before I sold it. Mine would not have been eligible because I had a 2010, which was the newer body style, but with the old motor and stuff still. So I would have complained about that pretty heavily. But overall, a pretty nice car to drive with Kona yellow shocks and strut tower brace and adjustable camber, etc. When you do like $5,000 to $7,000 worth of work to one of these Mustangs, they actually do handle all right. But you have to do all of that work. Out of the box, they're terrible. So that's one of the cars, is this Mustang. And then the other car that they have allowed to do the Club Spec is, because we're looking for a slow car here. Oh yeah, it's way up there in the background. So just to the left of the RV sign, you can see on the runoff, there is a car stopped.
An MP01 by the looks of it.
JT saying it's an NP01. I'm not sure how he can see that far. I'll take his word for it. Now with the perspective of other cars coming through, I can see how you think that.
Racelog reports that's the 84. That's the 94 Motorsports MP01, which is currently leading in GTU. After Polecat had a double unscheduled pit stop.
So trouble for the leader here in GTU. And we had just seen the safety truck making its way through the infield and is going to attend to the stricken NP01. To finish up that thought, while we're waiting to see this car get recovered, the other car is going to be the NC Miata, which I also own. But JT, they're mandating the Penske shock package.
Okay.
Did you see that?
I didn't know.
Okay, so they basically want you to run the NC MX-5 Cup suspension package, which is hilariously expensive. Which I thought was a little silly for a spec class. But what do I know? Especially for an autocross spec class. If you're doing wheel-to-wheel, fine. But yeah, they want you to call Mazda Motorsports and get that full Penske shock, spring, the whole nine expensive setup for that car. So I'll wait with bated breath to see if they let people run the stock suspension or not, because that's going to be pricey, I reckon. So hopefully we'll be seeing more of those cars. If you're, I guess the point of me talking about that is, if you're watching WRL as a family member or friend of somebody who is racing and you want to get your feet wet, I think that this class is going to be a very good way to do that, and I think will provide a really good ladder up into something like WRL. If you're driving the Club Spec Mustang or the Club Spec Miata, those cars are going to be incredibly similar pace-wise to what you're seeing here today at Sebring, between the GP2 Mustangs and the AOA GP3 MX-5s. You're going to get a car that runs and drives very, very similar, I would imagine. So, and you're a lot lower cost of entry as well. I think you're going to be able to build one of those cars for, especially if you do the work yourself, I think you're going to be able to build that Mustang for less than 20 grand. If not less, depending on how much your donor car is. The MX-5, on the other hand, I think is going to be, ironically, more expensive for a slower car because of the shock situation. And the values on those keep going up, which baffles me. I struggled, JT, to sell my MX-5 in C for like 4 grand when I sold it. And it had like 120,000 miles on it, and I struggled to sell it for 4 grand. It was a big hassle. And now that same car goes for like 8.
Yeah, I know the NA and MB prices had gone back up for a bit.
Well, those are like collectible now. Now they've entered the like they're old and there's not that many left stage. And indies haven't gotten cheap yet because the next Miata hasn't come out. So it's kind of a rough time if you're looking into the market for a Miata. At least from where I sit anyway. It could be different in different parts of the country, but here they're hilariously expensive. There was a time right before the pandemic where you could just about get into a Toyota 86 or a BRZ for like right at 10 grand, and I wish I had done it, and I didn't. Because those aren't that cheap anymore either. Anyway, hope to see you out there. Hope to see you on a Saturday or Sunday. Hopefully this is the motivation you need. It's the SCCA's Club Spec class. There's going to be a Club Spec Mustang, Club Spec MX-5. Choose your weapon there and start moving your way up the ranks and see if we can get you into a seat here at WRL. I know Open Throttle always has reasonably priced seats available. It looks like a bit of... Was that a dive plane?
Yeah, like a dive plane, some part of bodywork, maybe a little bit of carcass, I don't know, but on the approach under braking here for a turn 10, there was a little bit of debris on the racing line that unfortunately a couple cars did pick up.
And I don't know if JT's really quiet or if the background is really loud. Let's see. Maybe it's me. I'll adjust it on my end, Zach. Yeah, so hopefully people use that as a ladder to get into WRL. That was the one thing I was most excited reading that, is they're going to use a 200 treadwear tire, as is their, want, is for something to be available. And they're going to be cars that we already run in WRL, which I thought was just absolutely fantastic. So, very, very much looking forward to seeing them in the future. The number 111 still ahead of the number 9. That gap has grown and shrank and grown and shrank, and now is out to 2.6 seconds. I think it will have closed up again in the traffic. But as I had said earlier, the number 9 not at all being held up by the 111. I do think this is a genuine battle between two good cars with two good drivers at the helm. The 111, I think it's fair to say, comfortably leading the championship at this point. Does that sound right, JT?
I am not sure.
I would be willing to bet a lot of money that is the case, but I don't have the table in front of me. So they're in no rush to hold on to any positions. You don't want to walk away with a win from Sebring, obviously, but current championship leaders, the 111. I believe they wrapped up the Midwest Championship last time out at Hallett. This should be them wrapping up the East Coast Championship this weekend, I would imagine. If it's not already sewn up, I'm sure it's about to be. The 123 and the 99, I think, were the only close challengers. And the 99 buoyed, I think, by a win at NJMP. Thunder Bunny, of course, did not go to New Jersey Motorsports Park or Hallett. So the 99 plugging away has maybe made that a little bit closer, but I'm not 100% certain. That's unfortunately going to be one too many tabs for me to open on my ancient laptop here.
Gotta ask Brendan for a raise.
No kidding. You're telling me. You're telling me.
So we've this lap, the 111 Thunder Bunny did put a lap on the 123, which is currently placed in between the 111 and 9 on track.
Okay.
Something to keep an eye on there.
Yeah.
As we get further into this race, the 123 will have to get that lap back. They definitely have very good pace at the later stages of the race. The car comes a bit back to them.
The 99 also having pitted in here. They're very, very quick on their pit stops. We're back to the 96. They do have the hood open here. What I believe is a blower sitting in the engine bay to cool off whatever it is they're cooling off.
After a recent pit stop, the 721 of RRT Racing came back out 4th in GP2 and has been reeling in the 558 MRG BMW coming across the line. Less than a half second between those two. We're expecting them to retake that 3rd place position. Still a bit of a ways behind the 164 and the 21.
The gap, yeah, you were just saying the gap between the 164 and the 21 now out to 46 seconds. So the 21 steadily losing time there in what is their first WRL event of the season. After having won the championship with this car last season, I think they wanted to get their original car back going and then had some trouble with the original car, I believe. So they've pushed the orange and white car back into service here. A car with just incredible provenance, having won an E46. I think won the entire E46 championship, Spec E46 championship at one point. And a car which won its first event overall at Ozarks. A car that won the National and the Midwest Championship last season, so a very successful car in its own right. Not surprised to see them at the front of the field, in spite of their what appeared to be their lackluster qualifying performance. I'm sure that was a decision to not run as fast a lap as they could. Happy to see them back this season. They, of course, have had a lot of success at COTA over the years as well, so hoping to see them there. But I think the entry list came out and they are not on it. So the 21 opting to skip Circuit of the Americas this year, but hopefully next season with the tasty schedule we have lined up, we can see more of that car. Always nice when GP2, much like GP1, has two incredibly strong runners at the top and then still a group of people who can vie for that last spot on the podium, or indeed take a win if something happens to the two guys at the front of the field. The 9 has closed up again on the 111, but we'll have to see if it's close enough to make a move. It traditionally hasn't been, and that is going to be too much of a gap to get anything done.
Just behind them on track is the number 3 Corvette of 94 Motorsports in GP1.
Yep.
They running a bit longer of a stint and running pretty quick times. They're, I believe, attempting to reel in the 701 of Round 3 Racing for 3rd.
Yep.
As the 588 of Zealous Motorsports pits from second.
The number 9 just trying to get past the 701 into that last turn there, I believe, when we last saw those two cars on track.
Gentlemen,
Brendan!
you're no longer alone.
Well,
I was never alone.
Yeah, I claimed to have the wrong gate code for the photographer gates, but actually I was at the EAA pancake breakfast over in the EAA hangar at the airport. But I'm back upstairs now in the air conditioning, and I've also been joined by our good friend James Candelaria, Candelaria Racing Products and Sentinel. Hello, James. Oh, wrong mic. Try it again.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Crushing it. Yeah, thanks for coming up, James. 2 race weekends on the trot for us. 2 weekends in a row for you. Not necessarily in the car last weekend, but you were up at Daytona with us, right?
Yeah, I was hanging out. Jared Odrick was driving a Cup car, and my buddy Mark was out there supporting him. So good stuff.
Our friends at Open Throttle were also up at the Classic 24, which is the reason you find yourself here, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely. I ran into those guys in the paddock, and we made a deal that no one could refuse. And number 63 Hulk is now sporting a brand new Sentinel, and I got some time behind the wheel. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. How's that been?
Good. I mean, the car is great. BMW makes a heck of a chassis. The E92 chassis is amazing. The motor sounds amazing.
I was going to say, that car is not about the chassis, though.
Yeah, no, the motor is just unbelievably good sounding. We're struggling right now. We're off pace. Looks like the motor went soft 4 or 5 laps in. I mean, we put up some good numbers early, and then we had a problem with the motor. So hopefully the guys on pit lane, they never quit. So we'll see if they can get it back in fighting shape.
Is this a fixable issue, or is this we're just going to run it until something else happens?
It doesn't sound mechanical to me. It sounds like it's electrical or computer related. So my guess is that based on the behavior, there's no misfire, there's no weird sounds. So I'm going to assume it'll be fine.
Gotcha. And your co-drivers in the 63 this weekend?
Yeah, so we've got Bob, Misha, and Zach are in the car with me in 63, and all great drivers. They should put up some heck of a lap times. They're all faster than me yesterday. So
you've got some laps here.
Yeah, more than a few. I love this place.
Yeah,
and we're actually using this as kind of a feeler for the Super Tour here coming up in January.
For Open Throttle or for yourself?
No, for myself. In my T1 car.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't think we've talked to you since then. Go ahead, Ryan.
I think the lead was buried on that. You have Misha Goikberg is in the 63.
I wasn't going to ask if it was Misha Goikberg, but Zach pulled it up on the camera, and there it is on the Sentinel.
Yep, there he is.
They went ahead and changed it just now.
His driver tag works, so he must have gotten out of the car. Now it says unknown driver. But
well, let's stick with this because this is a good ad for the driver tag system. Kind of in real time here.
Yeah, driver tags are cool. Literally, you stick it on the side of your helmet, you walk up to the car, you get in, changes the name. If you bring in actual branding too, if you have your own images or sponsors, you can bring that stuff in. And when you get out of the car, you get a driver report based on timing and scoring. Tell you how fast you or slow you were.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Can we have access to that?
It actually text messages directly to the driver. I could probably write you an API endpoint that'll tell you what's what.
So let's back up on this here. So we have observed over the last really couple of months, because this is active development for Sentinel and Candelaria Racing Products, we've seen the upgrade to H.265 encoding, the high efficiency encoding.
Yep.
Right. You guys now have compatibility with 5G modems.
Yep.
Correct. Right.
We have our own 5G modem.
Your own 5G modem.
Yep.
Does that ship with Sentinel, or is that an add-on?
It's an add-on. So actually, the cool thing is you can bond them together. So if you have, the Sentinel has an onboard 4G modem that we're all familiar with. You can then actually bond in the 5G modem to create a more resilient connection, just like a live view or whatever.
Yeah.
Give yourself a better chance of getting a signal out.
So now, in terms of, let's compare the two products directly, right? LiveView is sort of an all-purpose encoder, but it's been it's ubiquitous all over the world, used for all kinds of applications, from live news reporting to sports, action sports, and we see it a lot in the racing world, not just for onboards, but for trackside cameras as well. Sure. Sentinel is pretty specific to racing, specifically amateur racing, right? Is kind of that particular market. As this little subset of the economy has grown, so too has Sentinel, and obviously us here at DriversEye Live as well. But now we're seeing Sentinel in terms of quality, in terms of resilience, and in terms of the options available, now becoming virtually identical, and in many ways more feature-rich than what you would get out of a live view.
Yeah, we're hyper focused on the motorsport segment, so we're able to build things that are really cater to the drivers and to the teams, right? So driver ID, for example, timing and scoring stuff. I mean, the ability for us to composite images. So we just had a V-Box up there, so we work great with V-Box. We work good with SmartyCam 3. So if you basically can give us an HDMI signal, we have a dongle, we can bring that in. And we can also bring in an additional camera. So like if you got a V-Box and it only supports 2 cameras, you can use those 2 and then bring in our 3rd camera. Same thing with SmartyCam 3, dual only supports 2 cameras. So we can composite the image, we do it in real time on the box, and works really well.
So if you're out there and you'd like to live stream your race, right, from the first person view, rear view camera, driver facing camera, up to these 3 cameras that you mentioned, your options are go out and buy the V-Box and the live view and all of that, or just get it all in one place with a Sentinel.
Yeah, and if you already own V-Box or SmartyCam, we work with that stuff too.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, if you're a net new customer, we'd love to talk to you. You can find us on social media, and I'll send the DriversEye Live team some links they can send your way.
Happy to. I'm really interested in some of these extra features that we don't get to see here, that we don't get to share necessarily. I think everybody has acknowledged the upgrade in overall quality since HEVC and the 5G compatibility. But that driver tag and the driver lap time and that information being sent in real time as well is really cool stuff. I wish we'd have known about. Awesome.
It's cool stuff. It's actually been around for a while. I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys about it, but
just so we can help sell it, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
It's really cool stuff, and now finally at the reliability has always been there, right? But having all that stuff layered on top of it just is excellent.
Yeah, we've been heads down on development for a little bit, and things are starting to come together. So that stuff's great. We're really looking forward to a good 2024, and Coda's going to be awesome because the cell service of Coda is fantastic.
Sure. So what's next for Sen?
Oh man, we're always looking at options. So we're looking at different integrations with different products. So there's other motorsports products out there which we can integrate with via APIs. We're always looking at doing that kind of stuff, and kind of watch this space. We'll figure it out soon enough.
I'm looking forward to it. It's been cool to see the development over the last couple of years. We're now in a place where we have, I think the series has enough participation from Sentinel, the teams that run Sentinel, that we've got a good host of onboards. Unfortunately, we're now kind of restricted to using these direct links that come with using the Sentinel video network. So there's a little bit less flexibility, not from anything you guys did, just the way that YouTube has interfaced with our production software. But I think it represents awesome value for the Sentinel Video Network, which is the infrastructure behind Sentinel that allows all these different streaming methods and lets us integrate in real time to sync with our trackside cameras in a way that we've never been able to do before. And that's a pretty simple process as well, getting set up with SVN.
Yeah, totally. So Sentinel Video Network really makes it easy for you guys because you can bring it in, not have to choke your production software. And for the teams, it's inexpensive, right? It's $12 a month. I know everybody hates subscriptions. I hate subscriptions, but honestly, it helps me pay for the back-end infrastructure that's required to push the feeds out. So it gives you a bunch of different things. First of all, it gives you access to the new HEVC codec, so better picture quality in the same bandwidth. It also gives you production hooks so that you can pull over SRT. And also, more importantly, it gives you what's called SRT, which is the transport protocol, which allows us to automatically adjust bitrate in real time. So when you get a dead spot in the track, it doesn't drop for 30 seconds, and while it tries to reestablish, it simply, and you actually just saw it there. If you see the guy pulling away there, how it down res the quality, and it's going to dial it back up as conditions improve. So you just look around and you see the fuzziness around the graphics.
And there it goes, starting to ramp.
Yeah, now it's much sharper. So yeah, I mean that's a perfect opportunity to show you what SRT can do.
James, thanks for coming up and stopping by with us up here at DriversEye Live. I appreciate all that you are doing and all of your team. I know Jake's not here this weekend, but
Jacob State Farm will be back for COTA for sure.
We look forward to seeing him again in the paddock. He's a friendly face and a familiar face to us all here. And best of luck behind the wheel of number 63 the rest of the way.
Great, thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Appreciate
James.
it, guys.
Appreciate it.
Cheers.
James Candelaria from Candelaria Racing Products and the number 63 Open Throttle Racing BMW.
The best video streaming solution available to any club racer out there. That's absolutely the system you should go with. If you don't already have a camera on board, it is by far and away the easiest way to set up and get going for streaming. And not only streaming, but it records too. I've seen recordings from it when you're not limited by the bandwidth of using the 5G and 4G wherever you may be. The recording quality on the camera is exceptional. So even if you don't necessarily need the streaming stuff, which again, they're the easy button for that type of thing. But if you're a track day person and you really just want to get some good onboard so you can kind of eat some tape and figure out what you need to do different, the Candelaria system is absolutely outstanding for that too. The video that comes out of that is incredible when it's recorded on board. So definitely the option that you should be looking at if you decide you want to get into the camera space on your track car. Of course, James mentioning there the $12 a month. Really, the $12 a month at this point is what's going to get you on the broadcast, frankly, because YouTube has choked us to death on our ability to actually use those feeds. So if you pay that $12 a month, we can get you sucked into the broadcast. It works really, really well for us. And then you also get the better video quality as well, and it is able to use SRT, which, as James just spoke about, really just makes it so where the camera can be more stable more of the time, and it can variably change the bit rate so that you don't have any drops in quality. And then our producer, Zach, also mentions that when we use the YouTube replays, or the YouTube feeds, which, again, we can't really do anymore because YouTube sucks, when we do those feeds, there's a little bit of a delay because there's a delay from you sending it to YouTube and then YouTube sending it to us. Whereas if you do the SRT with that $12 a month package, we get your onboard in real time, and we can integrate it into our broadcast much, much more effectively. So if you love the broadcast and you already own a Sentinel system, the best thing you can do for us is to just pony up that $12 a month. As we said, the subscription thing sucks. I don't like subscriptions. James said he doesn't like subscriptions. But if you could just get us that $12 a month to James Candelaria, we can get your beautiful onboards streamed for you and your family to see live on the broadcast. Really thought JT was going to pick me up there with some interesting notes in the general production class, but that's fine. I will go through and do that as well.
I have a GTO one.
Okay, perfect. There you go.
Right when we were ending the interview there with James, going into turn one, we had a great shot of the 72 defending from GTR. Unfortunately, GTR has got by. But it was a very good fight between those two identical BMW M4 GT4s there. We've had a couple pit stops. We know the 172 TLM USA had come in, the 28 Random Vandals had come in. A little bit further up the field, we saw the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. This lap, in fact, just getting around the 166 Barton Racing Thunder Bunny Supra. And the 88 TLM Mona is going to be jumping up as well here through the cycle pit stops with the 766 just 5 seconds behind them.
The Stratus 59 still leads GTU. They are currently orange, which tends to mean that they are in the pits. They have a 3-lap advantage over the number 108, which was the initial leader in GTU. GP3, the number 65, still holds a 35-second lead over the 75, so that's the Open Throttle Racing BMW holding on to the lead over the MX-5 Miata. In GP2, the gap continues to grow between the 164 and the 21, both BMWs. Harrison Motorsport absolutely stretching the advantage here against North Loop Motorsports, Minneapolis' finest racing team, as far as I'm aware. Of course, JDC is a little bit further south of the cities. One could argue that that might be the finest team, but as far as I'm concerned, it is the 21. They are the best team in the Twin Cities. Moorhead Speedworks, of course, now a full lap ahead of the 701. So those issues for PC Racing have meant that car has not been out. And that, unfortunately, left a little bit of the air out of the tires of the GP1 battle. The 702, of course, ran into some issues as well. So now it's a fight between the 147 and the 701. The 3 also has decent pace.
Have we got to the bottom of what happened to the number 44? PC Racing?
The only report we had was there was contact with them in the 16 economy car. In turn 10. Both of those cars pit that lap, and I do not believe we've seen either of them yet.
Yeah. Interesting. I wasn't aware of that. Turn 10's kind of been the hot spot here this weekend. 909 kind of came to grief down there.
It's a corner that really invites overtaking, and it really narrows up on the exit, and there's quite a bit of bumps on the apex to exit as well.
Yeah, it's a longer corner than just the apex. I mean, the radius opens for a long time before you actually get the car straightened out. By the time you do, you're basically pointed at the apex for the left-hander for 11.
Yeah.
You're right. If you go through that corner too wide without actually completing the pass, I can see, I guess, where that contact would come from. Starting to get some of this attrition we had wondered about. We've lost the number 12 from ACP Tangerine Associates, the 62 from Open Throttle, 104 from Off the Leash, that's the Ligier. The 134 we saw stop out on track has not returned. Automatic stopped a couple of times out on track and has not returned. And the 109 from Roberts Motorsports, we lost very early. Just 8 laps completed for that car. You get a little bit of everything thrown at you here this weekend. Traffic density with 64 cars. You've got the track itself and the bumps. You've got the heat. Fairly certain we even had a car end up in the barriers down at turn 17 sometime yesterday while I was setting up the rest of our camera mounts. We had the Sebring safety crew out on track moving some tire barriers around. There's a artist impression of the side of a car placed firmly into the white painted portion of the conveyor that surrounds the tires. Never really figured out who that was. Slower lap that time around from the number 111 from Thunder Buddy, 228 flat. Gives a little bit of time back to the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates.
Yeah, but that was a almost 30-second quicker pit stop.
Right. I mean, that is the Thunder Bunny calling card at this point. It's on-track consistency and on-track reliability, and then the pit stop efficiency. It crushes it every time they're in the pit lane. That whole team is so well refined, and I mean, more often than not, that is the difference maker. Right? We've seen it a couple of times recently with the 123 from NFC Motorsports. Finally, after getting their feet under them in GTO with the WRL rule set, not to say they've obviously had the time in GP1 with the Porsche Cayman. But up in GTO, you have a little bit more pressure tacked on you. The margins are a little bit thinner because you've got so much more depth in the class. With all those GT4 and TCR cars surrounding you, that you kind of puts you under some pressure to string a perfect race together. And very easy just to slip up a couple of times, whether on track or in the pit lane, pick up a penalty. and be fighting from behind. But more recently, that 123 Mercedes has started to figure things out, and instead of just the car that has a perfect race kind of defaulting onto the podium, now it's taking actually a little bit more than that, right? It's taking the consistency and the pace as well that will guide you to a result up at the top of GTO. Of course, last time out at Hallett, being the Midwest Championship, I think we only had 5 GTO cars that started the race. Still gave us a pretty decent fight. But here this weekend, 2.5 hours in to the Saturday 8-hour Enduro, and we've still got at least that many on the lead lap. Actually, I may take that back, as we're just cycling through here on Race Hero. That's exactly where everybody is.
Looks like
But the margins are not large.
top 9 on the lead lap in GTO, I believe.
There we go. Okay. So that'll take you down to Random Vandals Racing, the number 82.
Okay, no, sorry. They had come across after the 111.
Yeah.
So, top 8 maybe?
So that there's a 28 there. That's 888. Three fast guys and Denny into the pit lane in the number 86. Nice to see them back with the Scion FRS.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a little while since we saw that GP3 car. The car, one of my earliest memories of WRL here at Sebring was the 24-hour back in 2021. And unfortunately for them, that car was backwards with a damaged right rear suspension down at turn 17 inside the first half hour of the race. Didn't set the tone for the race, fortunately, but I remember that day well, and unfortunately that was one of the first sort of major race events to take place. But they stuck with it. That car fielded largely by Spec Racer Ford drivers. Denny Stripling himself, a formidable SRF3 driver over in the SCCA. GTR 99, by the way, just unlapped themselves from the number 111. So that is where we find the split for the lead lap. It's now 6 cars working, or who will be on the 65th lap here. That number 111 now getting passed by the one of the GTU NPO1s. GTU cars have been quick today, just not the most consistent across all entries and all drivers. And I have some thoughts there. If you're watching these little prototypes that are scattered around the field, we had 6 of them on the entry list. These are Sebico NP01s. It's not a spec class GTU, but they are kind of the default entry based on weight and power, and a small modifier for not being a production-based car. But it's a club racing prototype that was designed to run in NASA, and more recently has found a home thanks to Sebico in endurance racing all around the country, particularly here in the World Racing League. And when we get them, and when they are included in the schedule for the year, which I think is a 6 or 7 race series scattered amongst the 2023 season, those cars are they can either be rocket ships or they can be a handful, right? And if you've got a driver behind the wheel that can get the most out of it, because it generates so much downforce with the big rear diffuser in the wing and almost 200 horsepower, it is designed to be a proper racing car, a little light prototype car. The flip side of that is you've got to be going quickly enough to generate that kind of downforce, and you've got to have the confidence in the car that the car is going to stick when you tip it into turn 17 at 110 miles an hour, or whatever the approach speed is there. And I mean, you hear drivers talk about it often. Moving from a tin top, a GT and or touring type car into a downforce car, usually open wheel, but also applies to these prototypes as well. It can take, I mean, weekends on weekends to get comfortable with that kind of driving and trusting that the car is going to be there when you try and get the most out of it. And so that just creates these little inconsistencies in how these cars race. In terms of pace, never mind reliability, which at a place like Sebring is always going to be the question mark. We saw those cars, JT, back in the days at 25 Hours of Thunderhill, sort of going through their teething phase, and going through electronics issues and going through half shafts and gearboxes. Those cars have come a long way.
Yeah, wasn't there one that had I can't remember if it had Mark Miller in it or not.
It did.
The green and white one.
Yes, I can't remember the name of that team for the life.
Neither can I.
friend of Endurance Radio. I don't think we've talked to him since we began our efforts as DriversEye Live. But old Mark and Ryan Eversley, who will be a friend to many, spent years, or hours at least, in the commentary booth with Endurance Radio out at the 25 Hour. Mark did it a couple of years as driver of the NPO1. He raced a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Gallardo, so like the first generation of Super Trofeo. A couple of years out there at the 25 Hour as well. Still runs the Acura in IMSA? Question mark?
Yeah, he was affiliated with Gradient.
Gradient, yeah.
Yeah. I think he helped a bit for the endurance racing. Otherwise, he was kind of like a driver coach, strategy stuff.
Right. Yeah. Hello to everybody who joins us on YouTube this weekend. Haven't really caught up with the chat too much, but we've got the trinity of endurance racing YouTube commenters. H, Boy from New York, and Irwin. Hello to you all. Thanks for being with us. Now that the racing season is winding down a little bit, I think we might be the biggest act in town. Going through my racing schedule a little earlier, there's not too much else happening this weekend. WRX is running somewhere, and I think that's basically it. NASCAR having ended its season last weekend. Chris Taylor joins us in the chat as well. I'd like to believe that that's Chris Taylor of Chris Taylor Racing Services. Oh, Macau, of course, everyone. Thank you. Forgot about Macau. So I have something to do later, I guess.
Well, if you ever need to know if there's a race going on at any given time during a weekend, Erlen can tell you.
That's true. I do use an app called The Racing Line, which I enjoy very much. Oh, MotoGP is in Sepang, apparently. I enjoy the app very much, but it tends to leave out like special events and the like. I don't want to say the more amateur side of racing, but certainly stuff like this doesn't often get included. So when you really start to reach for content in the later parts of the season, occasionally stuff like Macau gets missed somehow. So I'm all ears for app recommendations, by the way. If y'all have any recommendations for racing scheduling apps, particularly time zone friendly. We ride on board the number 96 from GP1, Liberty Autosports.
Yeah,
William Layton behind the wheel.
Keeping an eye on GP1 here. It's good to see the 97 back out for Liberty. A little bit further up the field after we've done our pit stops. 94 Motorsports, the biggest winner of that rotation, coming back out in second in class. Unfortunately, the 701 had a slightly longer stop, So they have come back out in 4th. And I believe are 40 seconds back from Zealous.
Yeah, we had a request here to go through some of the lineups. Since we're in GP1 there, we can start briefly with GP1. Moorhead Speedworks leads the number 3 from 9-4 Motorsports. That's the Chevrolet Corvette. This says by a lap, but my guess it's going to be actually a little bit less than that. And then Zealous Motorsports, number 588 that JT just mentioned, back in 3rd. Up ahead of round 3 racing, the 701, and the 3rd of the big mission cars, number 199. Sitting there in P5. Open Throttle Racing, the number 64, a couple of laps down in 6th. And the 702 from round 3 racing, back in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. And they're in P7. MMR, Michael Moore Racing, the Ford Mustang, in P8, followed by the 2 Liberty Autosports Ford Mustangs, the 96 and the 97, rounding out the top 10 in GP1. Your lead margin, just refreshing now, 2 minutes 4, so just about a lap for Moorhead at the moment. GP2 being led by Harrison Motorsports, who finds themselves just into and out of the pit lane as PC Racing comes back out, number 44 BMW. Woohoo! Actually, just that 164 gives up the lead to Northloop Motorsport, who then in turn makes their second stop of the race. And that number 21, RRT Racing, the 721, which trackside will be the chrome adapted sort of PTG livery. It's that silver, red, and black. In the 3rd spot in GP2, Moorhead Speedworks, the 2nd of the Moorhead cars, the number 160 in 4th, followed by MRG, the number 558. Down in P5, Hero Flight, the number 247, worth mentioning there in 6th as well. That's the Honda S2000. We do love an aviation sponsor on DriversEye Live. And we love a Honda S2000 on DriversEye Live as well. BSI Racing, 7th and 8th at the moment in the ND Mazda MX-5 Cup cars. GP3 led by the 75 of AOA Racing also finds themselves into and out of the pit lane. 85, the team car there in 2nd. And also on the lead lap there, the 65 from Open Throttle Racing. That's the slowest of the all green BMWs. They're in 3rd. So 3 cars on the lead lap in GP3.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens there, because the 65 had pitted from the lead and has come out behind the 85 who pitted slightly earlier.
A long stop for the 65, JT.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see where the 75 comes out in relation to those two. I did have the 75 as being in 2nd before the pit stops. Don't know how accurate that is, but in theory they should be able to come back out probably in 2nd.
Yeah, so I think it was a minute and 17 was the delta between the outlap for the 75 and the 65. So, I mean, it's not nothing. It's half a lap out on track. So, you're talking about a significant amount of track position if you're there in that the camp for the number 65. GTU, just to finish this rundown here, GTU currently being led by the Stratus number 59 from Polecat Racing and the number 108. Both of those cars have put in a couple of quick laps. I would like to see more out of this 108. I'm pretty encouraged by them, actually. So often, I mean, Stratus runs these NPO1s basically every opportunity they have. And, they've got them fine-tuned, and if they stay reliable, they are kind of the odds-on favorite in GTU as a result. But that 108 has had some really encouraging pace. And be nice to see them continue to take the fight to the Stratus team. Same thing goes for the 84 of 9-4 Motorsports. That car does have a GTU class win to its name. There's no nice way to describe that race other than a classic endurance race. I think the margin was 10 laps, but the car failed to like 40. It was just it was a surreal experience watching that.
So we've seen the same thing already play out today. We've seen at various points the 58, the 59 being quick, but running into issues. Polecat Racing took the lead for a while, but then they had to do a double pit stop that was unscheduled. That was 10 minutes long.
That inherited 2 laps down. Yeah.
That gave 94 Motorsports the lead, who then came to a stop at the turn 1 exit and had to be recovered. That is their 18-minute lap. And that's why 59 is back in the lead.
GTO, meanwhile, which is your overall battle at the moment, just changed hands. The number 9 has passed the number 111. That's ACP Tangerine Associates ahead of the number 111 from Thunder Bunny. The 888 from TLM Mona now finds themselves in third in class, thanks to a pit stop from the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. Barton Racing, TBR, newcomers to the World Racing League. Not Thunder Bunny, of course, but Barton Racing, who I believe join us from across the pond. If you are with us from Barton Racing, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to come say hi to us up in the broadcast booth. We're on the 3rd floor of the tower in the dual staircases at the north end of the paddock. Would love to come in and chat with you. That goes for anybody. Feel free to stop on in and say hi. We've got 13 more hours of content to fill here on DriversEye Live, and we're not going to do it if we don't have some help. But
way to be subtle, my friend.
We do love getting to know more and more of the new entries down in the World Racing League paddock. Off the Leash is another one. And Ligier not had the best debut, but when it's on track, man, has it looked good. And just super cool to see something genuinely new. Car off up at turn 5. I think it's the 702 from round 3 racing.
Yeah.
It is, yep. Way out wide. I mean, so often you'll see cars just drop drop 2 wheels or 4 wheels on the backside of the curb, as that AOA Racing MX-5 does, but that car was way, way out in the weeds, out near the tire barrier, was that 702 Cayman.
Yeah, that car was great on its first stint, but since it's had a couple what I think would be unscheduled pit stops.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunately running into a little bit of trouble. Hopefully that can get resolved.
Told we had a replay, Mr. Producer. Bearing in mind I can't hear Zach anymore. Yeah, let's take a look at this. There's a black and red car. It's a Ford Mustang. Is that the 96? Ooh, that's the NFC Mercedes. Had to pick a direction there to get around the slower GP1 class car. And chose to go driver's right underneath the turn 6 bridge.
A little bit of miscommunication.
I think so. So much of multi-class racing, successful multi-class racing, is about communication, JT. I mean, you and I have participated in virtual endurance racing for, well, you've been doing it more
over a decade.
I mean, that's how we ended up where we did, is we get another replay here. This will be, I think, for the 702.
So keep it right on the right. Coming center, just...
way too much speed.
Yeah, maybe a slight brake issue. I'm not sure, because it looks like the initial speed was fine, but it just kept carrying a bit too much into the corner.
Yeah, maybe the car was unsettled on the transition there between 4 and 5. A couple of different things may have gone on there, but way, way out wide there. But endurance racing, multi-class racing in particular, being about communication, the lead car can dictate so much of that, right? And that's not placing the onus on or taking the responsibility away from a faster class driver, in our case, GTO, but it does acknowledge that the lead driver can control that pass setup and that level of communication between those cars, right? For example, there, JT, the exit of turn 5, you're in a GP2 car. What are you thinking?
It's going to depend how close the car is behind. If the car is directly behind me coming on the exit, I'm staying driver's right. I'm going to hold that inside line, the inside line for what is going to become turn 6, and I'm going to let that faster car pass on the outside.
Right. So you have the option. You stay inside under the bridge and let the other car pass around you by just hugging that white line to driver's right.
Yeah.
Or, as you say, you fade to driver's left and say, all right, I'm making clear what my intentions are here very early. You take the right-hand side, and you stay on the throttle and hug the inside line.
Yeah, if there's a bit more of a gap between you and the faster car, that's definitely a better option, is to then move off what is the racing line onto the left-hand side, which is basically going to set you up going into 7. To have the overtake occur on the inside going into there. I like to say there's no replacement for good placement, and that's a bit crucial for being lapped. Is you always need to be decisive with your placement on the track. You need to send a very clear message where you're going, where you're going to be, so that an overtaking car can not only overtake you safely, but efficiently. The idea is you always want to minimize time loss in multi-class racing when it comes to overtaking different classes.
Sure, but more importantly than that is predictability, right?
Yes.
As you say, that decisiveness. Even if you think you're being less efficient or you're not doing the passing car any favors, the biggest favor you can do is just hold your line. They will find a way around you, even if it seems inconvenient. It's not your responsibility to get out of the way. Hold your line, be decisive about it, be clear about it, and eventually the faster car, who does still have the responsibility to set up and engage a clean pass, will do it. A little bit of multi-class theory there, especially in a low-risk environment, a no-contact series like we have in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. It really takes that consistent communication and predictability. We've got 64 cars here, probably something like 200 and somewhere between 200 and 250 drivers of varying experience levels, varying confidence levels. That can go any number of ways. And the more you can standardize that behavior out on track across three production classes, as well as the back ends of some of the Grand Touring classes, will go a long way. Out a little wide for the 72 from PMW Motorsports. It's Precision Motor Works. Nice to see them back in the paddock.
That is them fighting with 82 Random Vandals BMW.
Good pickup, JT. Yeah, that is a battle for 8th overall at the moment.
I'm so happy 9.4 Corvette is back in the field. God, I miss that sound.
I actually ran into one of the 9.4 guys back at Daytona last weekend in the shipping and receiving lot for the Speedway. I think they were picking up some tires from memory. We were picking up all of our equipment. And they said that the Corvette would be back here for Sebring.
They also said that the Lexuses are, unofficially retired.
Yeah, I mean, look, I liked the Lexuses because it gave some variety in GP3. But the Corvette is way cooler. And if it means that we get to see a super competitive Corvette that adds the variety in GP1, and we get a little bit more consistency out of the NPO1 in GTU, then I'm here for it.
All right. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Flip side, I like having 2 more GP3 entries.
Fair.
And 2 more GP3 entries that are very different.
And I do like the IS platform. I generally like the aesthetic aspect of that car, and they ran them pretty well. I enjoyed having them.
Do you guys remember the ISF V8 that ran at Thunderhill? Maybe
Yes.
like 2015?
The orange one, yep.
Yeah, give me that in GTO.
I wonder where that car is. I have a sneaking suspicion that car is in some garage in Japan.
Really?
Yeah,
Why do you think that?
because that was a factory entry.
Ah, yeah, that's right. The car raced at the Nürburgring, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, if you're talking about a global, at the time, a global program that preceded like the GT3 cars, you're probably right, Ryan.
Every now and then, Toyota lets a journalist into their garage, and they're like, "Hey, remember this car?" And it's like some race car of theirs that ran twice that you haven't seen in a million years. And it's like, "Oh, yeah, that exists."
Is this?
I'm sure it's in that same garage.
Is this the racing equivalent of the college football? Remembering some dudes?
Yes, exactly.
Like, are we just out here remembering some guys?
Do you remember the Toyota 88 CV that ran at like 4 races? Didn't run at Le Mans ever?
That's not true. The 88 CV did, didn't it?
Did it? I think it once. I don't think it ran that much if it did. I thought that was one that they only had built to run the series.
So
maybe
Mazda had a
maybe
few,
I'm thinking of the Nissan.
So
one of them did not run at Le Mans. It might have been the Nissan. Let's see.
I don't know.
World's Sport Prototype Championship in 1988, presumably.
9.4 also has a new GTO Mustang build debuting today.
Yeah, that's the
It's the 45. Yeah.
Oh,
we did
45.
see that car.
Yeah.
Yep.
The 88 CV never ran at Le Mans, ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It only ran the All Japan whatever championship.
Yeah. Japanese Sports Prototype Championship,
which was mostly won by Porsches.
Yeah, go figure, right? I did see that 45 out on track while I was setting up cameras that failed 20 minutes later anyway.
It's the all white one, correct?
Yes. Yeah, some pretty aggressive fender flares at the front of that thing.
Yeah, originally I was thinking it was a E46, and then I got a couple closer looks. I'm like, wait, what is that? Is that a Mustang?
It is a Mustang, and you know what? In retrospect, I think the guy I ran into at Daytona did mention something about it, but I failed to store that away because I was a logistical and emotional wreck at the time. Because I am a professional. There it is. Center of shot. Just tucked in behind the 72 from BMW Motorsports. 72 goes out wide, kicks the tail out on exit, and 45 just shows the nose. On
trouble.
Oh, yeah, that's the 333 Bruce Innovations. BMW M4. How did it end up there?
Great question.
Maybe too much curb?
It's either hooked on the curb and spun off to that far to driver's left and then had to get it pointed in the right direction, or it's a very long pull-off to a place of safety. Just trying to get out of the way and ensure that there's no risk of being tagged out there. I don't think, Zach, we don't have any...
That was a no.
Any replays out there?
Racelog just says car stopped and continued.
Yeah, okay. So that would have been a pull-off.
And our Falco 627 says the 9.4 also has a new GTO Mustang build debuting today.
Ryan. Ryan. We're just talking about this car.
That's not what it says. It says our Falco.
What did I say?
You said Ryan. You were talking to me, obviously.
Yes. We just spent the last 5 minutes talking about this.
Sorry, I'm eating a sandwich, all right? Let's be real.
Must be nice.
Okay, hold on. Let's pause here real quick. I wasn't going to bring this up, but if Brendan's going to throw me the let's be nice,
let's move on.
Can we talk about how we attended an event that had catered food all day long?
Yeah.
And Brendan insisted that we go out to dinner instead when there was food at the track.
I can only eat track food for so long, man.
it wasn't just track food though. It was like actually good. You could tell they were cooking things because bits of lunch ended up in the dinner.
But did they have beer?
No, they didn't have beer. Of course not.
See?
Nobody wants beer.
That's not true.
Ugh. Brennan walks in with his most pretentious look of all time. Excuse me, what do you have for a local brew?
Go look literally every race team in the eye and tell them nobody wants beer.
Oh boy, not while the track is hot for a 24-hour event.
Obviously not.
Ryan, tell me, when he's asking what's on draft, is he twirling his mustache?
He is. He absolutely is. And then the kind lady really like tries to describe it to be helpful, and Brendan's like, oh no, I'll have a Coors.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Oh please, that sounds ridiculous. I wouldn't be caught dead drinking that.
Enjoy your sandwich, jerk.
And then I slam a shot of Jim Beam, and he's like, oh, you drank that awful fast. And I'm like, yeah, it's Jim B. Who cares? Like, what?
There is no more infuriating experience in the world than watching Ryan drink alcohol.
Because the places you take me don't have good whiskey.
The places I take you. Okay.
Hey, Trees.
You know where we gotta go? Hooligans.
That's true. No, that was my fault. That was my fault. Going to Hooligans was absolutely my fault. That's fine.
So, Ryan, to bring you back up to speed, 9.4 has a new GTO Mustang. It's bright white, has a red wing on it. It has a bit of bodywork upgrade on it. It looks cool, sounds cool. That car is also on the entry list for COTA, as is the number 3 Corvette.
Nice.
I love... So that Corvette, the GP1 Corvette, it kind of throws back to our original days in the World Racing League. Like that first year we came to the Circuit of the Americas and what was then the U.S. Endurance Championship, GP1 Corvettes were kind of the thing, right? G-Speed, I think, had 2 GTO Corvettes. I think Braunschweig had the GP1 car, and they really stood out. And then over the years, we've kind of coalesced around other single solutions, GT4 cars in GTO, BMW 330s and M3s and GP1, and I guess the odd Cayman. And now we're starting to get some of that variety back, and that Corvette is, I think, a hallmark of those original days of significant variety that we used to have.
Let's bring back the M235i.
I mean, that
is that rule change announced?
Isn't it?
Is that rule change announced yet?
No.
No. Okay. Well.
Hey. Listen, speaking of these, speaking of the Corvettes and of G-Speed, both of the Briggs-built 9.4 cars are sporting G-Speed logos on the rear wing.
Nice.
The Corvette and the Mustang.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder. Alrighty.
Oop, out wide there, little tooth car. I think
that was solely just to get cars by.
Yeah, 100%.
Look at that NPO1, just Dyson. They're just cutting it up.
That's what we need to see, a Dyson livered MP01.
How about a Dyson
I would like
livery VW Fun Cup? Would you accept that?
No.
No.
So 9.4 JT, in my head, 9.4 runs one that's the Dyson livery and one that's the Oryx livery.
Okay.
And then they'll have Oryx pull over for like a quick check at the end of a race, just to make sure that Chris Dyson gets enough points to secure the championship.
We just always the Thetford Norcold liveries.
Oh, you don't like
the early?
You don't like plain white with a giant eraser logo on the hood?
No, we need old Thetford liveries were the best.
That said, we do love a plain white livery with a DriversEye logo on the hood.
Yes.
That is fantastic.
If anybody wants to do that, I will pay upwards of $36 to have our sticker put on the side of the car, and I'll pay for the sticker.
That could have happened.
It could have.
Then it didn't.
It didn't. That's yeah.
That's why we need magnets, Brendan. If we had magnets for our rental cars, then we could be like, hey, you have a street car with metal doors. How about you just slap this on there?
It brings me literally no joy to tell you this, but when I was coordinating for track access this weekend, I had mentioned that in the past I got chased down on track first thing in the morning, like, hey, you came through the gate and then took a right and immediately went on track. What's the deal? I was like, oh, I'm with the broadcast crew. I'm setting up cameras. I mentioned that today or yesterday when I was handling all this, and the guy, the gentleman from Sebring Raceway said, well, maybe if you have like maybe some masking tape or some painter's tape you could put on the side of your car that just says TV, I guarantee you nobody will care. Like, nobody will chase you down. They know exactly what you're doing.
Weird.
I was like, If only somebody inside DriversEye Live had
Weird.
the idea of magnets that you could put on the side of your car to identify yourself.
Work with RJ and get a WRL number plate, and instead of a number, just have it say TV.
TV.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be sick. That is cool. JT wins. I will happily give credit for my idea. I will happily transfer that to
That's a good
JT.
idea.
That's outstanding.
Oh
my gosh.
Go ahead.
Oh, man.
RJ.
And we can get blue. Because does anybody use blue for the class numbers?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, GP1 doesn't it?
GP1 does, huh? Dang.
Yellow.
Maroon.
Black?
Brick red. No,
Black?
red's kind of-
Well,
Yeah, black.
isn't GTO red?
GTO's red.
I was more like a maroon. That's kind of what I was thinking. You know, like a
Hot
burgundy
pink.
almost, even?
No, you can't see hot pink. It'd be hard to read.
No, but it's just for the accent. It wouldn't be for the text.
Oh. Oh, no,
The
I think
text is
I'm
black.
thinking of the background. So, like, you do the background and then do white space for the number.
Oh no, the background. So the backgrounds are white. The text is always black. That's always the same on the number panel. But the trim of the number panel is what changes.
No. I'm thinking in the style of how the championship winner has the yellow background. I think that background should be blue, and then we have a yellow number.
Right.
I'm in.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Or yellow TV, rather.
It would have to be a magnet, obviously.
Yeah.
We'd have to have a magnet back on it.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I could do that.
Weird.
Huh? Weird. If only somebody.
I do have good ideas from time to time. I'm just way too early on all of my good ideas.
We are losing the plot so quickly here.
Yes. The 88 comes out of the pit lane.
A couple of things have happened. First, the lead margin is up to 37 seconds.
Wow.
Right. The 888. Wait, what?
Triple light.
The 888 comes in, or comes out of the pits, yes?
No. The 333 is tripping.
Oh yeah.
The timing and scoring beam.
Good job, guys. Way to go.
A couple times, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
The front end of the car is parked basically on the beam. So ignore that 333 at the top of RaceHero.io for a little while, guys.
Can you
Your race
see
leader it's the dive planes and the splitter.
No. Can you see the timing and scoring room right now? Are they just like losing their minds?
No, but I hear Dave shouting from the fourth floor. Dave was very upset.
Stop moving the car. Oh, that's a big walk up.
Wow.
on
That's a
Wow.
39. I think that's a right rear suspension failure for that car. It looked like the left front of that car was up in the air over the bumps, and that was contributing to that long lockup down into turn number 3. Was that the 39?
I didn't get a good view.
There's the purple
and
one.
Black?
Yeah, the ageless bio number 39, NP01. Oh! Sorry, a couple of crew members just took a tumble there on pit lane, trying to push the MMR Mustang away.
Okay, it's limping out of 5.
Has it come through the shot yet? My feed is...
It already did.
Okay. Was it up to speed?
No, it
Yeah.
was off pace compared to the GP cars next to it. So we're gonna see that approach. Oh no, we're not, because we don't have turn 7 camera at the moment.
Apologies. I'm actually not sure why that one's going on. It looked to be in pretty good shape when I left it, but...
Oh, look at that slow-mo. Breaks it down.
Well, it looks like it
Beautiful.
was. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It looks like halfway through the braking zone, it just starts to really have that lockup.
Oh, trouble.
That's the Random Vandals BMW.
That's the 82.
It is the 82. That is just off track or just on track?
Oh, gets it going. Gets it refired.
I think that's kind of like partially on the racing line there.
Yeah, just as the team car comes through, that car restarts and then stalls again. Fortunately, this is a mostly single file part of the track anyway. Obviously, the yellow flag will neutralize any opportunity for passing. whatever opportunity there otherwise would be there, headed into turn 14. But that 82 is dead stick again there to driver's right.
Here comes the safety truck, and a flatbed is moving in the background as well. We're just looking for a safe spot for the truck to enter the track. The cutout directly behind where the Marshall station is, where we see a waving yellow.
Speaking of the 28 and the 82, I would love to get Mo Dadka into the booth. So we can have some... What was that?
Said, why is that, Ryan?
Because I want to have some golf cart discourse at someone else's, at another entrance expense.
Can't help but feel like I'm missing something.
But I explained it to you at Daytona, and you were like, "Oh, okay."
I remember like 80% of what happened that weekend.
That's true. like you didn't remember the door magnets either, but you know.
I've never heard anybody suggest that before as an identifying feature for an official used car.
Hey, Brendan, can you see 85 on the pit lane?
The 85
AOA, dark blue Miata?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
actually.
good.
Driver's left, I'm sorry, my left, over my left shoulder here with the hood up.
Oh, the hood is up? Okay.
Yes.
I was hoping they were gambling on a yellow here, but I guess that's not the case because they are starting to tumble down the order.
This has the potential, as that 82 is recovered down there, with everybody very much taking their time through turn 14 here, which is good to see. We're in a potentially race-defining phase of the race here with the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates and the lap times that are being put in at the moment. The same goes for the 166 of Barton Racing TBR, going actually rather quickly right now, and in particular, that number 9 is opening up a margin. And we know the Thunder Bunny cars are going to be super quick in the pit lane. That 9 shouldn't be too far off of that, but these gains that are being made out on tracks, the 111 gets held up here in traffic.
Which one is the Works 45 adjacent entry?
The 766.
766, okay.
Yes. Worth noting, we do have all 3 Thunder Bunny cars in the top 5 here.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
Way to go. Where's Hitman? Where's your boy? Where is the lanky Australian man?
My boy is in the 99 this weekend.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, they had said they were not doing Sebring, but they will be back for COTA.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're going to see something special next time out at COTA, I think.
Look, man, COTA, that's kind of a home race for Toyota. Like, no matter what way you cut it.
There's a couple of things going on there. First, there's a lot of Toyota Supras that are going to be there, which,
yes,
in terms of pace and consistency, have kind of been the class of the field this weekend. You've got a 123 Mercedes AMG GT4 that has rounded into form in the last part of the season.
Yep.
And has been, is actively taking the fight. You're going to have an ACP Tangerine Associates G82 BMW with all the bells and whistles of a modern GT4 car, right? You've got what is likely to be the last race for the GTR 99 M4, which is itself an exceptionally well-sorted car before they go to the Toyota Supra next season. And you've got Garage 57.
Sencon Sepp.
Who will be the previously the Austin Dillon Motorsports entry, using what we've been told at various points is a Cup chassis and a late model chassis and a 2-frame track day chassis.
So I was given the ordering catalog for the chassis that it is. It is not a Cup chassis.
I didn't think it was. I'm just telling you what we've been told because we've been told like 3 different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have a pit reporter there who can really get to the bottom of it.
That is the anticipation.
A couple other entries of note. We do get Screaming Goat back for that.
Of course. Yep. Screaming Goat, if you're not familiar, is an LS-powered BMW M3.
In terms of new cars, we have DD Autosports coming in with another Mercedes-Benz GT4.
GT4. Heck yeah, we love that.
And Shift Up Now with an Audi R8 GT4.
Now, I have done some background digging on that Shift Up Now entry, and I am like 85% sure that is, if not the same car, the same style of entry and team running the car that ran the all-female lineup in that same Audi R8 GT4 car at Thunder Hill several years ago.
It was in a Flying Lizard livery.
It was a Flying Lizard car.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure after doing some digging, this is the same, like, setup. Like,
So
I'm pretty sure Flying Lizard's running that car, but I'm happy to be proven wrong on that.
That team name has only appeared at Thunder Hill before. The team associated with Shift Up Now for that entry.
Yeah, and it's that same car.
Yeah. To be clear, if you're wondering what we're talking about, this is our national championship event next time out at Circuit of the Americas, which will be, of course, live on YouTube and Facebook down in Austin, Texas. It's kind of the perfect culmination of what we do in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And it kind of brings everybody together at the premier road course in the United States, along off of the S2000 there from Hero Flight. That's just the GTO field.
Yeah.
Right. This is going to be a 90 car grid.
90.
Something
90.
Just under half of that is going to be GTO cars. Everything else scattered through the production classes. We've got NASCAR drivers in there. More than a handful. I've been told that there may be an international driver joining as well of some repute. But I don't
Triple
think I
Light.
can speak officially on that. So wait to see when that registration information becomes public. Because there will be much to talk about when that happens.
Yes.
But every year we get to that season finale, that national championship finale, and we see some genuinely amazing stuff. It's the most variety we get all season, some of the best racing we get all season. Last year, our boy Chris Pies in a Jetta GT4 took the fight to Austin Dillon.
Yep.
For the last 50 minutes of the race, and even though the car ended up being DQ'd, it wasn't over by enough to make a huge difference, I think.
Right.
Race leader into the pit lane, the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, should give up the lead here to the number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra, at least briefly.
Coming across the line, the sister car in the 28 from Random Vandals fighting for 5th. Coming out of turn 1.
Brendan, did you watch the Chicago NASCAR race?
I saw the end of it.
So, Austin Dillon ended up having a situation towards the end, which took him out of contention. But he was very much in contention for a top 3 in that race at one point. And I believe they didn't mention WRL by name, but they did mention that Austin Dillon now thought of as something of a good road racer, whereas he absolutely was not in the first part of his career. And 100% of the extra road racing he has done, I think, has been with WRL.
I believe that is... Man, this number 96 is an unhappy race car. Holy cow. I believe that, Ryan. I don't know that we do, or that NASCAR drivers do the sheer volume of road racing testing that they used to.
Right.
And it's seen as... I don't want to say it's seen as being less of a specialty, because I think now drivers are expected to be good at road racing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You can't just say, it's road racing and punt on it, and
right.
Basically
Those are points
it's not
that
for
you're giving
you
away.
And it's not important.
You can't give those points away when there's championship seats on the line, basically.
Right. Well, and Watkins Glen has been moved into the chase,
the race for the chase,
playoffs.
the cup,
it's the playoffs.
the quest for the thing.
It is the playoffs, the NASCAR playoffs for next year. So now you've, on top of the Charlotte Roval, which has already been there, right? So now you've got 20% of the postseason schedule or the playoff schedule being run on road courses.
On road courses, which you can't mess with that.
No, and as fun as it is to come out and do some additional racing later in the season, I mean, 25 hours of Thunder Hill was that for a lot of people.
Now,
Well, this is kind of what it's becoming. But, as we have a stopped MX-5 on the run into turn 7. Just caught it on the onboard there. That's one of the BSI ND MX-5s.
Reported is 168.
Yep. It's the blue one. Sort of a beam the 200 board or so.
that car, of course, not troubling the top 5 recently, but still a good entry that we want to see kind of finish out the day.
Yeah, I'd like to know just how out of Cup spec those cars are being run this weekend. Whether
I would imagine not that much.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
But that probably also means that they're at a disadvantage. I don't think they're the right power for the...
Agreed. No, that's my point, Ryan. Okay, this is a really well-sorted race car for what it is as an MX-5 Cup car. Oops, slow. Is that MMR slow down the run into 14? Our producer, Zach, has stepped away just very briefly here. So we're riding with the number 96.
Big mission.
It's big. Is it?
Yes.
So that would be the 199 or the 134?
It's the E36, whichever.
No. Are you talking about the car we're following?
Yes.
No, this was a slow car to driver's right on the run into turn 14.
Oh, okay.
This is a separate thing. It was either Moorhead or MMR. I'm inclined to believe it was MMR.
All right. Well, we'll see them go missing on timing here shortly. Potentially, anyway.
Race control reports nothing.
None of those yet.
Yeah.
Let's see. I go back to the special timing. There we go. North Loop now 2 minutes behind the 164 for GP2, first and second position. GP3 AOA it is the 167 is last unexpected, but we knew that. So the 75 has overtaken the 65, but was that a pit stop thing? No. They are both on the same strategy still. So the 75 has now caught up to and passed the 65 for the GP3 lead. So that is now the Miata out in front there. The 65 BMW open throttle racing. That is in second position, followed by the number 86 of three fast guys in Denny, the Subaru BRZ.
The MX-5 is actively being recovered from turn number 7 and will be pulled out off to the
hotel gate.
Left-hand side there at the hotel. And the number 25, the slow MMR Mustang, is reported finally on the race control log and confirmed as the 25, is into the pit lane. So we have all our answers there.
Sweet. We've got a pit cycle going on in GTO right now.
Yeah, the number 9 hasn't come back through.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully no trouble for them.
Oh, there's another slow Mustang there. That is the team car to this one. We're riding on board the 96. I think so that'll be the 97. Yeah. Already been in some strife. Matt was headed down into the braking zone at turn 10. 96 backs out of a move there at turn 14. Point somebody by. Through goes the... Is that the 979 Cayman? Yep. So the 9 has reappeared. The ACP Tangerine Associates BMW with a 6-minute outlap.
Interesting.
My guess is that will be tires.
Maybe.
But that is a lot of time to give up to do tires.
Very odd.
I mean, that's 2+ minutes on the best pit stops we've seen today. Now, most of those will have been fuel only or fuel and driver. Is there contact there?
I don't think so. I think that was just a little aggressive on the throttle.
Okay.
And,
I think there's an NPO1 to our right-hand side here. Yeah, there it is.
Still looks like it's in relatively good shape.
I think so. It's at the number 108 that's just snuck through there, up the inside down in GTU, the Polecat Racing Sebico. Happy to spread the word a little bit last weekend about Sebico.
Oh yeah,
our
great
friends, our new friends, Paul Tarsi and Joe Bradley. Had some questions about what a Sebico was exactly, and tore off a piece of paper, ran it down to Mr. Tarsi.
It hadn't really occurred to me that wasn't a thing that happens in Europe. I mean, it makes sense that was very much a NASA formula for here. But it's exactly the type of thing that I thought you would have seen pop up in, not CN, but in like Britcar or like something like that, because they're not that expensive in the scheme of things, and they look cool.
It's sort of like Praga adjacent, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you see the Praga hauler that was there?
I did. There was one running.
Yeah, I know. It was great. Anyway. Praga adjacent. Brendan now being distracted by somebody else.
Yeah, I've been asked to do something I don't think I know how to do.
Well, it's the long arm of the series, telling us off. I'm joking. That's probably not what it is.
Oh, I was wondering if you got the same text I got.
No, I didn't. I didn't get any texts. No. They know who's there. They don't try to text me usually. The only time I would get a text is if I'm being told off for saying something, which is fine. I'm more than happy to be told off. That's totally fine with that. We just saw. I think that's a GTO battle for position ? No, it's not. Never mind. That's the NFC car having just put a lap on the triple light.
Rest in peace, Joseph.
Yeah.
Joseph's not actually dead. Just for those of you who missed Joseph. Like
dead to me.
Yeah, same.
I don't know.
They didn't give me a name. So anyway, if I do go through with my idea of getting Premiere Pro and editing my own video, I can just clip out all the Joseph bits and have them on hotkeys. Oh, I don't know. We don't need Joseph. I can just clip out him doing good imitations and then just play them on the broadcast.
There you go, like on a soundboard.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I'll send those to Zach. I'll do that for sure. Great idea. No, Zach says no. He does not want any part of that. That's fine. I'll figure out a way. Don't think I won't. What'll change Zach's mind about not wanting to play those is when I have them on my phone and I play them on my phone through my microphone, and it makes Zach just like seethe with how bad the quality is.
That is some endurance radio stuff.
I think Zach's just worried you're going to get soundboard clips of him that you'll throw on the broadcast as well.
No. No, because I'll only have the broadcasts. I won't be able to get Zach because Zach's not being recorded.
A little bit of tire carcass in turn 1.
Is that what that is?
Yes.
I think.
Or it's Desbris.
I did see the surface condition flag come out at start-finish a couple of laps ago. Hold it for the 2 laps and then it went away. We now see that there is something. I don't know if we know exactly what it is.
Just slightly off the racing line.
Offline.
That one was not as good, Ryan.
No, it wasn't.
I'm doing that one again.
Yeah, I'm just not as good. That's all there is to it. Four hours and 25 minutes left here. Almost the halfway point. It's been a safe race, I think I'll say. It hasn't been boring. It hasn't been no action because there's been great battles for all these positions up and down the field. But we haven't had any like huge blowout accidents or engines just like exploding. We haven't had any of that stuff happen. A race that we thought might be marred by yellow has actually been kept green for 95% of the time. So that's been fantastic, just to kind of let the race breathe, kind of let the tannins do whatever it is they do, go away, air out, whatever.
Tannins tan.
Yeah, let them do their, let it breathe. Let it breathe. We let this race cook. Let WRL cook. That NPO one's going a lot slower through 17 than I would have imagined. I think that's the leader, is it not? Or the one-time leader, the number 108. Stratus, of course, very happy to be here this weekend rather than in Northern California.
So much shade, man.
I think I'm going to go.
Tonight?
Yeah. I want to be there when they put the nail in the coffin. Like, straight up. My wife has been asking to, like, go watch one of these. And it's like, okay, well, I don't feel good paying to bring you with me because that's, like, expensive. And then also I'd be, like, working the whole time. So this seems like a really good opportunity to, like, do it. You know.
Just walk in and be like, pretend this is twice as big as it is.
Yeah, exactly. Pretend that there's, like, giant race haulers here instead of this guy with a U-Haul trailer.
Pit stops at the front of the field as well now for the 166 and the 111. So, and the 766. So all of the Thunder Bunny cars have been in and out. That should put the 123 into the overall race lead. And look who's in fourth. It's the GTR 99.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Gaining time on pit stops, clicking away. Now, unfortunately, the GTR 99, as the races usually shake out, only ever has to race one or maybe two other cars. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're consistent. They don't always have, like, the maximum pace.
Well, I think...
And they're just trying to pick up the pieces, but I think there's more quality entrants running right now at the front of the field. And so they're trying to steal spots from 4 different cars.
I actually think it's more simplistic than that, Ryan. I think they race 0 cars. And it doesn't matter
that's
how many
true.
cars there are entered. GTR shows up and basically runs the most efficient possible track day by putting the car on track at 8 or 9 o'clock and pulling it off at 4 or 5 o'clock and doing only the bare minimum in between, right? Like, I literally just think it's go do laps. We'll call the pit stops as we see them, and we will just do our thing because that's all we ever do, and it always delivers. And I don't know that that's that much different than what most of the rest of the GTO field does. They just do it so much more effectively and with so much more consistency than the bulk of the GTO field does.
And now imagine if they have the car that has the pace. Like, right now they're behind because they know too. They've said it before on air and they're fine with it that they do not have the fastest drivers, but they also don't have the fastest car. They're like double behind right now.
Yeah.
But next season, if they're going to have the right car, then, like, what's going to stop them? Oh no, trouble for the AOA. I think that's the 75. Was that the leader?
I believe it is. That's your GP3 class leader backwards there, exiting turn 5.
I didn't catch whether the other car went through. It was a 33-second gap, so there's a chance here that he got away with that.
He should have, yes.
Well, there's the third place car, and they're not a lap down. The 86 just came through. Okay, now let's
backwards early.
Let's stay on this replay here, Zach. We want to see if there's a bright green E46 coming through here.
There shouldn't be.
I don't think so either. But I saw the 3 fast guys in Denny car come through, which is in third and allegedly on the same lap.
That 65 you're talking about, Ryan, did just put in a PB.
Or are they all a lap down? I should look at the real timing. 1 second.
Unless that was... Hold on. Speed report is the 55.
Okay, got it. That's why I was trying to figure out. Like, there's no way
The 55 and the 75 look quite similar, different
They do,
shades
yeah.
of
Yeah,
yellow
yeah.
slash
Okay.
orange.
So not the leader. All right. I was gonna say that wasn't making any sense because the 86 had come through and they're on the same lap. So that's we figured that out. It's lovely.
Possible contact being reported at turn 3.
Yeah, it looked close. I believe between the 111 and the one of the BSI MX5s.
168 is the number that's being given now.
That would be one of the BSI
Yeah.
MX5s and a Supra.
So let's file that one into the back of the mind.
Just put it in. Create new folder. Right click.
Yep.
Name. Etc. We're gonna place that.
Can we just talk briefly about how rename on Windows 11 is hidden underneath more options? Like all of the useful
I
options.
thought I was the only person who noticed that. I hate that so much.
So everything I'm going to do in Windows Explorer is now hidden under new options. Unbelievable.
What is this knack that Windows has of like just consistently making their product worse? Like, wow, we have this thing that works really, really well. Let's mess it up. We'll call it Windows Vista.
Or harder to use for anybody that has ever used a computer before.
Oh my gosh. How many iterations of my computer have we gone through? My computer, my PC, this PC.
Yep.
So my wife, once upon a time, no longer, worked as a consultant for businesses.
Just to be clear, she's still your wife, but she doesn't work as a consultant anymore.
Correct. She's not a consultant.
Okay.
Well, she's not a consultant. Correct. I mean, I talked about taking her to the race. I mean, like, I thought it was clear.
No,
I
I know. I
don't know.
just wanted to clean that one up for you before it became an issue or a question for anybody.
Anyway, hey man, when I'm out of town, no. She used to be a consultant who helped businesses with like Microsoft implementation. Basically, there was more to it than that, but that was a part of it. And she only really got into like the nitty gritty of using Microsoft within like the last year and a half. So whenever I tell her like, oh no, you need to find that on the C folder, it's in my computer. She like types in my computer. She's like, that doesn't exist. I'm like, okay, try my PC, and she types in my PC on the search thing. That doesn't exist either. I'm like, I don't know what they call it now. It's just the whatever, like the main folder. Oh, you mean this PC or this computer or what? And like, they've changed the name so many times, and I can't even tell her what it is I'm looking for.
So how do you get what I need to? And I've been trying to figure this out for months now. Is how to get the little Windows Explorer icon in the tray in the taskbar to default to this PC, because it only comes up with that stupid files view.
Fortunately, I've done it enough that this PC pops up in the left. It's like one of the left side things. I think you can actually reorder them. I'm just going to try that right now.
I don't have...
you cannot. It is locked. It will not let you yeah, I don't know. That's dumb. I don't like that either.
Let's just come up with our own operating system that works. It runs on cell phone.
In current folder to quick access. Options. Browse folder. No, you can't.
Yep.
You can't
team requested meatball flag for the number 168. So if you're near the front straightaway and you see this meatball flag being prepared at the start stand, you're wondering, well, why? This is to force a car into the pit lane, assuming the driver sees it, right? Which is question number one.
This is my favorite discourse to have. We're about to have it.
Providing that the driver sees the flag, they are supposed to come into the pit lane and address it. Slow ACP. I believe that's the 52. 52? Yes, 52.
Still a lot of tire scrubbing.
There it goes. That car out of fuel?
I mean, it's running.
I mean, but the scrubbing, I mean.
Oh, I don't know.
No, that car was just in the pit lane a couple of laps. Anyway, the idea is to force that driver into the pit lane. So typically, a flat right front tire is the report on the 52. The 99 light impact into the wall at turn 16.
So we just heard the tire squeal.
Yeah.
As we watched the 52
Yeah.
do its rejoin, and it kind of sounded like there may have been impact.
It
So
says light impact. Yeah.
Like at Monaco, just a little brush.
We do have a slow car limping down. I think that's still.
That'll be the 52, I think. Yeah. So, allegedly, the 99 does have an onboard. Actually, I was given the link by email. No. I was given the link on Slack.
You have Slack with the 99?
No, it came through the phone number thing.
Oh, okay, got it. I was like, wow, that's impressive. You love that. You love to see it.
So let's see if it has a rewind feature here. Oh, it died after 18 minutes. Okay. Great.
So while Brendan and Zach go searching, searching for their relative or their respective things.
Well, hang on, just a moment, Ryan.
Okay.
Yeah, because the course marshal we have here on the entry to 17 was looking to pick up a yellow, but they put it away now.
Yeah, agreed, JT. I didn't see any activity up here at the front straightaway, so I think we're in the clear there. So we'll put that to one side. Ryan, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to fill, so that's fine.
Oh, I thought you were maybe leading into an advertisement.
I mean, Zach's looking for a replay right now, is my understanding.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
I wasn't going to do that. No, my favorite discourse for racing, I've got several. One is the weather. 2 is the Thunder Bunny 128. And 3 is, are we going to see a car get penalized for ignoring a team-requested meatball flag?
No, but they did leave the engine running when it did come into the pit lane, and now have picked up a warning for fuel infraction. So it did keep the black flag. I do like your thinking, though, Ryan.
I talk about it every time this happens, like every single time.
Has that ever been addressed? Like,
I'm sure it's not a thing. I'm virtually certain it's not a thing, because that would be insane. But my logic always is like, it's the officials requesting that you come in and you're not complying.
Yeah.
Which means you're not paying attention.
Yeah,
so,
you're just not heeding an official flag.
Right. And
regardless of who requested it.
It's not like they would know if it's official or not, because in theory your radio's not working.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't even use that as an excuse like, oh, I knew that was the team. Because it's like, no, you didn't. You didn't know it was the team. We could have thrown that just because something fell off your car. You have no idea. You could have had your gearbox crack on your 3rd gen DP. Like, you would not have any clue. You know.
Are you referencing something specific?
That was a callback to last week.
Oh. Yeah.
Or did you not hear that either?
No, I heard that. I remember.
Whelen Engineering Corvette DP comes in, 3rd gen. And it had the unmistakable smell of like gearbox/diff fluid.
The worst smell in racing. Hot.
It wasn't as bad as a lot of it, but you could tell what it was.
Yeah.
And they brought the car in because the temperature readings showed that the gearbox was getting hot. So they bring it in, they put the fans underneath it. They finally get to look under the car, and the gearbox has actually cracked down the side because it's a stress member on those apparently. And they were like, "Oh, that sucks," and they just pushed the car away, and that was the end of the weekend for them. After they had also had something happen with their BMW DP as well.
Well, but they started that stint in the race lead, did they not?
I think so, yeah.
Just a couple of things. Number one, race leader into the pits. That's the 123 of NFC Motorsports. In and out now. The 111 has also been in and out. That's a driver change on board that car as well. It's actually just found itself now just behind the 166 at Barton Racing. So our lead trio is now within 6.5 seconds. The 99 finds itself in 4th with a long lap on lap 91 because of the spin and slight impact into the wall. And then a second pit stop from the number 9 of ACP Tangerine Associates. So very intrigued by the situation that ACP finds themselves in at the moment.
What we are seeing on screen right here, right now, is the 21 trying desperately to stay on the lead lap. The Harrison car is right behind it, and so that's going to be Harrison Motorsports putting a lap on the second place car in GP2, which with 4 hours to go, you're at risk of a yellow completely scuttling your race. They gave away 2 minutes 38 in the space, roughly that, 2 minutes 30 in the space of 4 hours. They could easily get it back with some driver change on both sides. But if you go a lap down completely and you end up caught by a yellow, that could be awful. So they're trying desperately to stay on the lead lap here, I reckon.
Three wide down the front straightaway.
With 4 hours and 8 minutes left to go in today's Saturday from Sebring, I think this would be a great time to get a visit from Uncle Cooper. There's a stopped car. Oh, it's in the wall.
Oh, where?
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I'm looking at the wall. It's further back, underneath the sign.
Way further back.
Pit exit.
Yeah. Is that?
Oh, it's going. All right.
BMW M4?
It was reported as the 9.
Yeah. That car is going through it at the moment.
It is. A car that had such good pace at the beginning of the race, but just has had these little issues here and there.
That'll be fresh out of the pit.
And it's going slowly now. Getting offline.
Yeah, the car's not well. Let's go ahead and take this break, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just keep a little weathered eye on this brightly colored number 9 for the remainder of the lap. Go say hi to Cooper Tires Sentinel, and of course Hagerty Motorsports, and rejoin you just as we approach halfway in the Saturday 8-hour Enduro at Sebring International Raceway. Back in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. The Eastern Region Championship weekend in front of spectators for the first time. Actually, not the first time in a while, because I think they were walking back at New Jersey Motorsports Park. But we're happy to have you here just the same. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy on the mics, Zach Johnson on production for us this weekend, as is his wont. And yeah, in the throes of championship season here for the WRL. Great to see some of the camping areas filled in. Green Park is open.
Yeah.
Some activity down in the paddock.
Are there any couches on fire yet?
I haven't seen that, no.
Oh, that's too bad.
No. That's a uniquely Daytona and or West Virginia thing.
That happens at Sebring.
Does it?
Yeah. That's the Green Park Strangler, the whole, yeah, no, that's a Sebring thing.
Green Park Strangler. Listen. So I have this mental ranking of
IMSA fans content.
also that no of what of the best endurance races in the country and what makes them great. I like Sebring. I like the 12-hour, but I like the 12-hour because it's just like 4 days of nonstop on-track stuff. I could take or leave Green Park, honestly.
Yeah.
It's fun, but if you're not just in it and fully immersed in it, it's kind of like this sideshow. Whereas at Road Atlanta for Petite Le Mans, like the vibe at Petite for the whole weekend is inescapable. Like you can't be anywhere on the grounds and not be doing Petite. You know what I mean? Whereas I think Sebring is a little more segmented. If you're near the paddock, it's a little quieter, it's a little different versus being in the middle of Green Park, which itself has changed over the years.
I imagine that going to Green Park is like going to the student section at a NCAA game.
That's probably the closest association there. Yeah. And it's not as wild as it used to be. The sheriff's office came in and set up some temporary jails and things and kind of knocked it back a few pegs for what it used to be, or from what it used to be. And it's still fun and still very much a party.
What's wild to me is you see events like Sebring, like Road Atlanta, that are always well turned out. And I think Daytona has its own thing because there's people I think that will go to Daytona just to see anything. But like you have Sebring and Road Atlanta that have, I would say, at least at one point, more lax rules about not conduct per se, but about like the campsite standards, I guess we'll call it. As far as like build whatever structure you want, just don't die. Yeah. You can play loud music unless it's after 9 or 10 o'clock, all that stuff. And then you look at the camping rules for like some other IMSA events. I have 2 in mind in particular that I think could be absolutely fire, but because the rules are so restrictive of what you can and can't do, they don't have that vibe, and I think they miss out on a lot of money as a result of having a lot fewer people at them. And we have broadcasted from one of them, and we have never broadcasted from the other. But there's 2 that really, really stand out to me that if they relaxed the rules and really put some money behind advertising, like, hey, it's the Petite Le Mans of the Midwest, and it's the Petite Le Mans of the West Coast.
Yeah,
that like they could really get some people going, and they haven't done that. Partially because one of them is owned by an arm of a particular government, and the other one is owned by just some company, obviously. I haven't really left that very anonymous, but
no. Man, there is a fun discussion to have here about like Joseph and I had this kind of half-heartedly over text message last weekend about how you generate that type of atmosphere and how sports car and endurance racing in particular can sustain themselves in that way, right? We've got the formula to do it now, right? We've got a global GT3 formula and we've got a global hypercar formula. And while we don't have, the LMHs, the Ferraris, the Toyotas, and all of that running in the United States under the IMSA banner, the potential is there if somebody wanted to do it. So you still have, this other pretty significant investment being made in American sports car racing. And a TV market that's still trying to catch up. And the question is...
A TV market that still hasn't figured out what it's going to do.
Well, right, but we know exactly how many true sports car racing fans there are in the United States, right?
It connects the new and the true.
It's roughly 360,000. Because that is constantly the TV number that comes out of NBC and Peacock.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you're not introducing new fans to it, that number is never going to change. And the way to introduce new fans to it is not to keep doing the same thing.
Right.
The formula has changed. The cars have changed. They're more fun. The racing is more dynamic. It's more exciting. The brands are better represented. All of these things, and yet the number stagnates. So what are you doing? The way to do it, and honestly, like, part of this is watching my wife learn more about racing and get more into racing and find new ways to engage and involve. And what she has said time and time again is that it's different in person. It is a different experience being in person and watching something while you're there than it is watching exactly the same thing on television. It's more captivating, it's more engaging, it's more entertaining, and there's more things to talk about or to be surrounded by than just a made-for-television product. Which is where I'm going with this, because the made-for-television product is the 2-hour and 40-minute race.
Which sucks.
It's the standard length sprint race, right? Going and setting up your campground for a weekend, a 3-day race weekend, a 4-day race weekend, does not have the same, as we get a little bit of action down there headed into turn 3, does not have the same cultural feel and carnival and festival atmosphere and party atmosphere that the 6, 12, 24-hour, 10-hour, I guess, if you want to include petite as well, that those events do, right? Where, hey, we're all doing something together. Some of us are out racing cars, some of us are partying, some of us are cooking, some of us are just hanging out in the sunshine. But we're all doing it together, and we're all having a great time.
I've got two
I
things.
think IMSA is starting to understand that, right? Because Battle at the Brickyard next year moves from a 2-hour 40 to a 6-hour, right? And who knows, could become the 8-hour in the future, right? We've had some attempts at like 500-mile races at Road America in the past. We've done 6 hours at Laguna Seca that have turned out to be better races and better experiences than the 2-hour 40-minute races have ever been.
So that
and I
leads
just
me...
wonder if that we're starting to reach that inflection point where, like, all right, maybe we do need to pivot back towards actual endurance races and the in-person experience more than the made-for-TV product. Go ahead.
What do you think is the, and like, I don't have the data in front of me, but like, I know how much I've seen it. What do you think is the most shared clip of the American Le Mans Series or IMSA or Grand Am on like just general social media?
Ooh, 2 GT cars battling it out.
Two GT cars banging doors on the last lap at Laguna Seca at night. You can see the brakes, you can see the sparks, you can see the lights, and it looks awesome. It wouldn't look as good, and therefore would be less compelling if it was a daytime shot, because you don't see the heat coming off the brakes and the sparks as they hit each other and stuff. You know the clip that JT and I are talking about, right, Brendan?
Yeah. It's the Flying Lizard Corvette.
It's the Flying and the Corvette, yeah. With Johnny O'Connell and I can't remember who the Porsche driver was, Mark Lieb or somebody.
Burgmeister, I think.
Burgmeister. That's fine. It is Burgmeister. You're right. But that same cohort of Porsche drivers, anyway.
Yeah.
And that only happened because it was a 6-hour race.
Yeah.
There's no reason, and like they always talk about, you know, it comes up in discussions about baseball and about football, in that, oh, it's so hard to get people in California to go to an event because they always have literally any other thing they want to do on the table and available. And that's so true, but what they had created was a thing that you could go do all weekend.
All weekend, right?
And if you just, like, I think they have it set up now because they want to run all these support races at Laguna because people want to go to Laguna, and that's fine. But if you're running the IMSA race into the night anyway, it doesn't really matter. You're not really missing that much time. And you could finish everything on Saturday and be done Saturday night by like 10.
Yeah.
And give everybody, gentlemen drivers, families, whoever, all of Sunday to go home. And they won't do it because they want to do this stupid 2-hour and 40-minute race. There is no endurance races on the West Coast, and they wonder why nobody cares to go to Laguna Seca. And it's because it's not fun. It's not fun. There's nothing there. It's empty. People aren't there. People aren't having a good time. It's windy and sunny during the day and, like, uncomfortable. And you get sand in your face and stuff. Almost as bad as going to Sonoma, frankly. And like it baffles me that was the one they cut. Of all the endurance races they were going to cut, you know what? Let's cut the Laguna one. Like, why? You already have a sprint race that happens here. I mean, here relative to the East Coast, because that's how people think. That's a separate discussion, obviously. You already have a sprint race here. They do it in Long Beach.
Yeah. If you're only going to put 3 to 4 hours of a race on TV anyway, and that is your made-for-TV product. No, seriously.
No, absolutely.
Who cares how much else of the race is happening? Because that made-for-TV product isn't 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing. It's like an hour and some change of racing and feature pieces for your sponsors, your manufacturers, feature pieces for, drivers and
Nice.
human interest pieces as we go full screen on the onboard.
I liked it. I would do with that again.
Yeah, we just don't like the conflict with the Sentinel graphics and our graphics.
No, I know, but we can tear our graphics down if we want to go full screen.
That's very true.
I mean, I don't know if we can. That might be hard. I don't know.
Zach can do whatever he wants. He's Zach.
That's true.
Then who cares if there's 6 hours of racing before you cut into the TV or 4 hours of racing before you cut into that TV,
right,
where you're going to run 45 minutes worth of time buys and promotional materials and things like that you have to get on the network coverage because it's not going to, it doesn't have the same impact or visibility on Peacock, right? And then you're not just, your TV product is going to be the same basically no matter what you do in terms of race length, because you're only putting 3 to 4 hours of it on TV anyway, and only some of that is actually racing. But you have now massively improved the in-person experience where you actually can make an impact or a dent in trying to grow your fan base.
So the reason I think it's such a TV-focused thing, and I applaud IMSA for having mandated this in the first place, but now I think it's backfired because they're not spending the money elsewhere, is the manufacturer entry fee thing, where the entry fee part of it, to have your manufacturer represented at IMSA, you had to buy a certain amount of ad space on the broadcast if you were over a certain size or whatever. And I think that the manufacturers, to some extent, were happy to do it. I know, historically, McLaren was not stoked about doing that, for example. But they're doing that, and it's making the TV, I think, worthwhile, frankly, for a broadcaster to carry it. I think that's part of why NBC bothers at all, is because they know that Chevrolet and Acura and Lexus and everybody else is going to spend, they're guaranteed going to get ads from these companies that are worth money. But because of that, you're not seeing the same trackside spend that you used to, I think. I don't think you have, you've got the BMW parking area and the Porsche parking area and stuff like that, and you see bits and pieces here and there. But I remember going to Laguna Seca back in whatever it was, 2014, 13, something like that. It was the year that Rebellion ran in the ALMS, and just wiped the floor with Dyson in the same car. It was fantastic. It really showed how much higher quality the WC entrants were at that point. But there was a huge Mazda booth, and there was a huge Porsche booth, and there was a huge, and there was stuff going on. They were concerned about activating at the track because people were there, and they don't do that anymore. And I think it's because they're already spending so much money on this entry fee for ads thing that they should maybe loosen that up. You either have to spend X number of dollars on TV ads, or you can spend some percentage of that on trackside activation, but you have to have X amount of it be fan engagement, X amount of it has to be open to everybody. You can have a little bit of it be VIP or whatever. And instead of having the TV do that, because it sounds like the TV is going to be a problem anyway, frankly, maybe we should put a bid in. If we don't hear any news by December 1st, I think we should send an email. They'll be running out of time at that point.
I don't disagree. I haven't been to an IMSA race in person in some time, so I don't know exactly what that trackside presence is from the manufacturers. I don't know that having a parking area for BMWs and a corral for all the Porsches and a Corvette corral and all that, I don't know how much of a difference that makes, other than bringing persons and eyeballs to the track, right? And creating a reason for people to go. So maybe you get 300 Corvettes or 400 Corvettes that turn up for the corral, and you cater it and you do all this stuff to encourage people to stay involved in your brand and supporting and promoting your brand passively, at least. And that's probably, there is probably still some value there for the manufacturers, but I don't think it has the same. I think the on-track product is doing more of that lifting, right? Where actually there is a reason for people to come out to IMSA events, because you can spend a great weekend in the sunshine, camping or not. You can go back and forth, get a hotel, whatever you want to do, but there's still a reason to keep going to the racetrack, to keep consuming the product and making it your own as a spectator, as an experience, Right?
don't think
it's not being force fed to you. It's not being thrown in your face like, hey, here's all the cool things you can do because you drive a BMW. It's, hey, here's a great reason to go out and spend a weekend at the racetrack because you are going to see some really cool stuff. You're going to meet some really cool people. And this atmosphere that you're participating in isn't just limited to a tiny subset of the property that's set aside for the brand that you happen to drive.
I think either I misspoke or you misunderstood what I was saying. They have the corral now. I don't think the corral moves the needle.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what they need.
It's doing so much less of the lifting in terms of eyeballs and on the ground interest than it used to. I think it needed the corral before. The corrals and the manufacturer engagement. I think more of that money can be spent in other ways.
The corral doesn't.
Double yellow.
Yeah, we've had the 97 car stopped in turn 11.
That is in a spot that is not covered by our cameras at the moment.
To finish my point, the corral doesn't cost them any money, and that's not what I'm talking about. They need to be spending money on the Mazda haulers there, and they have a whole bank of simulators, and the Chevy haulers there, and they've got the show car out front, and all that. That's what they need to spend the money on, because I, as a person, and I think I represent more of like the common people, like I can't tell my wife, oh, we're going to go to the IMSA race so we can hang out in the BMW car corral. Yeah. Because there's nothing to do. You're just going to stand around talking to other boring people. What you want is, we're going to go to this motor race, and even if you're not interested in racing, you're able to go do other stuff. And the most boomer but most effective example of that I ever saw was going to Barrett-Jackson live in person. And outside of the auction hall, they have one of those things that you have at the fair where it's all these vendors just selling chaff, purses and knives and pillows and stuffed animals and all that stuff that you find at a fairground or any type of festival where you've got 100 vendors there. And so very much the way it was pitched was yeah, you can go watch the car auction and your wife can go walk around all the vendor booths. And sure enough, though, there was lots of couples there that I saw. It wasn't just men, frankly, going to watch the auction. It was couples and groups of people meeting up, going back and forth. I think you have to have that type of thing nowadays because this is a pretty dense sport. And as much as we would like to get people into it, I think it's hard to get somebody who isn't already interested to commit to just sitting trackside at one or two turns and watch it happen for 6 hours. You have to have something else. My daughter can't sit there for 6 hours.
But okay, so this is my point. It's not about improving the in-person product as much as it is in terms of the. It is about tailoring the overall ethos of a race weekend to the in-person experience rather than the television experience.
Sure, yeah.
That is kind of the point of this whole discussion. If you really want to bring new eyeballs and new sustainable interest into the series, frankly, the way that Formula One in this country anyway has, not that the in-person experience is better, but that they have found a way to actually make a difference in whether or not people care.
Right.
That, okay, leverage that. People aren't going to just watch your 2 hour and 40-minute race on a streaming platform because it's there and because, oh, this thing is vaguely like Formula One. It's, hey, this thing is vaguely like Formula One, and they do a really cool weekend at Watkins Glen or at Road Atlanta or whatever track happens to be close to where these people, where you live. Hey, let's go check this out because it's there. And then you get there and, oh my God, this is so cool. There are all these really fast cars. They sound great. They sound different. There's these hybrid prototypes. There's these GT3 cars. They're beating and banging, and it's aggressive and fun. And then everybody either leaves and doesn't care anymore, or they're actually very captivated by the experience as a whole, and they say, "Wow, this was great. I would like to come back and do more of this, and or I would like to follow this series where I can." And that's how you get the number up from 360,000 to some other number. By improving that in-person experience. And frankly, I think that has to come with a move away from 2 hours and 40 minutes. Because people are either going to be interested and find it whatever way they want, or attend it in person, or they're going to just watch 2 hours and 40 minutes of whatever it is on TV, and who cares what happened before that? There could be 6 hours of racing before that. Just let them. If all they're going to watch is what's on TV, then let them watch the parts that's on TV. It's not going to matter. I don't know. That was an in-depth discussion on something that we had sort of started having last weekend, just on the side.
Yeah.
But also comes with a disclosure that, hey, I actually really like the long races, and I prefer that we do more of these. Despite what you see in the upper left corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, we are full course yellow here at Sebring International Raceway. Not entirely sure why that hasn't turned over, but Race Hero has. So some question marks there. Let's see if I can give a little nudge to our timing software. See what happens here. Any luck, we'll get a little refresh. We've had pit stops at the top, and we should probably re-engage with the race here.
Yes.
Out of our podcast mode and get a little better sense. JT, you could have chimed in, man. Here, we all love endurance and sports car racing.
I just wanted to point out that the number 12 from Team ACP has been back out.
Excellent. I'm waiting to see how cars have caught the yellow here, because it happened right around a pit window for a lot of these cars. I think people are going to take the pit lane anyway, and I think there's going to be... Let's see. We just got to wait for it to update, but I think this is going to have... I think there are some potential big swings at play here as far as how people have caught the yellow and caught the safety car. So, while we wait for timing to update, I see in the comments that allegedly it's the 3.
Yeah, small fire on the number 3.
That's no fun.
For what?
The YouTube comment says small fire on the number 3, unfortunately.
Yeah, they had come into the pit stops when Moorhead did quite a while ago and didn't come back out.
So it would have been during the stop.
Yeah, there was never a report of a fire on race control log. So that just might have been a small thing when they were trying to problem solve on pit road or something.
Let's start our second full course yellow of the day.
It is.
Here at Sebring. And I think this is... well, I think it's going to leave us with 3 cars on the lead lap, is what it's going to do.
I think so as well.
The 166, the Barton Racing Thunder Bunny car, is leading the train at the moment. Behind the safety car, and it has just completed 103, which means the 111, the 99, and the 123, twas ever thus, are out there working 104, and that is going to be where we've split the field. Now, the 111 is into the pit lane, so they come through and complete 104, and... it will... Well, let's see here. Is this double stops? No, it is double stops for the 111. Oh, you know what they're doing? They're doing tires. I think they're doing 4 tires here. But they didn't want to get stuck way out behind the safety car train and risk going a lap down. So they've split the stop to do fuel and driver and then tires. That's exactly what's happening here. So we go around and finish up the right sides on the 111. So this is a 4-tire stop for the race leader at the moment. And we wait to see where the number 99 slots in. car has not come through to complete 104 yet. The 3 is re-emerging.
Yay!
All right, there goes the 111, released from just in front of start finish. Through comes the 123. Through comes the 99. Question is, were those stops from those cars long enough to have done tires? And are we in full reset mode here? Don't have that answer, but if somebody else does, we're looking for tire information on the 99 and the 123. Actually, the 123 had that long... Oh, no, it was ACP had the long stop right here. Doesn't seem... No, 522, but some of that would have been under full course yellow. I think there's a chance that everybody in the top 3 has done 4 tires here.
I think the timing works out. Not sure.
Yeah. So 166, they're all like 5 minutes. And it's right as the full course yellow came out.
Well, Barton was 6.5.
Yeah.
So, and I wouldn't think that's a pit error.
No, not from Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, the 28, just under 6 minutes.
A little further back in the field, GP1 still led by Moorhead Speedworks. That gap is now up to 3 laps. We kind of saw this back at Hallett for a Midwest Championship weekend, where all this depth in the GP1 field, and then somebody all spread themselves out. GP2 led by the 164 from Harrison Motorsports. Ryan said a little earlier, kind of the odds-on favorite for championship results. We'll get into that a little bit more tomorrow, because that will be the championship decider for the Eastern region of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. North Loop Motorsports in second, RRT Racing in third. Go ahead, JT.
I was just saying, unfortunately, the yellow came out just a little too late for Moorhead. I believe they had to come in just before. So that really benefited RRT Racing.
Oh, and GP2. Sorry.
Yeah, GP2. Yeah, because had they been able to pit under full course yellow, that would have put them on a closer cycle with RRT Racing and would have been able to fight them on track, but unfortunately this has not benefited them.
Thunder Bunny's, the 111's pit stop lap here is 5:07. So that does put 5:22, 5:25 right in that window for the NFC car and the GTR 99 car. The 111 is going to come through at the tail end of that trio. 4 seconds is going to separate first through third. And then the number 166 is at the head of the queue. So it puts it roughly, I mean, all but a lap down, right? 98, 99% of a lap. But still technically on the lead lap, which, you know, if we get a rapid fire full course yellow situation here, could put that 166 right back in contention. If you take the leaders out of it, then the 166 is going to be hounded by the 28 from Random Vandals Racing and the 888 from TLM Mona, who, after falling out of the top 10 a little earlier, has kind of fought their way back into contention here. Kind of into the same grouping. The ACP, number 9. And then I think that's kind of the next cutoff there. for being a lap down. So that's on lap 104 before you get onto the next set on lap 103. So in a way, we've split the field here, but in a way, it's actually given us some nice groupings to watch over the remaining 3.5 hours of our Saturday 8-hour enduro. And just made this a little bit more digestible in terms of how these rotations pan out. I think we're going to need 2 more stops and a splash or a half a fill for just about everybody here. I don't think the timing of all of this is necessarily any better or worse for anyone. Our producer Zach is lamenting the lack of clarity on how long this full course yellow is going to last because of his food situation. I think the move is just to buy a bag of trail mix and call it a day, man.
As we can hear, Brendan is doing just so.
Yep. I'm about to chug water. I can tell you, we are about to get a green flag here at start finish to begin lap number 106, a little bit past halfway. In our first of 2 8-hour enduros, so 4.5 hours gone out of 16 hours of total competitive track time this weekend. The green flag is going to wave at start finish, and the 166 is going to lead a train of something like 50 cars down the front straightaway underneath the Mobile One bridges and off into turn number 1. The race leaders are buried a little bit further back. 123, 99, and 111 are going to be the vehicles of interest. We're separated by 4 seconds under yellow, excuse me. It's going to be much less than that this time around, and boy, is there a lot of traffic for them to work through down the front straightaway here. The 99 and the 111 are basically nose to tail. Let's stick on this camera until we get our leaders into frame here, Zach. Back of your shot, you're going to see the Mercedes AMG first. Oh, my word. Look at that gaggle out of turn number 1 as the road narrows there. All tucked up behind the production traffic. 99 around the outside of the 123 as everybody's boxed in traffic there. They'll move to turn drivers right here into turn 4, and then turn 5, everybody's still 2 wide, 3 wide for the race lead. In traffic out of turn number 5, the number 111 has jumped both the Mercedes and the BMW, and the Toyota Supra from Thunder Bunny Racing is going to lead at Sebring, being super opportune in traffic in the 3, 4, and 5 complex. It's going to be a while before we pick them up on camera again, but I can tell you it is still the number 111 out my window here, down the straightaway out of turn number 7 through 8 and 9 and on the brakes into turn number 10. This will be happening, I think, just behind the number 888 that we're riding on board with at the moment. Past the number 168. Look at him here as they come back towards the south end of the track. But the 123, a little bit of a loser in that situation there. Going to be a lot of traffic for them to work through here in the next couple of laps. So I don't think that is by any means a guarantee that this is going to stay status quo. Single file on the brakes into turn number 15. And it is still 111 leads 123, leads 99. So all change, and really opportunistic and well-executed driving by the driver of the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing to pick up that spot in traffic. Now, while the track position itself isn't the most meaningful, what it means is that 111 Supra, oh my word, is going to be able to pick and choose exactly where it wants to be and exactly how to get through this traffic, rather than to have to follow one of the lead cars through and potentially put themselves in a bad situation. They head down into turn number 1, and you see the Supra, well, that's the Aston Martin, the green car in the middle of your shot there. This is the Supra working past the Moorhead number 147. The Mercedes is late on the brakes up the inside of the Renegade Racing number 88. And as such, it's going to slide out a little bit wide there at turn number 1. This is what we love about full grids in the World Racing League. I'll take a 30-car endurance race just because it's an endurance race, but these 50 and 60-car grids is, I think, how WRL made a name for itself and whatever interest there is outside of our own little paddock here. And man, is this sort of thing delivering.
Oh yeah, the 166 is loving the heavy traffic right now. That they're not in.
Yeah, that's a great point, JT. That is an excellent point. What was set to be something like a
2 minute, 10 second, 2 minute, something like that.
Right. Well, it was going to be basically nothing. It was 98, 99% of a lap in terms of distance, but you're absolutely right. This is going to be much closer to 2 minutes flat, if not less than that. And the 166 here is going to have a lot more wiggle room to play with as the leaders continue to work through the lap traffic. Worth noting, the number 111 and 123 have had contact at turn number 6. That will have been on the restart about 3 minutes ago. So coming out of turn 5, the 111 will have just gotten through on the exit of turn 5, which is what we saw on our trackside cameras. Oh, the 111 is just is making hay while the sun shines here. 123 and the 99 have been stuck in behind that Moorhead BMW 330 for the last little while. And that lead margin now is going to be out towards 5 or 6 seconds, I think, when they come by start-finish to begin lap number 108. Side-to-side contact. Driver's right was the number 123 at turn 6, so it will have been right after the 111 scooted up the inside on corner exit. And we're going to have to wait and see. Bear in mind also, dear viewer, that the 111 is under investigation for earlier possible contact down at turn number 3 with the number 168 BSI Racing MX-5. So we'll keep an eye on both of those line items in the race control log. Zach thinks he may have a replay here. If we have it, we could take a look at it. Just because of how frantic that restart was, it'd be good to get another look at it. We're trying to call it in real time. As the 123 has now found its way through a better portion of this general production and GTO traffic. Zach, let's take a look at that replay if we're ready for it, and see if we caught any of that contact on camera. This will have been exiting turn number 5. So top of your screen, you're going to look for, there it is, just at the apex of turn 5 now. 99 goes out wide. The 123 gets kind of pinched in the middle, and as he moves to driver's left, that's when it looks like he catches the 111.
It doesn't look like contact though there, but
I think anywhere after that, JT, will the 111 was far enough out in front. My guess is that it was reported by Station 6 because they saw it, not necessarily that it happened at turn 6. Right, Station 6 is down there at the bridge abutment driver's left, so they would have been front and center for that action. That is my guess. I don't know that I necessarily fault the number 123, because initially going into turn 5, he would have thought he had all the room in the world to driver's right to run up to the outside curb as he was actively losing the race lead. Then the 99 took advantage of the room that was there, and the 123 kind of had to haul it away from the curb, where there happened to be a Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. And I just wonder if it was just such a dynamic situation that 123 had no idea the the 111 Super was still going to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, that is as frantic action as we've seen this year, really, in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. It's some of the closest action you'll ever see for position battles on a restart, especially this deep into a race. There may have been something afterwards, but this is what our cameras got there at the exit of 5. So we'll keep eyes out there. And 111 gets held up just a touch by the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates. And I think everybody's kind of started to settle in here on the restart. The 3 leaders work their way through the bulk of the production traffic, now up towards turn 5. The margin between them is 12.9 seconds. 99 not quite on the pace at the moment as we jump on board with Liberty Autosports.
It's all relative.
Worth noting also the Random Vandals number 28, the 888 from TLM Mona, and the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates. Still locked in a battle for position there, and the 888 is actually going pretty quickly at the moment. So if we have that on board, it'd be good to jump over the shoulder of the driver of that TLM Mona, Aston Martin, and see if we can pick him up in battle with the 28 from Random Vandals Racing. Lower quality here on the bit rate for this onboard, but I don't think we're all that far away from where that number 28 is.
It's not surprising for turn 15 to see that happen. Just the connectivity in that section of the track, because you see it gets much better here.
Yeah, some of that fine Sentinel adaptive bitrate technology on display there. That is the Random Vandals number 28, that green and silver BMW M4 just up ahead of us here. So out of the final corner comes TLM Mona, nose to tail with the Random Vandals Racing M4. The number 9 is a little bit further back. I think that 9 may just be holding up the race leader a touch. Actually, it's not. They're both in the 221s at the moment, which is the going rate for race pace. And that number 28 just a little bit down on pace to the Aston and the G82 BMW M4 that trails it. Another 3-car battle in the works for a top 5 position. Battle for 5th in GTO. Remember that the 166 is the car that splits this battle from the lead battle, and that car led the field back to green. So some distance up the road for the number 166. Also worth noting that I think this is the battle to stay on the lead lap. So that number 9 is the last car on the lead lap at the moment. That's how the pacing order shook itself out, with the 111 having been so far back in the queue, thanks to the tire stop under the full course caution. Ooh, out wide.
Yeah.
And that number 28, easy to do there at turn 13. You don't want to be so far to the inside that you clip the curb, but it's a long arcing braking zone. If you get yourself in even a little bit too deep, end up kind of out in the weeds there. And down into turn 15. The right-hander, Jean de Bien bend. Back to the left, out over the white line to driver's left. Early on the throttle at Le Mans corner, turn 16, and then this long run down the front straightaway. I'm sorry, the back straightaway, the Ullman Straight, as it's named, headed towards turn 17 and Sunset Bend, where with any luck, we'll get some decent color in the sky a little later on this evening. Still a couple of hours racing to go before we get there. Such varied lines here through turn 17, and they're all equally terrible. Not the choice of line, just the corner is such a brutal corner in terms of grip and in terms of the bumps. It really doesn't matter for the most part where you place the car. The only place you don't want to be is out near the tire wall, because there is an enormous bump just after the tire wall ends that has sent more than one car over the years spinning, and occasionally into that outside wall at 17A.
That 111 showing no quarter for the number 9 there.
The AAA that we were riding on board with also under attack at the moment from one of the Sebico NP01s in GTU. I think that was the 59. I think. But we don't have a rear-facing camera from the TLM Mona car here.
We don't have an exposure control either.
No, the camera's just a little far back in the car, I think.
Okay.
You'd scoot that thing forward about a foot, you'd be just fine. But long run down through turn 14 here, the double apex left-hander. And into turn 15, that 888 has given itself a little bit of breathing space. Looks like the 111 was maybe going to show the nose here to the number 9, headed down into turn 15. I don't know if we could pick that up with the next camera here. Well, we'll get it down the back straight away.
111 really needs to get by here, so the 123 doesn't have any shot at catching. They're still off the pace a little bit relative to the 111.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that the 111 is actually being held up all that badly. I mean, you'd like to use the new tires to good effect here early on in the run, but realistically, that number 9 is, first off, is under no obligations to get out of the way.
Oh, of course.
Right? Like, I don't think he's holding the 111 up.
I don't, not by a lot, if at all.
I mean,
but they're in the 21s.
And their last lap, they were both in the 20s.
Yeah.
So,
the 123 hasn't been turning laps as quickly as the 111 anyway.
Sorry, move for P5. 888 up the inside of the number 28, headed into turn number 1, and I think that move is going to be done before they get to the braking zone at turn number 3.
Yep,
done.
Mr. Director, yep. Oh, and then the 888 ends up way out wide, and just behind that, through goes the number 111 to put that 9 car a lap down. And, wow, well,
there's the 123.
Maybe the 9 was holding up the 111 a little bit.
I mean, maybe slightly, but if you're the 9, you're also going to want to possibly use the 111 as a pick to get through the 2 cars you are starting to gain on just up the road, which is that 888 and the 28.
Yeah, that's true. There is an NP01 in there as well. There's going to be a couple NP01s in there now, actually, as they sneak up the inside of the 39, the Ageless Bio NP01. I agree with you, JT. And like, if you could have a couple of extra cars between yourself and the second place car, you wouldn't turn that opportunity down.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's great to stay on the lead lap, but anytime you are holding somebody up, you're just increasing risk.
Good point.
To yourself and your race. So
if you're distracted, yes.
Yeah, distracted, anything can happen. You know, it's just it can be an awkward place for you to put yourself in. Especially with, 3 hours plus to go.
The lead margin that we thought was going to be in the area of 2 minutes is actually 1 minute and 49 for the Barton Racing Thunder Bunny Supra. Lost a couple of tenths over the last few laps. Last lap was in the 224s. It's a little bit okay because the 111 is going to be in some pretty hefty traffic here as well. And the mission for this stint, if you're on board that number 166, if the target is a podium, and why wouldn't it be at this point? You've got one of the best teams and one of the quickest cars, is stay on the lead lap. Right? Don't do anything silly. Don't put the car at risk. Don't make mistakes. If it means you give up a second here or a second there, it's not such a big deal. But you need to be on the lead lap if and when we get another full course yellow here, and you can cycle back around. There is that traffic we were talking about for the 111. '21s as well, 221s for the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. The 99 has dropped off the back noticeably here, but we know pace is not that car's calling card. It's all down to consistency and not making mistakes. In an older car, an older chassis. Shouts a little further down the field to 89X Motorsports. I'm not sure exactly who is supporting, if anybody else is supporting that Aston Martin GT4, or if this is purely an 89X endeavor. As we jump on board, really nice looking onboard here.
Ooh, that's important right there.
Oh, that's a 72, isn't it?
Yeah. So
that is a pass for position.
Yeah, the 89, 72, and the 766 are all together within 2 seconds.
So is the 766 ahead or behind now? Is what I don't have the answer to. Last lap was a 226 here for the 89. So I'm going to assume that they've seeded both of those positions in the last lap. And the 766 is going to come through start-finish here in P8.
Yeah, I think that's the car going under the bridge right now.
Yeah, I think you're right, JT. My point was not going to be that the 89X was in 8th. It was mostly just going to be, it's a top 10, still on track. It's been consistent. It's been quick. Actually, the 766 is not ahead. So PMW has jumped...
Both cars,
yeah, from P10 to P8.
Well done.
In a previous gen BMW M4, up ahead of the new gen Aston Martin and the Toyota Supra.
Yeah, but going back to 89X, just they're having a good race, staying out of trouble, staying out on track. So hopefully they can keep that up, and it can net them a very good finish today.
Yeah, for all the troubles that Camaro had getting to the end of these races trouble-free, I think, well, maybe this Aston Martin lacks a little bit of the pure grunt that the Camaro had, and sort of the brute force approach, that this still represents a fair trade-off, right? You're still getting reliability and track time out of it. And by associate, or then by it follows from that you're going to get the race results and the positions that follow from that. I think our GP1 leader has a problem, guys. The Moorhead Speedworks BMW 330 Ci came by start finish while I was talking there. Off pace, drivers left, and a car in that group did not sound well. Almost like a cracked. Well, maybe it's okay. It's getting passed by cars I guess it should be passed by, but something didn't sound right. And it certainly was not up at top speed, especially for that car.
Yeah, I mean, it's been running, looking at the last 5 laps, between a 226 to a 231, which is not the faster end of GP1, but it's not horrible, and we saw a little bit of that earlier on. When the number 3 was trying to reel it in about midway through their third stint. We saw similar lap times earlier, so if you're hearing something, then that's definitely an issue, as had reports of the 84 having to spin in turn 7. But yeah, lap time wise it's not, lighting the field afire, but it's not horrible.
Yeah, no, it looks up to speed here. It maybe the 2 cars it was past were just or that were going past it were just that much quicker. Yeah. Or maybe I caught it at a bad time. Who knows?
I mean, don't get me wrong. In the Corvette, their best laps are in the 24s, but I don't think that's consistent.
No, my point wasn't on lap time alone. It was just an acute observation out the window plus the sound. Yeah, that was suggesting that something wasn't right there. And the lap time maybe would back it up. That wasn't really the core of what I was getting at there. Even if it comes through at 2:31 this time, it looks like it's at the right pace, in the right places. Yeah, 2:30.6. Yeah, looks fine. Haven't heard from Chad today. Chad Moorhead down in the Moorhead Speedworks pit. James Candelaria mentions in the chat, 89X is an organic effort from Mike Fitzpatrick, who I believe was always the name behind 89X, including the old, I say old, the Camaro effort.
Yeah, the old effort that was at VIR.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a few months.
The end of this season has felt flow-wise, rhythm-wise, very different from what I thought it would. VIR seems like it was both ages ago and, like an event ago. And I know, like Ryan, you were at the GP-only event at Road Atlanta at the end of July. And then High Plains started the beginning of September, where we did not attend, and therefore didn't see much of what happened there. But it was a thinner field than normal anyway. New Jersey followed that with 31, 32 cars, which in fairness did see a lot of really good GTO entries. And then Hallett saw just a handful at the top. So it's been a minute since we've had this type of depth in GTO. Which I think contributes maybe to it feeling a little more strung out than normal. VIR weather-wise actually felt a lot like it does here at the moment, but without the rain.
Man, poor 123 there coming out of turn 5. Almost got a hip check from a GP2 Civic, I believe. But just a little moment of and we're good.
96 here, staying far to driver's left on the run from turn 7 to turn 10, and allows both the 766 and one of the Stratus and B01s up the inside. I hope this isn't still William Layton on board this car. I think it's the only name I've seen on the driver tag here. And it's a long all afternoon behind the wheel.
His arms will be very sore.
Yeah, right, especially here. I mean, we saw Thunder Bunny single stinting, and that was first thing this morning when it wasn't, 88 degrees outside.
Yeah, we saw quite a few teams changing during the first stop.
Yeah,
I know one of the BMW M4s definitely did when we were having the on board with one of the Astons, which also had a driver change. I think it was the 909 at the time.
Yeah, we haven't seen the 909 in a minute, have we?
No, not since the first full course yellow.
Yeah, 35 laps completed. Remember that car, that chassis specifically, ran the Classic 24 last weekend up at Daytona. Wasn't necessarily meant to be the plan, but that's kind of the way the logistics and the available parts and cars shook out for automatic racing. So it was a quick turnaround for those guys. Now, Classic 24 is not strictly a 24-hour race. Your track time there in racing trim is something like 2 hours and 45 minutes. But they really didn't even get that far here this morning. So I don't know that they have that many more cars to give up here. I know the 908 is going to be repaired and should be back with us fairly soon. The number 166 from Barton Racing and TBR, having more recently been in the 223s, 224s, and giving up a little bit of time to the race leader, finds itself now in the 221s, and just solidifying itself there as very much still on the lead lap. Should a full course yellow come out, would benefit that team greatly. And now the 9 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates has gotten past both the 28 and the 888. And now sits as the first car 1 lap down, having had that pass happen on track. The 111 pushing it off the lead lap about 20 minutes ago. But the 9 is, there it is, working through 17. There's the 888. 89X is there, although a lap further behind, and then the 28 from Random Vandals. It's good work there from ACP Tangerine Associates. As we mentioned, it is off the lead lap, but the pace is still there, and has been for most of this stint. Just needs the track position to benefit it a little bit more, I think. 220.4. It's good lap times from that number 9. GP1, not really missing anything up there at the moment. Moorhead Speedworks leads to 701 from round 3 racing. And the 588 from Zealous Motorsport. That 588, I think, picked up a 2-lap penalty a little earlier on.
Correct.
Pull up the driver's log for that. So theoretically, that car could be up into second. Were it not for that 2-lap penalty. Actually, should be up in a second, most likely. 64 from Open Throttle Racing. I believe that's the car that ran last weekend up at Daytona as well. Currently 4th in class, 8 laps off the class leader.
It is the podium car.
It is the podium car. Zad Barfield raced that car last weekend.
Yeah. And did you see the
Road Legal BMW?
Road Legal. Did you see the Facebook content about it?
I did not.
So Gino Manley was in AOA's Corvette, I believe. That was after. Yeah. My understanding is that he was going to drive Open Throttle's 996 Cup car, and something happened, and so he was able to go get the Corvette from AOA. And there was discussion, I guess, over the radio as the Corvette was coming up on the 64. And I believe it was something along the lines of Mike Gorman telling the driver of the 64 at the time, don't let him buy. Gino absolutely will not wreck a car that he knows he has to drive next weekend. So
that is the content I'm here for.
So that was
so good.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, Zach didn't outright mention the WRL effort by name to Joe Bradley last weekend, but
no, there were certainly WRL numbers on the side of the car.
There were.
It was hard to miss.
Yes, there were. It was funny being up in the booth, seeing that car and the 909 from Automatic. They both have the twin red LED strips down the roof lines.
Mm-hmm.
And it was literally like it was 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night on Saturday night in June at Daytona, watching the end of the WRL 14 hour.
Oh, just fantastic. Great event. Tooth were there in their TCR. It was great.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a great time, man.
Oh, yeah.
Plenty of
Can't
WRL
recommend that event
representation. It would be very cool to see a little bit more WRL representation there next year.
Brad.
Well, I mean, do it like you can't run bonus points or anything, but some kind of double, right? Your cars have got to be in Sebring anyway.
Right. Well, that's how Tooth does it. They plan their road trip. I remember them talking to me. I think it was last year that they came up and talked. Maybe even this year. But they plan a road trip, and they plan spots where they can leave their hauler.
Yeah.
And so that was part of the thing, is they were going to do HSR, and they were going to come do this one as well.
Tooth being Canadian-based.
Yep.
Are they not?
Calabogie. where they have to sign NDAs when they go into their own shop because
Is that right? Because of Multimatic.
because of Multimatic. Yep.
Yeah.
So I remember them saying that they get to see a lot of cool stuff before everybody else does. They said they'll pull up to the gate just to go to the shop, and there's somebody there like, oh, you got to sign this. Can't talk about it.
I remember during the Jeff Braun episode of Dinner with Racers, we're talking about the involvement Multimatic had on the shocks for the famed D Sports Racer program that Scott Tucker ran. Our friend, you gotta be careful there.
Yeah, exactly.
Even with the
really?
sarcasm.
I didn't get any money from that.
Neither did I. But you know who did? Every IndyCar driver in the field.
Yeah, no kidding.
To go run a pair of Lex or BMW powered DPs. Anyway, talking
which were
about,
also at HSR.
Yes, not the level 5 cars specifically.
No, but a BMW. There can't have been that many Gen 3 BMW DPs.
No, it was a Gen 2. Or It was either Gen 1 or Gen 2. If it was definitely a BMW, I'm inclined to believe it was Gen.
I mean, there was Gen 2 BMWs. There were not very many Gen 3s.
No. It was the Highway to Help car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they ran a Gen 2 and a
2.
Gen 3.
That is Gen 2. Yeah.
Well, that one was. I think they ran a newer one at one point.
I didn't see the other Gen 3. But anyway, it was because they definitely did not ever race in the Gen 1 DP era.
Right.
Yeah, no, that checks. But that Jeff Braun, Ryan Eversley, and Sean Heckman were discussing, Multimatic's involvement in this program and its relative pace to the Ford GT that Multimatic was developing on Ford's behalf at the time. And Ryan Eversley's comment was, well, that's interesting. At least now we know how quick the Ford GT is. They were laughing at all like Calabogie. Which would have been right around the time that the Ford GT broke cover, I think.
Yeah, it would have been right around that time.
2016, yeah.
Of course, there's another event, the Ford GT Mark IV, is supposed to debut today.
Is that right?
Yesterday.
Or was it yesterday or today? I know it was this weekend.
Yeah.
A photo leaked on Wednesday, which, it was exactly... Because there was, teaser pictures already out there. It was exactly what I would have thought it looked like from the teasers.
So if you're Ford, help me explain this, because I'm a buffoon when it comes to car strategy, especially at the top end. Is that actually a money-making activity for Ford? Is that a marketing activity for Ford to keep their high-end customers happy? What is the purpose of a modern Ford GT?
I guarantee they made money on it.
Right.
If they hadn't made money on it, I don't think they would have done it with Multimatic like they did. And part of that is they're agreeing with Multimatic to build a certain number of chassis, whether that's race cars, road cars, whatever. Up until very recently, they were still giving allocations for the road car. Way fewer than they did at the beginning. But I remember seeing back in 2019 or 2020, somebody was still getting an allocation for one. So I'm sure they've stopped that now. But they were getting those cars allocated for a while. The thing is...
Pit stop for the AAA there, sorry.
It doesn't help the dealer in the same way that selling and they have that GTD thing, and I don't know how that's going to go either. But selling a high-end, a Shelby GT500 Mustang is a huge bonus for the dealer, because the dealer can charge 100 over, so they make $100,000 extra profit on selling the car. The car, you can probably make sure that it goes to a local customer that's going to bring it in for service. If it is a local customer that can spend 100 over on a Mustang, they probably already have fleet business there. Ooh, little twitch there from the Big Mission car. But the GT specifically can't really be serviced by most of the Ford dealers. And then these track day specials especially that don't have VIN numbers, effectively. They have serial numbers. They're not road registered. You can't sell any of the ancillary products that a dealership is usually selling.
Right.
So that ends up being more of a service that the dealer is doing for the manufacturer for those. But the road car, the dealers couldn't mark them up because of the way they were allocated. There was a special thing.
On the GTs.
On the regular GT, yeah. Because there was no... They tried really hard to sell them direct as much as you can in this country, if you're Ford, obviously.
Of course.
But they were still able to get, ancillary sales on top of it in order to do that. But they make money. Ford makes money on the track day special ones and the road car. But I would reckon that Multimatic and/or whichever race shop is regionally known for maintaining those cars are the ones that are making the money in the after sales. So in that regard, like, a substantial portion of how a dealership makes money is in service, and a substantial portion of how the manufacturer makes money is in selling parts. You're not really going to have that the same way with the GT, but the initial transaction would have had a net profit.
Interesting.
But if you've spent, whatever it was when it was new, 350 grand on a Ford GT, the chances are that your wife drives an Expedition or an Escape, and you drive an F-150, and your son has a Mustang, and your daughter drives a Mustang or a Lincoln or whatever. So you're holding onto the branding, but it's not the same. It's not the same economics as Porsche selling a GT3.
Full course yellow
double
due
yellow.
to the 167 stop drivers left in turn 17.
So I don't know if we have that on camera, but we may have an onboard that's down in that region of the track at the moment.
I know we've been having the waving yellow in turn 17 entry for
that'll
a little
be
bit
for
now.
this car.
Yes.
This is the first of the BSI Racing Mazda MX-5s. So we'll jump on board the 96 here and wait for it to loop around to that part of the course. Now, it's interesting that a car with a flat left front tire, if it's just a flat tire, couldn't make it home from 17 into the pit entry.
I think
We're not
so.
talking about a whole lot of distance there.
Well, it was probably understeering towards the wall. The driver probably had to
True,
park
but-
it just before the barrier.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, you could reverse and get it pointed in the right direction, but yeah, that's fair. And you would think there would probably still be just enough grip and turning radius there to get the car moved, but
If you're in 17 facing the tire wall, how likely are you going to put the car in reverse?
Well, it depends on where you are, and we're going to get our answer here
Okay, there it is.
momentarily. Oh, that's
straight on.
way out there.
Yeah. So he didn't
Is that
even
car
make
in
it.
the wall? Or
It looks like it's up against it. I don't think it might actually be in it.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have any reports of impacts, which I think we would have.
Yeah. Maybe it's...
Was there a fire on pit lane?
Oh, yeah. No question about it. That is extinguishing. Now, we will have had pit stops here as we went to full course yellow. There's
the 108 had
lot
come
of
in with a
action down
smoking rear end.
Now, I can't see that out my window here from where I'm at. And I actually don't know who's at that end of pit lane. I'm just not immediately familiar.
So the 108 would be Polecat.
Yes. And
that's a crazy shot. Watching cars on track come out of that smoke envelope.
So if that white car at the front of the shot here on the left-hand side is the car in question here, that's not an NP01. That's much too tall to be an NP01. A truck has now joined the scene here and will assist in whatever else needs to be put out.
So there's a marshal running over there.
Yeah, I think they know at that point that something's actively on fire. They're water.
That was...
Oh, my.
That was an eruption of fire there.
Yeah, that's substantial. I still don't have an ID on that car.
And that looked like the front end of the car, too.
Yeah. That's not white. That's not a white car. It's white because of the extinguishant, I think.
Yeah.
Or it appears white in the shot because of the extinguishant, I think. I actually didn't notice whether or not that was before or after the full course yellow, because trackside fires are almost always a full course yellow in the World Racing League, almost without fail. And I don't know if that preceded this situation or not. It's finally the smoke begins to clear. Out comes the Black Forest number 979. I think that car is still stationary there in the pit lane, just a beam where the truck is.
Was it a BMW M4?
See, I don't know. I don't know exactly who's at that end of pit lane.
Sorry, I was trying to watch the multi-view as we had an onboard car go down pit lane. That wasn't...
worth noting, by the way, this is the stop that 166 needed to loop back around and get itself back into contention here.
True.
Out comes the number 9, who is pitted as well. Now, if I were the 9, I think I might have stayed out there and tried to get back on the lead lap, but you do what you have to do here. 2 hours and 49 minutes remaining. Let's take a minute here while this is sorting itself out and we're recovering this MX-5 from turn 17. Let's take an ad break here. Let everybody do their jobs in the as part of the Alan J safety team, and we'll come back on DriversEye Live in just a moment from trackside at Sebring International Raceway inside the final 3 hours of our Saturday 8-hour enduro. We'll be back in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
We're back live at Sebring International Raceway. Brendan takes way too big of pauses before the rejoining of the thing, and I have a moment of concern.
Yeah, my video's slightly behind.
Got it.
Can't use the video ninja thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Back at Sebring. Anyway. I had a whole line prepared and everything. Now I don't get to use it. Use it on the next one. So worth noting some things. Number one, the 123 has been given a lap penalty for passing under yellow at turn 3, which is not a local yellow. So it seems like that would have been passing under full course yellow, which is something that happened.
That's a thing that occurred.
Yeah, one of the anyway. That's an interesting one. Not one I would have expected out of the 123. But that's going to hurt them and actually put them in a fight now with the one. Well, it's going to drop them, I guess, back behind the number 28, who, as far as we can tell, is probably going to be the sole remaining Random Vandals M4, because the second of those cars, the number 82, is the M4 that is up there adjacent to the tow truck straight ahead of the shot here. That is the car that is being reported as having been on fire in the pit lane. So we caught the replay of it there from turn 1.
Wasn't the 28 on fire previously?
Entirely possible, right? Today?
It's no. Like previously in the
definitely
season.
Not today. Possible.
I'm pretty sure they had a fire on one of their green cars at one point as well. So. Now I start to ask questions about, like, okay, what's going on there? What do we got working?
It's entirely possible that what's happening here is it's hot, and
Just
car
so hot that it's
stationary
just
car.
like lightning. Just bam.
Well, it's more that it's a stationary car in the pit lane coming off track, and it
Right.
wouldn't take much for fuel, a little bit of splash of fuel or something like that to ignite.
Right.
Also, the 167 has been brought into the pit lane. If it's a flat left front, then both front tires are pointing the wrong direction, or are pointing towards the left, I guess, which is not what I would expect. Because the right front corner of that car was definitely aimed towards the left when it came back on the hook past me here at start finish. And I can't imagine they would put that thing on a hook for just a flat tire. But again, what do I know? I'm just a commentator.
So it's interesting if it was the 82 that had the fire.
They haven't emerged from pit lane for what that's worth. So
I'm pretty sure it was the 28, and it would have been at Mid-Ohio or VIR? Question mark?
You are going to have to do the digging on that one. I was at VIR, but I don't remember any type of significant fire.
No, it was... One of them was on fire because I remember talking about they have a spare car in the pit. It honestly might have been at Mid-Ohio.
I'm sure we could go back through the results if we really needed to.
Right.
We do have a whole other lap coming under full course yellow here.
I wasn't at Mid-Ohio, but I do have the note that the 28 finished second to last in GTO.
Yeah, I think...
Last on Sunday as well.
Yeah, so that
Which
was
meant
the one
it
that caught on
probably
fire.
wouldn't have started on Sunday.
Right.
Most likely not, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel confident.
Okay.
We're going to make the call here at the DriverSeye Live decision desk. We're making the call that the 28 was on fire at Mid-Ohio.
Okay.
For lying.
Thanks to everybody for being with us today over on YouTube and Facebook. Appreciate all your company. Our viewership numbers have rebounded quite nicely. And a solid 270 plus of you tuning in over the course of today. Appreciate y'all being with us. Appreciate everybody trackside being with us as well. I know we're going out over the PA into the paddock. Did not hear myself out in Green Park, but I also wasn't, or hear Ryan or JT for that matter out in Green Park, but there were also race cars at the time.
Could you?
PA. Hello.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, good weekend so far. All things considered, we've lost another camera to heat, so I've got to go potentially reset that. But I'll let y'all decide whether or not you can stomach another couple of hours of having to listen to me.
Does it really take a couple hours to do it?
No, it probably.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
I'm sorry, he doesn't drive like you and I do at COTA.
I'm really glad that JT wants to share some ownership on that. That makes me really happy because my recollection was that it was very much me doing that.
It was. I didn't want to finger points. So I was willing to absorb some of the blame, but you're right. You were the one who was trying to drag race the cars down the back straight at COTA.
Of course.
On the access
I do
road.
the same. That access road, last time I was there in February, is like a rally stage.
Yes.
There are so many potholes that have formed over the last couple of years.
And so, when we go to COTA, Ryan will be selecting a TRD off-road Tacoma. JT, I very nearly had a convertible 440i as my rental car at Daytona.
Huh.
But the Orlando airport has terrible cell service, so I did not.
All right, I'm going to let you guys cover this as we go back to green here.
We're going to have more rental car discourse after you leave.
You guys do you. man. I don't. I'm gonna get in my Hyundai Elantra.
Stop! Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm running a 12 camera broadcast out of the back of a Hyundai Elantra this weekend. It's not ideal. Not ideal.
So bad.
I had a minivan last week. It was fine.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Anyway,
what are you doing?
JT and Ryan.
Can I have my own rental car for Kodo too?
If we don't get broadcast for WRL next year, it is solely because of that.
Yeah,
because I'm doing a broadcast out of
out of an Elantra.
Out of an Elantra.
It's
yeah,
not a
that's
good
that's a clown show. I did it out of a G70. It wasn't that bad.
I can get about 3 inches of lift on the tool crate that our cameras sit in, and that's it. It's not good.
Nothing says unprofessional more than.
What I really need to put us over the top is a sticker on the side of the car that says TV and not a Hyundai Elantra.
Brendan, have you seen those little Honda scooters? I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
We should get those, and we could put the TV on the side of those. JT, do you know what I'm talking about?
Just wear a shirt that says TV. Gentlemen, we're about to get a green flag.
We're going to go green here. The number 21 is going to lead the cars to the green flag. It will be immediately swamped by all of the GTO machinery in the vicinity. But it'll be nice to lead the cars to green for the first time here this season in that car. We're going to go green here. Everybody's going to hopefully keep it nice and gentle coming down here into turn 1. And we're going to go 3 and 4 wide. That is the Black Forest Porsche. Is going to try to go down the inside, but both of the Supras are able to capitalize around the outside there. We're going to be coming through turns 2 and 3 here. The number 111 second car there, following its team car. The Black Forest car right behind. The 21 still holding up there. Nice and tidy here as the rest of the field clicks through. Got some NPO1s in the back. You can see with the 3-light configuration, thinks better than going down the inside of the BMW there. Everyone has kept it nice and tidy here through turns 2 and 3. It's an awful lot of cars running. It's been quite some time, I think, since we've seen this many cars on track. We're going to go on board the 89X. This is the Aston Martin. New car to them. They're right behind the number 9. That's the BMW right ahead there in the multicolors. They get a little bit of a bad jump off that corner there. The 99 streaks past them as they go up into the back half of the lap. A little bit ginger on the brakes here. Nice and easy. A little bit ginger on the gas. Not rolling into it immediately. Just kind of taking their time, I think, on cold tires. Wanting to make sure not to bin the brand new GT4 car. I understand the Aston Martin's among the most expensive of the GT4 cars to run. But you do get that nice Mercedes motor and a little bit more stylish package. The 111 has left its teammate behind and is now streaked into the lead. The team car and the Black Forest car following suit. The number 9 and the 123 going side by side there. That, of course, for position, that's going to be for 4th and 5th place there. The GTR 99, the blue car in the back of that group, is currently 2nd place on track. They are... Have they lost that position to the 166, JT, or are they about to come around for a lap? Or is the 166 further back, and what we're actually seeing is the 766? This car right here, which one is it?
Let's see, because it has a gray nose, correct?
Yeah.
Gray nose, I have that as...
Oh, the Black Forest car is going to pull off at the outside of turn 17. They're going to take the escape road. I wonder if they intended to go to the pit lane and couldn't make it because they were committed to the outside. But that Black Forest Porsche immediately dives left off of the racing line.
So they were fighting the 172 this lap for position.
Yeah, the number 172, that's the sort of orangey, pinky TLM car. I wonder if that was just interesting, because they've now come back across turn 17.
Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye on that. No, so that is the 766 that's running behind the 111 on track, but is not fighting for position, so...
Yeah, so this one coming through the shot right here, the red, white, and blue Supra, that is the 166.
166 Spartan Racing TBR. Thunder Bunny having heavily increased their ranks here this season from running 1 Supra to 2 and then now 3 cars. So we've got those 3 cars, JT. Hitman, the GTR 99, Pinnacle, I think? Or was it Pinnacle, or was it somebody else that was going to get... I know I had said who they were. Somebody else is going to bring a Supra full-time, so that's 6. That's 6 Supras, potentially, for next season. That'll be quite the contingent out front. And then Brad McCall talked about running the 86 as well in a potential parallel program. In terms of running that during the SRO weekends as well. So the top 3 on the lead lap here, just the 166 a little ways behind, and indeed the 99 has an entire group of traffic to work its way through to even get back in touch with the 111. And like we had talked about before, the 99, not the car with the ultimate pace, much more the patient, take what you can get. But as Brendan mentioned earlier, they're not particularly racing anybody, and they now find themselves on the second step of the podium. So good to see them in the waning days of the number 99 BMW. Still seeing success here. Absolutely love to see that. GP1, Moorhead Speedworks leads by about 3 laps over the 701. The 702 is back out and circulating as well. They are down in 10th, so the team car not having a great run of things. 701 firmly in second place here, followed by the number 588 of Zealous Motorsports. They are a full lap down from 3rd. And then last weekend's 3rd place car, the number 64 of Open Throttle, they are currently holding down 4th position. GP2, Harrison Motorsports has a roughly 2-lap lead over the number 21 of Northwood Motorsports. We did see them announced to 1 lap. Let me look at the real timing and give an actual time. Let's see. They are updated. Yeah, they're 6 minutes and 17 seconds behind the 164. So a lap and then some, if not 2 laps. They are followed by RRT, who is on the same lap and only 10 seconds behind them. So that's going to be the orange and white BMW on track. Just looks like a run-of-the-mill 3 Series with some white stripes on the side. Kind of an orange, no wings. It was the car that led the field to the green flag, so they are on the same lap as 3rd position. They're currently running a little bit slower pace than the 721, but it is early days here in this sort of final stanza of the race as we get going from the yellow flag. In GP3, we have the number 75 of AOA Racing. They are up into 1st position, and they have a full 1-lap lead over the number 86 of 3 Fast Guys and Denny. That is in the Scion FRS. And then in 3rd position, we have the number 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW 3 Series. That is the bright green one of the championship contenders here. Rockwell Autosports rounding out the top 4 here in GP3. Some good racing today, JT. I think we've got, we're starting to spread out a little bit here in the last 2 hours and a bit. But I think a competitive race, broken up by some yellows to some extent, but I think everything has played out the way it ought to have played out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned GP3 here. I mean, 5th through 8th are all together, within 20 seconds of each other. Right now, they're, 5-7 laps down from the lead from the 75, which is so far had, an excellent race. But I mean, it's, just even losing just a little bit on time, there's still plenty of people to race, and it's just something we've seen all day so far.
Yep.
$9.79 still driving around with the hazards on. Oh, 3 wide in the 17 is something. The MMR Mustang diving to the inside of what I believe was the Big Mission BMW, the 777.
Well, the good news is the Big Mission, or the MMR Mustang, that's not a car that's liable to end up jumping wide over the bumps, so that's fine. Totally fine there. Zach doing his best to show us the 21 on track. That's the car that we see right when we switch cameras, right at the front. for that battle for second place in GP2. Up against the 721 of RRT Racing, who we've seen a little bit more in the back half of this season in their E36. Brendan, of course, having taken his leave to go get us some more camera action to work with here, which is always appreciated.
Nah, he's gone to go get food.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. You know, I don't know where he gets food now that Tim Myers isn't there.
Oh no, he's going to go get a beer off site.
Oh, nice. You know, they might have one at EAA. He was saying that they were there. You know.
He doesn't go to Dimitri's this weekend. I will be so disappointed.
Are you going to go to Dimitri's when you go cover the Miatas?
Absolutely. Excellent.
You know, I think that there's a strong potential that you could get people in that paddock fired up about going to Dimitri's. I think that you could be the ringleader on that, and you guys could be drinking blue number 2 beverages well into the late night hours. So it's been a fantastic season here, WRL, for 2023, but I want to take just a moment of your time and talk about the 2024 calendar. I kind of previewed it earlier and sort of talked about how much better of a calendar it's going to be. It's going to be fantastic, just absolutely lovely. We're going to start February 2nd, folks. So we're going to be in Austin first week of December. And then February 2nd, you're going to get about 2 months off. We're going to be at Eagles Canyon Raceway outside of Houston, I believe. So that'll be February 2nd through the 4th. So Eagles Canyon, I believe, makes its return, to WRL. It's been a long time, if at all. March 1st through the 3rd, we're going back to Barber Motorsports Park, a lovely venue, I'm told. And then April 5th through April 7th, we're going to go up to cold mid-Ohio, where we have potential for some snow again, I hope. That was really fun to cover.
With new track.
With new track. We're going to be the first series ever, TM, to run on the new surface at mid-Ohio. So that'll be something to kind of throw a curveball in there on some of the teams. So that's fun. April 26th through the 28th, we got WRL at Road America, a classic WRL venue. Big old track up in Wisconsin. Lovely place as well. Head on to the bar in town. It's absolutely lovely. Got all kinds of stickers and things at Siebken's. 2024, we've got WRL at Daytona, and it's listed as a 2-day event. It just says Friday and Saturday. So I think that's a confirmation that we're going to get a 14-hour event there at Daytona again. Just based on what's on the website. I don't have any insider information, but just looking at it, all the other ones say Friday through Sunday. This one says Friday through Saturday. So my assumption is that's going to be a long-term sort of event. WRL is going to be at Road Atlanta on the 26th through the 28th of July. So it'll be a little bit steamy there, but we won't have the issues with the rain that we had in February this past season. So we'll be running at Road Atlanta there, July 26th through the 28th. WRL at High Plains, Friday through Saturday. Interesting. September 6th and 7th at High Plains. So High Plains, of course, hosted a 24-hour race at one point long ago for WRL, and again, only has 2 days listed for the track rental. So strong potential of an enduro there. 2024 WRL at Watkins Glen, Friday, October 18th through October 20th. So we take a break for the month of August and then go back to racing at Watkins Glen. I think the first time WRL has been to Watkins Glen. A huge bucket list track for everybody. I would assume that we're going to run the boot and the bus stop. Looks like a standard type schedule there. Brendan will almost certainly want to go and cover that because it is close to his house. 2024 WRL at Sebring, November 8th through the 10th. So basically the same weekend it was this time. It's going to be next year as well. We'll be looking forward to seeing you there. And then the National Championship round at COTA December 6th through December 8th. There's also, not listed in here because it's not officially confirmed, the potential of running at the Charlotte Road Course, at the Charlotte Oval, the Roval, if you will. So, if you want to run at the Charlotte Roval, please send RJ an email and say, hello, I would like to run the Charlotte Oval. My name is XYZ Race Team Owner. And then we can get another event on this calendar and we can go to the Charlotte Roval and it'll be awesome. I like the Charlotte Roval. I've run it on iRacing a bunch of times, and even though I am actually terrible at iRacing, the Charlotte Roval is great fun, and I think it's an awesome track, and I hope we get to go do it, because that would be lovely. So,
yeah,
a great schedule this upcoming season. No Mother's Day clashes, no Easter clashes, no 4th of July clashes, thank goodness. Yeah, we're just very excited to be a part of WRL. I think we can officially say for next season as well. So that should be a good time.
Ooh, across the line, battle for 10th in GTO is definitely on with the 250 of CHR just behind the 766 Thunder Bunny Supra. See him coming through the shot here. It's like a dark green, I think, color on the BMW with yellow highlights up top.
That is a very sharp-looking car. That is the Bruce Innovations car, which I don't know how that works. How is there a Bruce Innovations car when ACP is at the track?
So this is Bruce right here coming through the shot, and then the next BMW, this one.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it's like a dark, like forest green by the looks of the camera, and then yellow accents up top as well.
Gotcha.
So that is CHR, who I believe are new to WRL. Question mark?
I would believe that.
Yeah, fighting the Supra just ahead for 10th in GTO right now.
Nice. Well, happy to see him. Happy to have him here. If anybody from the CHR team wants to come introduce themselves and talk about why they're here and why they love racing, Brendan would love to have them meet him in the commentary booth. Usually I give a plug at these races, and I tell you exactly where you can find an interview type situation, but I'm not there. So, you'll have to intuit where the commentary booth is, which it should be in the main building, probably on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Is it the 3rd?
I would say
third floor.
3rd floor center, just right off where the stairs are.
Yep, right there in the middle. That will be where you could meet Brendan. Brendan is now texting me, 3rd floor, right side. Broadcast booth, in quotes. So I'm guessing it's the one that's labeled broadcast booth. If you want to go hang out with Brendan and say hello to the people, we will be there for you.
Yeah, if you beat him there, you get to give him help for taking him. So damn well.
Absolutely. And if you beat him there, and you can send us a notification on YouTube in the chat, I will tell you how to unmute the microphone, and then you can just jump on with us.
Also, if you beat him there, you win a free ride in the Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah, you get free hot laps in the Elantra. I'm sure Jim Davis would be happy to take you along for those rides in the Elantra.
Gonna go ahead and turn off notifications from Brendan for the moment.
Yep, absolutely. See, Brendan has made the a mistake of not bringing his helmet to a racetrack, so that when opportunities do present themselves, he's unable to capitalize on them. Doesn't have one. SMH.
He's also made the mistake of thinking he'd be the one driving the
that's also true. That's also true. Brendan, helmets are like less than $300 now. They're not comfortable at that price, but I have one.
Put a big TV sticker on it.
Yeah, there we go. That's good. I could absolutely do that. Like a three-quarter helmet with the TV sticker on the side is what I need for pit reporting. Look like an absolute dork. Speaking of absolute dork, what's on Racing Image right now?
Trying to find him on track, but we have a good battle for 5th between TLM and NFC Motorsports. TLM taking the position from the Mercedes, but I don't think the Mercedes is gonna just be allowed to disappear in the rearview mirror.
JT, do you want Renus VK's actual race-worn suit?
I don't know. He's similar in height to me. I don't have the clogs. I would need to get those separately. Yeah, here you see the fight between those two cars for 5th and GTA right there. Okay, and YouTube chat, Checkouts tells us the 250 is Charlie Hayes Racing with Adrian Comstock behind the wheel right now.
Okay, perfect.
Excellent.
You can get Kevin Buckler's driving suit. Interestingly, it is the cheapest one on the website, which I think is thin. Let's see. There's a lot of TRG suits on here.
Yeah, sounds about right.
On one hand, they're very cheap. On the other hand, I just don't know if I could wear that and feel good about myself as a human being. There's a lot. They don't go so far as to say which driver wore them, obviously, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I've never got any driver suits. I've only collected crew suits.
But you have crew suits?
Yeah, I've got a Flying Lizard one from 2008 or 9, and then I've got a Champion Racing one from 2004.
Sweet. Oh, this Elio Castroneves black and pink AutoNation IndyCar crew suit looks awesome. That's so expensive. Lots of Compass Racing. Is Compass Racing shutting down? There's an awful lot of these. Very interesting. So anyway, if you're in need of a race suit, I'm always in favor of people getting these dorky race image race suits.
Fastest lap for Barton.
Oh, please,
done.
JT.
What's up?
Please, JT, say something. Anything you want to talk about.
I was just saying, coming across the line there, Barton dips at a just under a 19.7. Their fastest lap of the day.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to say currently that is good to start 6th tomorrow.
Good.
That's assuming Economy's car is repaired and comes back out tomorrow, which I believe it would be.
Here's a fire suit and vest, which I'm unclear on the purpose of. Like, why would you want that? That's not useful. Lots of leftover Ganassi suits. Lots of KBM suits. Yeah, there we go. Zach, how much would you pay for a KBM fire suit? That's not going to do it. Zach says $20. That's not quite going to cut it.
Looks like more issues for the 702, unfortunately. Brad would let us know that they were having fuel pickup issues earlier, and we're working on it. But this looks like an unscheduled stop.
JT, are you a 36, 32, 30? Is that close enough or no?
I have no idea.
Because you can get Loic Duval's Core Autosport race suit. Mercedes AMG, wow. Oh, that one's close. There's one that might fit me that's an Anna Beatriz IndyCar crew suit. It would be real close. Okay, I have to stop. There's lots of these. There's like Spencer Piggott Fuzzy's IndyCar driver suits and crew suits.
Oh boy.
That's a throwback. Do these have the Lotus logo on them? No, they say Chevy. That's too bad. If they had the Lotus logo, I'd be all in. They're still in the green and yellow. That's why I thought there could be a chance there. Any hoozle. We're here live at Sebring International Raceway.
Love that sound from that Mustang under braking. Yeah, unfortunately, we have not seen that 94 Motorsports NP01 come back out.
Nah, that is too bad.
Keep trying to check in on it, but unfortunately, not too much. Aegis Bio, however, they did,
yeah, it looked like they were running. Getting awful frame rate right now on this feed. There we go. North Loop has been passed by the 721 of RRT, so they're now down into third position here. Oh, that's no good. Is that me or somebody else? Oh, that was JT. JT's gone. I'm left to carry the broadcast entirely by myself, which means I have to take my job very seriously. So, we'll just give a little rundown of the top threes again here. And GP1, Moorhead Speedworks, the 147, they lead. They've got a 1 lap and a bit lead over the 701, who has a 1 lap and a bit lead over the 588. The 701 from Round 3 Racing, and the 588 from Zealous Motorsports. GP2 I just spoke about, the number 164 Harrison Motorsports consolidates their lead at the front of the field, followed by the 721 of RRT, and then the 21 of North Loop. Moorhead Speedworks, the 160, that car is about 2 minutes behind the 21. So, there's a chance here, depending on, we've got about 2 hours to go. They'd have to really make hay. But if they get onto the same lap and a yellow comes through, then the 160 is going to have a shot at the podium here, I think. Because the North Loop car, since the opening stands of the race, hasn't quite had the pace of everybody else in class. They were lightning at the beginning of the race and then have sort of slowly faltered here. So we'll be looking for the 160 to potentially make a move. Again, it's going to be kind of a long shot, I reckon. But that's all we have here. I've now been informed that we are just a rudderless ship right now with JT Tammy, having lost power in the Pacific Northwest. Up there in Seattle, they're still, they still got to make sure the water wheel is spinning, got to get the windmills going. to make sure that they have power in the Pacific Northwest, of course, up there in lumber country. Frankly, maybe the log flume has lost all its water, and now there's no water to spin the wheel. So that's unfortunate for JT. It'll just be me until Brendan returns. I'm hoping if I ramble like this enough, Brendan will hear that I am by myself and be very concerned and decide to rush back to the booth. Anyway, the number 75 of AOA Racing leads GP3 right now, followed by the 86 of Three Fast Guys and Denny, who is then followed by the number 65 of Open Throttle Racing. You've got multiple minute gaps between the top three there. As JT had mentioned before, there was 4 and now only 3 cars in the lead lap battling for 5th position that are all pretty close on track. The 85, the 10, and the 55. So that's 2 AOA Racing cars and 1 Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche are battling for 5th place here. Rockwell really wishes that they could be 5th and 4th, I reckon. And so they would love to get that extra position. In GTO, of course, we still have the Thunder Bunny Racing number 111 out in the lead, followed by the GTR number 99 of 21-second gap, and then the 166, the team car of the 111, the Barton Racing Thunder Bunny car, 34 seconds behind the leader. So still something to play for there at the front of GTO, I reckon. I would anticipate that the 166 can get by the 99 on pace alone, but we will have to wait and see. The 168 of BSI Racing has gone missing in the last minute or so here. They were running 6th in class in GP2 and not really very close to the 558 and a substantial distance ahead of the 247. So we'll potentially look for a update as to what happened with that car. Those BSI cars, of course, were the Indy Miatas. Neither one has had a clean run this afternoon, so hoping for better luck for those cars tomorrow. One of them looked like it was a little bit on the rough side as it came by the cameras earlier. I'll get back to my rundown here. The number 59 of Stratus Racing is leading the GTU class. I think the 59 unique in that it is the only car in GTU that has not run into major problems. The Stratus 58 had problems in the beginning part of the race. They are currently running 2nd. The Polecat Racing car, it had also led at one point. They're 9 laps down from the leader, and then the 84 of 94 Motorsports, as JT mentioned before he was sadly taken from us by... I hope it's not PG&E, of course. PG&E, an absolute scum company. I hope it's not PG&E who has robbed us of JT being available. But we'll wait and see, of course. We'll see if he can get the generator going. Maybe he can top it up with some castor oil. See if he can get it moving for us. That's our rundown of the current positions overall and in each individual class. Unfortunately, there just isn't a tremendous amount of hot on-track battle happening at the moment. Indeed, the hottest battle is going to be for 5th and 6th. The number 123 of NFC Motorsports is only 1.8 seconds behind the Triple I of TLM Mona. So that is 2 cars that are very similar in their design and indeed power plant, doing what they can to, I think, figure out some pace for tomorrow. Is what you want to do there. A top 5 finish is nice, obviously, but it's not exactly what you would want. We're on board the 96 here. If we could pick up the 123 or the Triple I, that would be fantastic, but I understand that our trackside situation is a little bit limited here. As Zach takes the cue like a dang professional. Thank you, Zach. We're going to start looking for the car. So here is the 111 is going to click through the white and purple Supra, followed by the 108 in GTU. That is the 3rd place car in GTU. And that is the number 9. The 9 was at one point up in the lead, currently running in 4th position and about a lap down from the leaders. So that car had a really long, odd pit stop that we never really got to the bottom of what had happened with that. that has sent them right down the order. But they have excellent pace, so I think that they will be a factor tomorrow. I'm pretty sure we just watched the 123 and the 888 come through shot here, and indeed, right going under the marathon banner, and they're going to be coming down into turn 3/4 here. That 123 getting on the gas. We've seen that from the 123 before, where that 123, when they are in hot pursuit, does let the back end slide out a little bit, as being as aggressive on the throttle as possible, trying as best they can to catch the car ahead. This is the onboard of the 888. So unfortunately, no rear view camera here to watch its battle with the 123. But the 123, I assure you, is right behind this car. Just a little difficult to see because of the placement of this camera, unfortunately. And with the sun going down the way it is, going to be a little bit hard to see. But this is a good indication of sort of what the driver's vision isn't this poor, but you do get the idea of how bright it is when you're looking into the sun as the driver here.
Ryan, good news.
Brendan has returned.
That is classic driver's eye luck, is what that is.
It is, absolutely.
That's a good time to go fix all the cameras. Oh,
AT's gone.
We lose half the commentary team.
Yep.
I heard you you did the schedule game.
I did.
Yeah.
Calendar news.
Did you get through the whole thing?
I've just got a fax from the FIA. I did get through the whole thing.
Okay. Well, I know that. Pumped to go to Eagles game. I think it'll be interesting.
I'm sure.
It might not look great on camera because there's no walls, but it is a track that people seem to enjoy, and
yeah,
some good elevation changes there. So
I heard you had hooked up with United Rentals, and we were going to get some scissor lifts for that. I think I heard somebody talking about that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that the same person who said it would be a good idea to get magnets for the side of the rental cars?
Probably.
Yeah. I would have to do that anyway.
Also the same person that said it would be a good idea to deploy a network at the track.
Yeah, that's less efficient than you think it is.
Yeah, I'm aware. It's just a power situation.
Sure.
It's just power.
It's a lot more than that. Power, transportation.
I mean, the logistics. I mean, who even,
Yeah.
What's one more case? I can't imagine RJ's face if I, walked up. It's just every race we go to, we have exactly one more box. How many times do you think we could do that without him saying anything? Twice? He's like, hold on a minute. I thought you only had 3. Well, now I have 4. Okay. Okay, well, actually, now there's 5. And a scooter.
The scooter would put him over the top.
RJ, can you please go to the Chattanooga Honda store of your choice and get me a Honda Moto Compacto?
Have we mentioned the pace of the number 166 at the moment?
I mentioned that they were definitely in play to pass the 99.
Regularly in the 219s now.
Yes.
And I'm not an expert.
Say that again. Wait, what?
But I feel like if you could do 219s for the next 2 hours, you could win the race.
Yes, that is how that would math out. That is correct. If you could do 205s for the next 2 hours, you could probably win the race.
That's fair. I say that only because the idea of going 2.5-ish hours, I don't know how long that driver's been in the car, but 2.5-ish hours behind the wheel of the car is not it's hot, but it's not outside the realm of possibility if you really wanted to make a splash here.
Nah, man, that's like 3.5 stints and a driver change.
2.5 hours?
Yeah, 3.5 stints and a driver change.
2 stints and a splash.
No, it's 3.5 stints and a driver change. You get about 40 minutes on fuel, unless there's a yellow.
You don't.
Yeah, you do. 40 minutes on fuel, and then you have to do your mandated driver change.
Your math is way off.
No, it's IMSA's math.
The Supras are...
That's the joke. It's callback.
Oh, I gotcha.
See, in comedy, you do callbacks to things that you talked about earlier.
I don't remember talking about IMSA stint distances earlier.
So no, but we talked about IMSA races only being 2 hours and 40 minutes.
True.
And we also know that the IMSA stints are laughably short.
Oh, well...
hey, what if we just put a thimble in the DPI car? And then also we can invent this really convoluted system where you have to refill the electric energy even though you're not actually refilling it, and it makes the fuel filler thing completely worthless. Let's do that.
I will be honest with you, since the Rolex I really haven't thought about it, and I definitely don't think about it in WEC, because they just tell you how much is left in the virtual energy tank, and you're like, okay, time for that car to pit. It actually makes it really easy to visualize race strategies using the on-screen graphics, and I appreciate the heck out of that. I think IMSA should do something similar, but that's my
fuel is fuel, charge is charge.
I get it, but if you take away that purist element, I kind of don't care. You know?
It's not about purism, it's about what makes sense for the technology that they're purportedly trying to push.
I don't think they're really pushing it. I think they just say it's energy. There's a hybrid in there, and there's energy, and people don't ask any more questions. And to be honest with you, like I said, since Daytona, I haven't. Two wheels off in the background there.
I still can't stand it.
I know, but it'll be okay. Deep breath, nap, have a drink, you'll be fine.
I can't nap. I have to make it up north. I've got an hour and 45-minute drive ahead, Brendan.
I don't know how I feel about your decision making.
Well,
are you definitely going?
Not definitely. I haven't even confirmed that they're selling spectator tickets.
Oh, here's what we do on DriversEye Live: is we just give you an SRT link for your phone, and you walk right up there to the Turn 13 bridge.
Here's what I'm going to do, Brendan. I'm going to go with my laptop into the downstairs, and I'm just going to pull the timing screen up on my laptop and just talk to my screen.
For 25 hours.
And then I'll have some 16-year-old brat come in behind me and be like, huh, who's this idiot?
Did you think I was an idiot? Is that really true?
I wasn't sure what kind of crazy person would be in Willows, California, talking to a laptop. I'm like, what is this? Like, what's going on?
I was talking to roughly 98 people, sir.
Wow.
For those of you who don't understand what we're referencing, we used to cover the 25 Hours of Thunderdome, which happens to be taking place on this weekend. Fortunately, they moved it out of the first weekend in December slot that was conflicted with CODA and moved it swiftly onto the second weekend in November slot that now conflicts with WRL at Sebring. So even if we wanted to, it wouldn't have been an option. But anyway, there's like 26 cars on the entry list.
There won't be that many running. There's no chance. No chance. I'm gonna get there. There's gonna be like 15 cars on track. My wife's gonna be like, "Why'd you bring me here?"
But
I'm gonna be like, I don't know. Do you want to go to Casa Ramos or do you want to go to Black Bear?
This started out with me sitting on the first floor of the timing tower that could see I could see one corner. I could see turn 3 and I could see pit out. And me and my laptop there with race monitor. Not even race hero. Ugh.
Right. Which they also used to have race monitor on the 60-inch Mitsubishi TV that they had in the quote lounge.
You know, I forgot there was some company. I forgot what the company was. But they would do these little break-ins every 3 hours and do a little 15 or 20 minute production and call it live streaming.
I don't remember that at all.
It was they did it in, I think, 2010, and then my first year there was 2011, so they were kind of still doing it then, and then it just disappeared completely.
I don't think I would have gone in 2011. I probably would have gone in 2012.
Yeah, that was a year, for sure.
Yeah.
One of the years of all time.
One of the years of all time, yeah. That's for sure.
The 85 AOA MX-5,
thank God.
By the way, sounds very ill.
A lot of smoke out of the back of that E36 BMW here, too, the white and yellow one. Which I think is the RRT car?
No.
Question mark?
It's not. That's the RRT car. The silver, red,
the silver
one. E36, huh?
Yeah, it's black and yellow. It's like the JNR color scheme. Is it JNR?
There's an M4.
No.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, it is no lift racing, I think.
Okay.
Let me pull that up. Yeah, 35, no lift racing.
They had a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that car, so I don't know.
They have not done many laps today.
No, they have not.
That car has been going through it.
Tough road to plow.
Sure. I think we mentioned this earlier. We have finally started. We have seen the attrition we kind of expected to see today.
Yeah.
Some of it has been unforced. Some of it has been accidental. Not in terms of having an accident on track, which we've been well devoid of, actually. But as much about mechanical failures, mechanical woes, and gremlins as anything else. And it's spread itself out across the field pretty evenly. We've still got a healthy representation up at the top of GTO and GTU. Your GP1 leader is back in 16th overall at the moment. with actually just a 2-lap lead now over the 7:01 from round 3 racing. Still not really striking distance, but again, these gremlins can kind of strike at any time. Nice to see that 7:01 run reliably today as well. I know the 7:02, the sister car has had its issues, but...
And the 88, of course, a different team altogether. That car running reasonably well as well. I think trouble-free, at least.
It's a Renegade Racing, number 88.
Yep.
Good battle at the moment in 5th in GTO. TLM Mona, number 123 from NFC Motorsports. So we are looking for a green and white Aston Martin, closely pursued by a Mercedes-AMG GT4. GT4 if you're German.
Wow.
And has Zach picked it up here?
We did see, Brendan, the Black Forest car vanish.
I heard. I was listening on 100.9 FM around the circuit, which is...
Oh, we haven't been declaring that?
No, I forgot.
Oh, come on.
They told me yesterday, and I forgot we were going to be doing that until I got in the car. I was like, oh, yeah, I can listen on the FM. Yeah.
Dude, I could have been doing the whole spiel.
That may be coming. But it's
What
not like a big published thing. It's just, you know. So there's the AAA.
AAA.
Where's the 123?
The 123 just
way
went for a shot.
back. Yeah, but like way further back.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
What happened there? It was 0.2 of a second, wasn't it?
I don't think it was that close.
It was. No, it definitely was. It was like 1/4 of a second. I think we're going to see something in the race control log about a spin continue for the 123. Spin, center, continue, turn 10.
Wow.
Wow, if only we had a camera at turn 10 and or were following this battle, because we were just a little bit late in getting to it, but it's cost us 123 a lot of time.
Well, it's cloudy now, so we can set cameras up and they won't die.
Don't say that very loudly. 123 is into the pit lane, and immediately driver change. Fuel and driver change.
Excellent.
So was this a scheduled in-lap that became a push lap kind of gone awry? Or are we in early? I think we're in early. They were in under the full course yellow at lap 122. This is only lap 143.
Let's see. It was predicted that they would come in 8 laps.
It was foretold. And this is definitely early.
It is. It's 8 laps early. Approximately.
I haven't been keeping track of stint lengths, but fortunately our timing software has.
I was going to say, fortunately, you don't have to.
Yeah, Joseph does automatically.
We've got a thing for that. It's like Joseph never left.
Rest in peace, Joseph.
Rest in peace, Joseph.
Yeah.
Shout out to your boy, Joseph. Pour one out.
I think they just did fuel. I'm not even sure they did a driver change on the 123.
What would you pour out for Joseph? A Soylent. I'm going to pour out my Soylent for Joseph.
Pour out a Soylent. I think he's a stout guy. He's a dark beer guy.
All right.
Given the choice. So through comes the Thunder Bunny duo, the 111 and the will have been the 166 directly behind it. Oh no, sorry, that's a 766. Personal best for the 160. Oh, that's a stopped North Loop BMW 330 to driver's left here at turn 14, waving yellow in the background to cover that car. Lights go on and off to get the car restarted, and it does pull away. And it will limp back towards the pit lane, directly past our camera.
Nice.
We'll love to see that. We'll get it here at the turn 15-16 camera.
Hopefully that'll make it in.
I'm unconvinced because it hasn't even made it to the flag station. This is not a fuel situation for that car, I wouldn't think. Doing in 12 laps is the data that we have. All it really needs to do is to get into the support pit entrance, and then it can be picked up and brought home, theoretically, without any major issue.
Well, they've done the right thing there.
Is there damage on the left front of that car? Or is that just an artifact of how far away we are? No, looks okay there. So that was the third place car in GP2. So this does have podium implications.
Big implications. Big. So it's going to be the 160, I think, is going to go through there. I believe they were on the same lap.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which I had foretold that they had a chance. They weren't really making up... they weren't really making up enough time to do it on track. I had talked about that probably 20, 30 minutes ago, where it was like, if they, turn it on and North Loop keeps losing time, then they could potentially catch by the end. But it was going to be not easy. And so that's just given them what they needed to secure a podium here. That'll be the second podium, the second weekend in which a podium occurs in a row.
Okay.
The second Saturday in a row with a podium.
Is that true? Is it both Saturdays?
Last Saturday they had podium.
Yeah. Oh, right, because they didn't run Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, they did. Yeah. No.
Kind of.
Right.
Yeah. We could
the last Saturday in which there was a WRL. During the last Saturday in which there was a WRL event, the 160 also had a podium. They are on pace in this second consecutive WRL event Saturday.
I hate this. I'm not really sure what's going on with the color balancing on this camera.
Yeah?
It
looks very vibrant.
Yeah, I think it's just the cloud cover. It's just very odd. Good, good vision of some of the GTO cars working through traffic here. Kind of a nice angle with not so much setting up the pass, but executing it, and just how much room they leave the GTO cars on the exit, or I'm sorry, the production cars on the exit. And how conservative you've got to be. It's the first time I've ever put a camera out there, and I think it's the right answer for that part of the track, but... I mean, the right answer would be having a scissor lift, but it's not what we do here.
I heard that was in play.
Did you?
I did.
DriverSeye Lab powered by Sunbelt?
Yes.
Funbelt Rentals? That aforementioned number 160 is into the pit lane. And the 9 is going to pick up a 1-lap penalty for a second pit lane infraction. For a visor up. JT would be losing his mind right now. That is your 4th place car with an unforced error, and is going to drop at least 2 spots as a result of this to the number 888 and the number 123.
Got him.
Yeah. If not more than that, actually, because the 888's gone through as a result of the pit stop cycle.
So, should I just call the track?
I'm already working on things. Don't worry about it.
No. I mean, up north here.
Oh, I don't know. Facebook message.
I've commented on multiple different pages that are directly associated with this event.
For this. So I mentioned a couple of moments ago that 219s from here to the end of the race could win it for you. It hasn't gone that far yet, but the 166 has caught the back of the number 99 GTR BMW. And we have found the Thunder Bunny cars, the 2 other Thunder Bunny cars running together on track, but not the ones we're looking for. So we'll find this one trackside here in a moment. I'm going to be looking for the blue BMW M4 and the number 166 Supra that will immediately follow it if the pass hasn't already happened. It was 0.3 of a second last time around. Just really, really consistent lap times out of that 166. One of the, I mean, not just for consistency, but for pace. One of the more impressive stints I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, the going pace right now is kind of a 220, 221. And
that's market pace.
That Barton Racing TBR
there it is, right
car.
here. This is the battle.
Oh, it's done. The move's already been done.
It's over.
Well, it's not over, Ryan.
It's over. No, it's over. It's done.
Okay.
It's done. If they can run a 2:16 for the rest of the race, then it's over.
If they legitimately, if they can keep the pace up between here and the checkered flag, this would be the odds-on favorite. Driver strategies, pit stops, all of that obviously, play into that as well. But this does actually put Thunder Bunny into a 1-2 position, which
a 1-2 for Toyota in WRL. Outstanding.
Normally I wouldn't. Oh, 99 is not up to pace down the front straightaway. Let's cut over to Cam 2. Oh, and my feet is not up to pace either.
Okay, so they're way behind.
Yeah.
The 99 is going to pull off wide to go off track. I assume there's a spot where you can recover a car up there.
Kind of.
So the pass has been made, and then the 99 promptly clonks out, frankly.
I think this is unrelated. I don't see a drop off.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
221s and 220. No, 220.3 the lap before that. So fully unrelated. When was that car due in?
Brennan, that's a great question, and let me give you the answer.
It says -1 lap.
Oh, is this fuel?
I don't know. It's still under power.
They're driving it. They expected 1 lap ago.
It's made the hard right-hand turn to go in the emergency lane that sits behind the turn 1 wall.
Right.
And presumably, therefore, also to go back into the paddock. But this is so. That's all happening. The Thunder Bunny duo has solidified themselves as a duo in first and second. Half a lap after that, the car that had been in second, now running third, has some type of mechanical issue and or fuel issue, and is going to give up third. The Triple I, TLM Mona Aston Martin, that was in fourth, is now going to find themselves
they've pitted
on the podium.
Yeah.
And the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4 G82 that was in play for a podium just picked up a lap penalty. So now you go from, because of that 1 lap penalty for that car, going from being in legitimate contention for a podium spot to now sitting in 10th.
Yep. Additionally, the 123 kicking themselves for their penalty earlier today.
Yeah.
The 111 is going to go ahead and take this opportunity to pit here.
I think we're going to get away without a full course yellow here for what that's worth with the way that 99 has recovered itself or moved itself out of the way. Heads up driving there from our friends at GTR 99.
Our mates.
No, we can only say that about the Triple I.
The Triple I.
You can't say that about just anybody.
Knox Skype.
If we had a 97, I guess we could do that. 97. Oh, we do have a 97. It's the Liberty Autosports 2 car.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's not the same as the Triple I.
But it's a Triple 8 entry, obviously.
Right. Well, it was the 88 and the Triple 8. Actually, it was the 1.
Because not everybody here watches supercars.
Not everybody here watches supercars from 7 years ago.
No, it's still happening. It's still happening.
Oh, I was going to start pulling out Craig Lowndes and...
Craig Lowndes.
Joseph's
not even here. This isn't even fun.
The Triple 8 is a good bit. I'm going to keep doing that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, it was Craig Lowndes, and who was the other driver back then when it was the Vodafone?
Jamie Whincup.
Jamie Whincup.
Only like the best most successful supercar driver of all time.
Craig Lowndes, Jamie Whincup, the Triple 8. I still remember the first time that what's his name, who's in IndyCar now, was the co-driver for Craig Lowndes in the Bathurst. What's his name? Come on, drives for Penske. You know.
Scott McLaughlin?
Scoldy Mac.
Oh my god.
That was terrible.
I hate that.
I remember Scott McLaughlin. I don't think he finished the car, but the stint that he was in the car was just outstanding.
Yeah,
it was like, oh, he's gonna just blow everybody away as soon as he has a full-time seat. This is not even gonna be close.
That there are amateur sports car endurance racing opportunities in Australia and New Zealand.
I assume so.
Yeah.
But we gotta get Crailsy involved.
Does he not have an exclusivity agreement? Presumably not.
Doesn't sound like very many of them do.
No, I don't think so.
Have Joe call Crailsy.
Yeah, our new friend Joe Bradley.
Our new friend Joe Bradley. Well, your new coworker Joe Bradley. My new friend.
That's true. Our boy Ryan here got to spend last weekend following Joe Bradley around the pit lane of Daytona. With
I can't believe that happened still. That's just insane.
It is bizarre. Yep.
I can't even.
From humble beginnings on the 3rd floor of the tower at Thunderhill to following Joe Bradley around the Daytona pit lane with a camera.
What's really bizarre is when Joe Bradley
123 up the inside of Triple I. That is a move for position for.
It is.
Actually, it's going to be a move for the podium.
It is
because of the 99 going by the wayside here. That is a move for class podium.
So that
and
now
the one. Go ahead.
Has the 123 stopped? I don't think they. Oh no, they have. The 123 has stopped.
They
I know
did
the
it
Triple
early
Eight
for that
stopped.
bizarre half, three-quarter stint. So they.
Wow.
I wonder if they got a half stint out of the way there. Like that was. That
was what they needed.
I don't agree philosophically with doing something like that, but I wonder if they just decided, you know what,
It might have been the move. You know.
Well, let's see. But the problem is you gain the fuel fill time there, right? It artificially inflates your position a little bit because you are short filling there rather than short filling at the end of the race.
Right.
And you're potentially putting in more fuel than you need. I don't think it's a good strategy, but it would have been about the right time that I don't think it's going to force them into making an extra stop. The only thing it will do is force them to take on more fuel at their last stop. Put another way, pit earlier than everybody else when it comes to their final stop.
It's the first person to pit last. It's just like IndyCar.
Sure.
You gotta be the first person to pit last.
They are 2 laps off of the race lead, so it's not like this is putting them into contention for the race win at the moment or anything, which is just a scrap between the 166 and the 111 for the moment. Both of those lead cars have pitted. And I am intrigued by what I'm seeing on timing because I actually just don't understand it. We should see, theoretically, the 111 should have stayed in the class lead. Oh, green flag waving with dust and smoke.
It's dusty, foggy.
So where is the yellow? Is there a car in the wall at once?
That's great. People are coming out of that turn fast, so I don't think it's there. That's cleared up.
Has it? The
dust has. Is that something in the barrier up on the top right?
But we thought this earlier.
Okay.
Impact drivers were at number 10.
No, that's the safety car, because it's just turned its lights on. Or safety truck,
we
rather.
do go double yellow. My point was, it's the Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche Boxster, the number 10. And my guess is yes, that is a car in the tire barrier there at turn number 1. It's goofy because of the way that the multiple rows of tires just kind of end.
Yeah. And the car is blue.
It tends to catch the eye and the camera very oddly. Now they are moving. They have already moved one EV over there. They are moving the tilt bed there in the center lane. And now Race Hero does show the double yellow as well. So I mentioned we got through today without any real significant incident, but this does. You don't have a small accident in turn 1.
No, not at all.
Nobody has ever had a small incident in turn 1. It's a quick old corner. You're right up against the concrete wall to the inside there at driver's left, and it's blind until you're about halfway through the corner, at which point you can see the grass and the dirt on driver's right rapidly narrow the corner up. And not a whole lot of margin for error there at the exit of a corner that in a Porsche Boxster is probably, I don't know, probably 80 miles an hour.
Indeed, this would be a good time to take an ad break here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, Mr. Johnson, Zach. Let's take that ad break. We've got an hour and a half left. We'll reset things, make sure everybody's all right down there at turn number 1, the number 10 car, and rejoin you on the other side for what should be a pretty exciting run to the flag here at Sebring International Raceway. We're in the middle of a good one, and we'll rejoin you here in a couple of moments' time.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back live at Sebring International Raceway. World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on, coming up to the final 90 minutes in our Saturday 8-hour Enduro. Thanks for being with us, everybody, whether you're here trackside or you're with us live on YouTube or Facebook. Appreciate it all the same. And you're with Brendan Kazmarek and Ryan West. JT Tammy has had a power failure up in Seattle, or the Seattle area, and will be with us as soon as he can, which may be tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
But
it says
working
he should
another
have
full
power
course
back
yellow
by
here inside of the final. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
It says he should have power back by 6 p.m. But then he just now said his power was back on. So JT may join us for the lightning match to the finish here. Lightning round. I don't know why it would be a lightning round, but cars are still multiple laps apart. But you know, so the Triple Light and the 123 are going to be nose to tail again after this. Yep, there they are, right there. That'll be a good battle to watch on the restart here. Those two cars going at it, 90 minutes of door-to-door action. Wreckers or checker. No, we don't do that here.
I was just briefly paid a visit by Kelsey Hill of RRT Racing.
Lovely.
And yeah, invited her to come in and grab the headset, but she has to go drive now. So.
All right.
Having
nice of her to come say hi.
Fuel pickup issue on the 721.
Ah.
Oh, power's back for JT.
Yeah, I said that. I covered that.
Sorry.
Come on, man. If they're having a fuel pickup issue on the RRT car, that's going to put the 160 in contention to take second place. And
I was told one more stop. So this one to change drivers, put Kelsey in the car, and then one more after.
Right, but if they're having fuel pickup issues.
Well, my point is that the issue that is, like, the the consequence of that issue is an extra pit stop, one extra.
Gotcha.
Pit stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Copy.
Or it should be one extra.
Confirmed.
I don't know. Is the margin close enough there in GP2?
I think so.
It says a lap.
Yeah.
It says a lap.
Let's look at the real timing. Let's see what it actually says. That's gap to leader. Gap intervals. Here we go. A minute 21. That's a second a minute. Roughly.
Can you believe we've made it this far today without talking about college football?
Do you know what? I can't. Also, college football was very much not on my radar today.
No, same.
This is the big weekend for California high school football. This is the first weekend of the playoffs. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of high school football, guess what I drove past yesterday?
Oh, with Sebring High School?
They were just getting started. Like, they were just starting the pregame stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 5 after 6 by the time I left here yesterday. And they were just getting cars into the parking lot over there at Sebring High School.
Oh, football starts at 7 here. I don't know if it's playoff football. It does start at 6 because there's no JV.
No, I'm saying they were just starting to get cars into the parking.
Oh, okay, got it. I thought you meant like they were doing the whole.
No,
the
7
everything.
o'clock game starts, 6 o'clock. I guess it's 7 o'clock.
So our when I played high school football, our field was set down on the side of a hill, kind of like in the river canyon. And so there was this stairway that you had to walk down that was like really far and like really steep. And so it was 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter of the JV game. We were supposed to walk down, and you had to walk down like 2 by 2, and you were like supposed to lock arms with each other, allegedly so you wouldn't fall. Which like I don't see how that was the case, but it supposedly looked cool or whatever. Like fine. And then everybody competed to see who got to lock arms / hold hands with the female kicker. Shout out to Ellie. I'm sure she's not listening. Great person. Went to UC Davis. Anyway, so we would do that, and then we would just stand on this stairway, and I've got like size 15 feet, and we'd stand on the stairway and wait for the JV game to finish. And then like occasionally it would go into overtime, and it was like, oh, okay, this is fun. I'm glad I'm standing here in my cleats, which I had the super illegal. Like, you were allowed to have removable cleats, but they were supposed to be all plastic, but you'd wear through the all plastic ones really fast because you're walking on pavement and stuff. And so I had the metal tip cleats that wouldn't wear out, that you're not supposed to have.
I wonder why.
But the side effect of that was that they were really slippery on concrete. And so I had to stand there on the cleats, my foot only about half actually on the step, and wait for like an extra 30 minutes one time. It was miserable. Absolutely awful.
The only thing I can imagine being more miserable than that in high school football is playing when it's like 85 degrees out.
Why? What would be wrong with 85 degrees?
In Florida? Nothing.
Brendan, you're familiar with how turf fields are constructed, right? With the black pellets and stuff?
Yeah, sure.
The surface temperature of the field was 140 degrees.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear anybody complain about 85.
No, I'm not complaining about 85. What I'm saying is the idea of playing football in that type of temperature, that type of weather, sounds awful. And
I would have killed
all of the side effects.
I would have killed for 85-degree air temperature when I was playing football.
Florida,
I would have killed for that. Yes, 100%. 100%.
Okay. But you still have the 130-degree pellet turf temperature.
Right, but you don't have 100. You don't have 110 blasting you in the face.
Well, that's true. That's true. But it still sounds miserable. I don't enjoy that at all.
And then you're dry because you're not hydrated, and you have pads on, and you're insulated, and it's awful.
Sure.
Absolutely awful.
Zach has sent us something.
We're 9-2, my varsity year. Beat the crosstown rival. Beat Paradise High School.
Oh, near Chico?
Yes.
Oh.
Paradise High School, where they had, I'm pretty sure, a clock that ran too fast. And I think I've told this story on the air before, and I'll tell it again. Paradise High School ran exactly 4 plays. They had run in the middle, left or right. They had a sweep. They had a short pass and a long pass. And their short pass was like an options screen Like they'd either jump it to the halfback or they would like pass it to the tight end. They like never would throw to the wide receiver. And then they had like basically like a Hail Mary thing they never ran. Right. So they would run one of these 3 plays every single play, and they were all like 5'11", 275-pound, like corn-fed country hick type people. Okay. And so they could just run the ball at will. And it was like we either would, if we could score 60 points, we would beat them. If we could only score 40 points, we weren't going to beat them. That's all it was. It was like we're either going to outshoot them and score a bajillion points and score every time we have the ball, or we're going to lose. Like
if you don't like this, you don't like Big 12 football.
Yeah, exactly. That was some major. We ran the nasty pro style spread.
Flags have been dropped here on the front straightaway. The incident scene at turn 1 has been recovered and cleaned up. With kudos to the Allen J safety team and all of the Sebring staff for getting it turned around. Fantastic work. And getting us back underway here at Sebring inside of 85 minutes.
Here we go.
Toyota Supra number 111 is going to lead us back to green, both on the field and or on timing and on track. The number 166 tucked in a couple of cars back. Going to have to work through a little bit of traffic. Be interesting to keep an eye on lap times here in these first couple of laps. Once presumably that 166 gets through the bulk of the traffic, it's tucked in behind.
NPO1 around the outside there. Turn 1. Love it.
Yeah.
And so the 123 is going to try to make their escape here from the Triple Light. I wonder if they're going to get tired of hearing that.
I already am.
I'm talking about the folks at TLM. Like, do you think they get the reference, and do you think they're irritated by it yet?
No. Yeah, no, and yes, respectively.
Okay, perfect.
But that car is very much doing battle for position with that number 123.
It is,
Mercedes.
but now they've got 2 cars in between. They're going to try to get by.
Because that Stratus 59 is tucked in there too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. They're trying to get by the NPO1.
All of this traffic is going to hold up the 166 as well.
Ryan's
Which again, if you can do 219s for the rest of the race, it's not a big deal, but we will have cycled through some of this.
Ryan now starting to realize that there can only be one play-by-play and one color commentator, so...
No, sorry.
Just going to let Brendan do his thing here. At risk of sounding like some other commentators that we've worked with.
Man, do I have opinions, but we won't go there.
Which ones?
Nope, not doing it. I will not be baited. I will not be baited. We have a good time here, and as
we do, we absolutely do.
Pointed out, we are allegedly one of the best in the business.
Big gap. They've lost a ton of time.
Nonsense.
They've lost a ton of time there.
Yeah, I think this is the 166 is kind of playing it smart in traffic, not really forcing the issue.
No. I'm talking about the 888.
Oh, with the 888. Yeah. Yeah. I think that 123 probably has the ultimate pace here, so I don't know that the 888 was going to have much to take the fight in terms of just raw pace. Remember too that 123 is artificially off the lead lap. Because of the 1 lap penalty that it incurred a little earlier on this afternoon. Fun to watch that 123 here, though, because this could have been a battle for the overall race win if it weren't.
It could.
Yeah. And this is, look, we talk about it frequently because it is like the thing that matters most is don't make mistakes. Right? Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Don't cost yourself time. Now that one, the penalty itself was a little odd because it was a pass under what appeared to be a full course yellow that was half a lap away from the incident scene or a third of a lap away from the incident scene. So not really sure whether they just missed the flag or they didn't get the call in time that it was full course yellow or what happened exactly. But the penalty was confirmed. So whatever happened, it was still
confirmed.
An error. Yeah. Still an error. And
did RJ come out with his white hat on? The call is confirmed. The penalty stands. Automatic first down.
He did the Aussie rules football thing where they put up the finger guns.
Yes.
I don't even know what they mean, but that
I don't know either. You know who would know? You know who would know what that means?
Joseph.
No, somebody on the 888.
Oh my gosh.
I actually went to an Aussie Rules football stadium while I was there.
Did you really?
I did. So I actually
didn't see a game though.
No, I didn't. I got to tour the whole. JT took my advice. I actually toured the whole Olympic complex. It was kind of cool.
Oh. JT, don't kill all your hotspot data for this, please.
Yeah, kill it for tomorrow.
The lead margin is out to 8.3 seconds. And the margin for third out to 5.7 seconds. Other battles in GTO are afoot. Random Vandals Racing number 28 leads the 9 of ACP Tangerine Associates by a second. It's another 4 seconds back to the PMW Motorsports M4 in 7th, and another 2 seconds or so back to the 89X of 89X Motorsports. I'm sorry, 89X of 89X Motorsports. I didn't think that car had an X in it earlier, but I guess it did.
Live from the Pacific Northwest, ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now batting third.
I like how suddenly we're not good enough for JT to burn his hotspot data.
The number 8.
I thought it was a solid.
Jammy.
Oh no, actually we're back on Xfinity now.
So, no, the connection through data with my phone at home is horrendous. So, that was never even an option.
I've done whole on-site broadcasts with a hotspot connection because people at VIR refuse to fix their packet loss issues. And I can say that because we're not going back.
Go ahead, burn that bridge.
No, I mean, we'll go back to VIR for other things at the moment, but I wish somebody would fix the internet. That's all I'm asking. Zach ran a Splatoon 2 tournament on a T-Mobile hotspot, apparently. Although we couldn't get him to do this race last year on a hotspot, it turns out.
Right.
Yeah. This is the 1-year anniversary of Zach deciding he didn't want to work with us.
It was.
Yeah.
Some would say that's when discussions with Monster Jam Promotions really began. It's been a 2-year process.
Sure.
We had him signed on to a contract, and we actually announced Zach as our driver for next season. And then Monster Jam said that's weird because we have a contract.
McLaren Jam.
And so...
Yeah, Zach Brown was pretty disappointed.
Zach Brown, Zach Johnson, coincidence?
It's true.
Big if true.
Oh no, I see we lost GTR when I was gone.
Yeah, we're not really sure what happened there. They gradually slowed on the front straightaway and then turned into the cut in the wall down at turn 1 and have not been seen since. Oh, lock up there for the 168 from BSI Racing. And good little scrap on up at the front of the field at the moment. Not for position. The 123 actually can put itself onto the lead lap here with a little bit of crafty driving. Personal best for that car, 219.0. Also a personal best for the Triple I from TLM Mona, but unfortunately, that car has already given up 11 seconds.
Yeah.
And while it's great to be doing personal best at this... waving yellow at 17, that is a car in the background that is spun.
89.
89, very good.
We may have an onboard for that.
We do.
We may.
But it's our TMP, and we don't have the YouTube link up.
Oh, there's delay, though.
Oh, well, that...
On SRT, no.
Yeah. No, not on SRT.
Yes,
or
that's the same thing.
Wipers are on, though.
Nice. Gotta get those bugs off, Florida.
Sure. Bugs have not been bad this weekend. They were very bad last weekend. But not too bad today.
All right. I was going to say I didn't notice, but I also didn't venture out into the wilderness like you did, so, If
Bugs
there is a wilderness... If there is a wilderness at Daytona, Brendan was...
No, it was Lake Lloyd. It was the
exactly.
area adjacent to Lake Lloyd. Yeah. the poor security guard down there was just like, his car was covered in them.
That's awful. I did leave the window down in my rental car on that Friday.
Error?
Yeah, so for the rest of the weekend, there was bugs inside it. I was like, oh no. That's awful.
There's some other stuff going on down there at Cam 10. I don't think it's in the shot, but there is a large pavement milling operation in progress on the airport property.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not on that shot. It's actually kind of adjacent to where Cam 9 is, over by turn 15. It's very loud, and it's been going on basically nonstop this weekend.
That's awesome.
You can hear the clicking and the grinding. I'm actually a little intrigued as to what it is. I don't know if they've broken up pavement over at the airport to repave stuff, or it's from like the old concrete that they replaced at turns 3, 4, and 5. I don't really know. My guess is it's airport side. Oh, there's always something to do. Shouts to Leroy and Leroy. Zach Riley points out that the 123 has gotten by the number 111. Again, not a battle for overall position, but it does put the 123 Mercedes back onto the lead lap.
So now they need a yellow. Oh, there's a car.
They may get one because we've had a car on the wall, driver's right. Headed out of turn number 13.
Oh my gosh.
I think they're going to get the yellow. That's whatever's happened down there is a biggie. Lots of steam out of the front of that car. And as we look on the race control log for identification there, it just says smoke, actually. So maybe they haven't been in the wall there. Maybe they've just pulled over. But that car is smoking.
And there you see it, the 123 going by the 111 in front. So now they're going to have about an hour. They're going to have about one stint. You're going to have to be careful of how you play the pit stop here, too, because I think everybody needs one more stop. There's a potential to get too cute, I think.
Well, yes, but don't do the wrong thing.
Right.
If we get a full course yellow here, don't do the wrong thing. I don't think that car actually has been in the wall. I think what I thought was debris are actually the braking markers for turn 14. But anyway, there is a car stopped on track with steam or smoke coming out of the front of it that they're going to have to get. Now, we can do a hot pull here. And I think
we are.
If that car hasn't hit anything.
Wow, okay.
We'll be just fine.
Ooh.
I think we're going to be just fine here to do this under green. Just pull that backwards into the school course cut. Actually, that might be the short course cut. I can't tell. Either way.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
It's reported as the third place GP1 Big Mission.
Yeah. Big Mission having a rough old day, but had finally clawed themselves into a good competitive spot with that 199, having lost to some degree the 134 and the 777 earlier on.
That's going to put the 64 pretty comfortably into third position there in GP1. Now they just have to hang on. That'll be the second consecutive third position for that car in as many weekends.
With a Saturday.
Yes. Yeah. No, that would have been a Sunday, too. There's 4 races.
So,
it's cumulative time.
Absent a full course yellow here, the 123 just kind of needs to hang on here for as long as they can, which is a little bit where the early stop last time came into play. Because you would like to go just as long as you can here. But instead, you're going to be in probably 4 or so laps earlier. Now that I draw it out, actually, it may not matter too much because I think they got into this lead lap position just because they had pitted.
Right.
Early and under green last time around. So it may kind of be a wash there. But anyway, you'd like those 4 laps if you could have them. If you're that number 123 and just try and stay out on track ahead of the 111 as long as you can. And try and cycle back around. Your lead margin right now is 19.4 seconds, which is from the 111 Super back to its sister car, the number 166. Our battle for 5th in GTO has fizzled out a little bit. What was 7 seconds front to back is now 22 seconds further back. And not really much else to speak of here, other than our GTU leaders cracked the top 10 overall.
Excellent.
Stratus 59 is up in the P9.
Happy to see those cars running well here.
Yeah.
The 59 running mostly without incident.
GP3 class leader AOA Racing. Actually, that is a battle to watch here between now and the end. AOA 75 leading 3 fast guys in Denny by 34 seconds. That's still very much in play. Look at projected pit stops there. 3 fast guys in Denny doing in 23 laps. AOA Racing doing in 25. Which... they might be able to make it home from here. Do some quick math there. 23 laps. Doing roughly 235s. No, not quite. But probably a splash due for one or both of those cars. And if that's the case, AOA is in a noticeably stronger position there, having the extra laps in hand on fuel economy, at least based on the data we have, of course. NFC is putting some times in here. 2:18.3 was its personal best 3 laps ago. This lap at 2:19.0. Of course, the professional driver in that car is Mr. Aaron Povolato. And lest I be accused here, all of the drivers in that car have done an excellent job today.
Yeah, very consistent running today.
Keeping that car in contention. Everybody has. I mean, that goes for the top of the GTO field today. When the depth of the class is what it is at these bigger events, your Sebrings, your VIRs, your Codas, it demands that type of consistency. And the 123, yes, it's setting the world on fire at the moment to some degree with lap times, and it looks very, very impressive. But because of that 1 lap penalty, or without that 1 lap penalty, it would be in the battle for the race lead and doing these lap times, not because of the work that Aaron Povolato did or is doing now, presumably Aaron Povolato, but because of the work that all 3, I believe it's 3 drivers. I don't have the entry list this weekend, but Bill Kane is the owner of NFC Motorsports, and if there are 3 of them, then as a team, they have got that car and keep that car in contention this weekend. Really impressed. Just wish they hadn't had that pass under yellow penalty.
Yeah.
We could be talking about a pretty special end to this one if it hadn't gone that way. Sun beginning to dip on the horizon there, just behind turn 17, Sunset Bend. As we head in the braking zone at turn 7.
On board the mighty Mustang and the number 96.
Yeah, we were mentioning earlier about the art of being passed here as a slower class car, as the number 250 in the, I think it was a 39, the Ageless Bio NPO1 worked through. You see the alternative there. 96 wasn't on the racing line, but he had pulled and stayed to driver's right very, very early in a way that left absolutely no question what his or her plan was. I'm going to stay to the right, you guys go past, and I'll pull back onto the racing line once you guys are gone. And this time we get a point. So he'll come up to the apex here at turn 14, stay to driver's left, and allow what I think is a Black Forest number 979 to make the move up the inside. Indeed it is. Another point there for the 72. So there's passive communication and there's active communication, right? It's a good example of active communication. It's a lot of what you get in, well, mandated in a lot of high-performance driving experiences, track days, etc., where they limit where you can and can't pass, where you can pass just automatically, or where you need a point by. And what that point by is, as a matter of active communication, is first and foremost an acknowledgement that you see the driver and the car behind you. And secondly, communication of what you plan to do about it. You see often, if you watch the Nürburgring 24 hours, when you ride around in onboards, you'll see a car with a hazard flasher on or a turn signal on. They're effective at night, obviously, but there are often questions that arise as a result of those turn signals. Is it being used to say, I'm going right or going left? Or you should pass me on the right or on the left? Whereas the point kind of leaves no questions. Also frequently happens that a driver will turn a signal on and forget about it, or accidentally turn it on and not ever know it's there. So you arrive on the scene of a car doing 80 miles an hour slower than you are with a right-hand turn signal on, and you have literally no idea what to do about it, because it can be used in any number of ways. Here, I have quite those closing speeds, but nevertheless, the no point by is a good tool to be used in a multi-class environment. Going to be about time to start looking at the margin here between second and third. Barton Racing TBR against the number 123 Mercedes. As the 166 has slipped back a little bit off of its teammate and also class leader, the 123 has continued to put the work in out in front of all that, at least on track, and has the margin from second to third down to 1 minute and 51 that time around, picking up 4.2 seconds. A 2:18.6 versus a 2:22.8 from that 166. Even longer that time, 2:26 flat. I'm sure that's largely down to traffic. But at least in the case of this battle for second, it's really starting to put a question mark over what otherwise might look like a pretty done and dusted fight for position. Not even at the hour to go mark yet, so we're going to have another 25 plus laps in this. Five laps, 2 minutes. It's a pretty tall order, but not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Especially with a pair of pit stops coming. We know that 123 is good in the pit lane. We know the Thunder Bunny crew, for that matter, is really good in the pit lane. Gonna wait and see there on that battle, but I think what we're going to see over the next couple of laps here anyway is that number 123 just chipping away at the margin up to that second Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. Pit stop for the number 58 Stratus NP01. $219.5 for the Mercedes that time around. Not a surprise, but that was 6.5 seconds last time by. Personal best for TLM Mona. 220 flat. Unfortunately, up against anybody else, that would be enough to start clawing some time back. But the car that Triple Eight is chasing is going regularly underneath 220s here, where 220 isn't going to get it done. Shows that Aston Martin is still competitive, though.
Oh yeah, and that 888 looks fantastic.
Some smoke up at the exit of turn 5, where I've been told we've lost the camera. And when I say lost, I mean it went down. But we did actually lose a mount over there at some point overnight, which I'm not terribly happy about. If anybody happened to pick up a small tripod mount that was sitting on the crossover bridge down there at turn 6, up over Big Bend, whether you thought it was left there in error or whatever, I would appreciate a note.
Well, did somebody take our tripod, or did we find an extra one?
No.
What a clown.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It has happened before where people have picked things up that they thought were left behind and took it to some type of like lost and found. I don't know exactly what happened, but smoking Mustang.
Yeah, that's a Mustang.
125 from MMR. 25. But anyway, there was a mount there last night, and it was not there this morning, and I don't think we had any rain or thunderstorms of anything that would have taken it away. So
we can put up flyers.
Yeah, have you seen this tripod? Unfortunately, because these things tend to break over the course of the season, I am fresh out of spares.
Of course. Do we now have to tape notes to our tripods and be like, hey, don't touch this?
Shot of those clouds rolling in. So I just want to point out with that Mustang, that was smoke coming from
barely
the
hearing
tires.
it, JT.
Oh, really?
Yes. All right, JT, of course, now gone again. Can't hear him at all. Oh, there you are. Hello.
I wasn't talking.
Well, yeah, but I wanted you to finish your thoughts still. The people couldn't hear you.
Well, yeah, and I just had the microphone all the way up, so I had to try to troubleshoot what the issue was.
Gotcha. It sounds better now.
Okay, good. Well, I was just saying the MMR was running its best lap of this stint, so...
Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Did you invite a guest up here?
I invited all the people.
Yeah, I thought you did. Did you invite one specifically?
I did. I did
Yeah,
invite.
okay.
I did invite Mo Dadka.
This is not Mo Dadka.
Oh, that's the only one that I publicly invited.
Oh, not publicly. No. This is one Chris Davis.
Chris Davis is here.
Brother. Yeah, hey man.
Hey man, what's going on, dude?
Just finally cooled down after the hottest double stint of my life. Yeah.
Excellent. So you sent me a text, and I was trying to decide if I was going to share that publicly or not.
Yeah,
but now
I'm happy
here.
to let it go. Yeah, listen, hey, it's when exciting things happen, it's always more fun to just tell everybody live. Yeah, so I was in the car when the motor let loose. So
this is the 21.
21
GP2.
North Loop Motorsport.
Yeah.
We're holding on to second place, and we had been managing an issue with the engine pretty much throughout the day where occasionally, if you just didn't kiss the throttle pedal just right, it would get a little grumpy, and you have to cycle the ignition and go back to power, and you'd be all right. So there were a few times throughout the race that all of our drivers had to kind of manage that issue. We're doing a pretty good job of managing it. Unfortunately, when that happened in Hotel, the final time, there was no cycling to solve it. It was just clearly gone. So I was able to happily, the last thing you want to be is a sitting duck as you're getting freight train, which was the case on the restart, by the way. Of course, I was pole position during the restart. 4 wide and 1, just like, please don't crash into me. So yeah, when you have no power to go with being freight trained, it's a little frightening. But yeah, I was able to happily stay offline and inch it behind the wall. I got, again, at first I thought I could restart the motor, and so kept trying to cycle, stay out of the way, but eventually it was pretty clear. And so happily, Sebring does a great job of putting cutouts in the wall all over the place. So I was able to sneak into the WEC paddock, and that's right at turn 15, 16.
We saw that happening in real time. We saw you stopped over on the entry to 15.
Yeah.
And then inch forward and finally tuck it into 16 paddock. At the time, it looked like, maybe just an electronics issue or something like that. But
yeah, I was trying to always stop if I was going to actually be stopped. I was doing my best to stop the place that was very clear from a long ways away that you could see me.
Yes. So we've had that a couple of times today with cars stopping on or near the racing line in some pretty critical areas. But sight lines make all the difference, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in that place, you're literally looking right where I was, kind of on the inside of turn 15. You're looking right there anyway. And if you're on the other side, I actually had a moment earlier that day when 14, 15, there's a right-left combination, and right in there, people love to spin because the car gets very loose right in there. And so I came up on one an hour or two ago that was spun. Had happened so recently there wasn't a yellow yet, and boy, do you come on them fast there. So I did not want to be the guy sitting duck as people were fighting it out for position.
Is this a repairable motor issue, or
it's a replaceable motor issue? It's a replaceable. So public request, anyone who has a cherry picker in the paddock, I actually would be interested in using that this evening.
You have a motor here?
We have a motor here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So happily we brought a spare so that we wouldn't need it. Unfortunately, we needed it.
So Chris, do you want to tell the story of where that motor came from?
Yeah, this is fun. So sometimes your spares come from unexpected places. And that unexpected place is the car that we started the campaign for the championship last year. So we had a blue and orange car, lovingly named Dixie. Dixie was kind of the car we built specifically for WRL. The orange car you saw today, her name's Tanya, and Tanya was always meant to be the side car, just for funsies, for sprint racing.
Did you build them side by side?
So actually, Moorhead Speedworks had a lot to do with finishing the orange car before I got to it. And so that car really was pretty well built and prepped before we got there. We did do a few things to add endurance, more of an endurance lean to the car, but we didn't do a whole lot to the orange car. The blue car we built from what we had learned from observing, from what Moore had done in the car, and from what worked, what we didn't like as much. And we built that blue car really for our purpose. And we had an amazing, really good roll cage that you could get in and out of quickly. Nice. Awesome car. So that car, unfortunately, got crashed real hard at Road America last year. You guys remember that?
I do.
From like a 7-lap lead. Oh, egg on face.
Towards the end of the day, too, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't far from the
checker. Just got loose at 6 in Road America and spun in, which, it's just devastating if you're the driver. I felt terrible for the guy who had it happen, but, stuff happens. And stuff happens to me. So fast forward to we rebuilt that blue car, Dixie, and I went and said, we got to go test this car before we drive all the way to Sebring to drive it. So got on track at beautiful Brainerd International Raceway, BIR up there in Brainerd, and got a little optimistic and rolled the thing.
I did. Did you post a video of that?
I may have posted a video.
I did see that.
But actually, I haven't. I don't think I should put the video up because I had actually because it was actually I had an insurance claim on it, so I didn't want to put it out in the world.
Sure, yeah.
But you definitely
that was shared internally. That was not posted.
Yes, that was an internal share.
Got it.
That was the Circle of Trust thing. And but I will happily share it with anyone because it's a cool video. Like, I had never been upside down in a race car. up until that point. And honestly, when you're upside down unexpectedly, it sure does make an impression on you.
I only brought it up because like the incident at Turn 6 at Road America was a pretty hefty hit, right?
Yeah,
it nosed into unprotected concrete on the inside of a corner, a place you wouldn't really expect to be, but okay, things happen.
Yeah.
The incident at Brainerd looked to be pretty innocuous. It just looked like a car climbed a tire wall as you were running wide. And like, okay, well, this was 10 times bigger than it needed to be from a relatively minor mistake.
Well, that's the thing. It was a really, really small mistake. It was in the wet, and it was drying.
Yeah.
And so I got into the ABS and just went off the track at the place there's not a lot of room. And what happened, the way it rolled, it should have just been like a dented fender. And
Exactly.
But what I hit the tire barrier, or nudged the tire barrier at precisely the place where the concrete tarmac grass rejoins the tarmac, and it just caught the tires and sent it over. And so I bent all but one body panel on that thing. So unfortunately, while everything inside the car appeared to be at least somewhat salvageable, the motor included, the car itself had to be completely retubbed. So fast forward, we said we're going to go race Tanya. We'll pull that motor out as a spare, and we were going to put that in a different chassis and just kind of start building a new car yet to be named. We will accept from the listeners any suggestions for the 11th North Loop car.
Car spun in the background here. Is that the 89?
Yeah.
It is Ann Aston. Yeah.
Yes.
And now continues. So, as you were.
No. So this is kind of that lens into the racing world. Is sometimes you have things that that the result is way worse than you expected, but then it turns out being serendipitous in some ways. So yeah.
So this is why you have a spare engine this weekend.
Well, we actually had another spare as well. It's just that we wouldn't have had it this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it wasn't fully assembled. So we would have had a bottom end and a top end separately, but we wouldn't have had a fully assembled motor.
Oh.
So it would have basically been, since we're at the end of Saturday, probably would have been game over. So I guess my guys might be actually a little frustrated that we brought a spare and we ended up needing it and we have enough time to do something about it. But yeah, no, we were hoping to pop it in there and get it on the dyno first thing tomorrow and God willing, get out there and start the race on time. If not, go and have a good day of driving around.
Nice, man. Well, I'm happy to hear that the opportunity still exists for you guys to get back out there. You guys coming to Coda?
We are not coming to Coda, but we are going to be real busy next year. So this year we had every intent of running more, but it just, all the repairing of the cars just kind of kept. We were just a family of guys working in my shop, drinking beer and eating tacos, and trying not to ruin our relationships with our wives. And last year, running a full season push, we depleted all of our resources, familial and otherwise.
Sure. Yeah.
So this year we were all about just like, let's get the cars back, let's get them fresh. Had some unexpected events, but it's now kind of turned into opportunity for next year. So yeah, we're going to just focus on hopefully using the rest of this tomorrow. Hopefully we're competitive and we can race, but at least we'll get a good shakedown and test, and then attack next year with a more complete schedule. We wouldn't run the whole schedule, but we're hoping to get 5 or 6 races in because it looks real cool. I mean, a lot of good tracks coming up.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Eagles Canyon's going to be a lot of fun. And Watkins, can we talk you into Watkins Glen?
Oh, no,
did you guys go?
Talk us in. Yeah, exactly. No, so ECR so we're up in Minnesota, which actually is only like a 13 or 14 hour tow, which I say only, but for us, like, they're all long. So that's a pretty short one in February. NOLA was like 24 hours. So replacing
not a whole lot of payoff for a 24-hour tow there.
Listen, there may be people and listeners who are from New Orleans and love it, and they should, and that's great. We enjoyed racing there. We had great success there, but we don't need to go back.
Yeah,
we're good.
I think that may be part and parcel of why we're not going back. But anyway, that's all personal opinion. Very much personal
Pure
opinion.
Conjecture. I have nothing to do with the decision, just to be clear. And it's actually a fun track to drive, but yeah, it's a big price to pay to get
It doesn't look very good on camera.
No, it's miserably flat.
Yeah.
But
you say in Sebring.
Well, no, yeah, but actually that's a great point. Like, compare them. Yeah. On paper, there's not that much different between NOLA and here, but in reality, there is so much different. This has personality and flow. The corners are taking you somewhere. Like, and it's like even the hotel chicane makes the corner completely different. It could be just a boring right-hander.
It used to be.
Exactly. And some people actually use that.
I've seen. It's funny you say you feel like you're going somewhere. My take on Sebring over the years has been this place wouldn't actually be that interesting if it weren't for the bumps, right?
Yeah.
If we're freshly paved, and there is team repaved Sebring, if you were to do that, you end up with billiard table smooth, a track that just kind of goes back and forth and back and forth. And okay, the scenery is the airport and everything, but there's not a whole lot of character there, right?
Yeah.
But actually, you do kind of feel like you're going somewhere here.
I mean, honestly, it's just a beautifully designed track. I still like the bumps, and you got to keep the bumps.
Of course.
So I'm team keep the bumps because it makes every time you go through Sunset or, so turn 17 or every time you go through turn 1, if those bumps aren't there, you're just taking the corner.
Exactly.
Whereas here, it's like, oh, I just had a moment because of the thing that just happens to be right there, and I can't see. The bumps are absolutely part of the character, but the flow of the track, there's good flow. Like, I mean, it's amazing flow.
We're thinking if you were to take this layout and draw it out as like a grade 1 circuit, right? Turn 1 wouldn't have the wall on the inside. So you'd have a big curb there and a sight line all the way through the corner, and instead what you get is crazy bumps, blind till you're halfway through it, then it narrows up, wildly on the exit.
That's the best part of turn 1 is it actually forces you to commit to throttle before you actually can see the exit.
Right.
And that separates the grown folks from the wee ones. I don't know. And sometimes you do commit a little too early and you have a moment and you got to figure it out. But that's a lot of Sebring is there's unsighted entries to corners that matter that force the driver to not only have confidence in where the track's going, but also confidence in their ability to collect it when it goes wrong. And it does.
It's the kind of place that can make you a better driver.
Yeah.
Right?
Or it's
hour and a half, 2 hours
as good as you thought.
Maybe. But I think most good drivers they learn. Yeah. Right? As the laps go on, you're like, oh, well, I understand why I'm losing a half a second in a single point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good stuff here.
To real quick, back to racing.
Yeah.
CJ started the car, right, Chris?
Yeah. So our team lineup today was CJ. He did a single stint. Then we had Juan Carlos Esquera went in, and Cole Carlson was right before me. And then I did 1.5. We took advantage of that yellow to double stint me and just top off. We had like a half tank of gas at that point, so we just topped me off, thinking that I could somehow maybe survive, 2.5, 3 hours in the car.
So I guess I asked that because I wanted to say, I'm not sure if it just made CJ look really, really good, but I'm happy to hear that there was a mechanical issue with the car that was ongoing, because that car was deep in the GP2 field, rocketed up to the front, and was like, oh my goodness, and then suddenly the pace came like completely out of it. Yeah. And so in the back of my mind, I'm like, is CJ that good?
Let's not build up CJ too much. But yes, I mean, CJ had a mega stint. I mean, the reality is he was on it, and he was printing low laps from the start. And the reality is that he's a great talent. And he's one of my best friends and a really good dude. And he has a lot to do with not just wrenching and not just driving the car really fast, but he's also wrenching in the car. Right now he's actually helping pull it apart with our crew chief Matt and the guys. So, we're just a bunch of people who have day jobs who love doing this and do the best we can to do it really well. But CJ's amazing behind the wheel, and he had undeniably a great stint. He is a really good starter, so we often will start him Saturdays. And the rest of us, I mean, there was an ongoing issue, but I think also is getting back up to pace. All of us, this is our first race in a year. So, truthfully, I mean, there is driver variability. My first few laps, it wasn't so much ultimate pace as it was variability with traffic, getting used to getting railroaded constantly. Honestly, I had to kind of get my brain back in it. So, yeah, for the first half of my first stint, I was dissatisfied with the lap times. But that's just part of, driving out here is tough track, technical track. Changes every time you go through it, and then you also have to deal with the traffic. So, yeah.
Do you have getting railroaded? I don't drive race cars. Do you have any desire to not get railroaded?
Yeah, I mean, so
on like a GTO car or something where you could, be the opposite,
be the shark, not the minnow. Yeah. I mean, listen, there's actually something really awesome about being in the middle classes in WRL because you're forced to both look in the mirrors and also make passing decisions.
Yeah.
So I really do dig that. I dig being in the middle. I think that the best classes are GP2 and GP1. That's where the most action happens because you're both passing and being passed. And it's a really solid GP2 field this year. And frankly, this race, but the people we're racing with today, they're the best in the business. I mean, Harrison's amazingly good. They were our championship rivals throughout all last year. We had Turnwagen, RRT's been solid always. We have a lot of really BSI. We were racing them for a win, and I got passed with like 20 minutes to go on a yellow flag restart 2 years or last year with BSI for Saturday. So these guys are really, really quality teams. So would we want to go up? I mean, it's a constant discussion. Come on over, drink some beer with us, have some tacos. We'll talk about it. If you have some ideas on chassis to do,
I do not. No,
that Ligier looks pretty cool.
I was going to say that Ligier is pretty sweet, right? Like that's got to be the move.
What do you mean? I thought you have a very good idea.
Oh yeah, GTU.
Okay,
this is the place to be.
Yeah,
VW Fun Cup, the French tube frame Beetle series.
Yeah.
This is the move.
Okay, listen.
I think in the UK they run them. They used to run diesels.
Oh wow.
As well.
Oh yeah.
Torque monster.
Extra fuel economy. There.
Love it. Yeah.
And the diesel works for screaming goats, so why not?
There you go. Right, the BMW 325 diesel.
Yeah, I think the oil refinery is strong with them too. Yeah.
You can get a used Fun Cup from the UK for like 18 or 20 grand. You just gotta ship it.
Gosh. This is brilliant.
Right? Thank you.
I mean, I
You
think
give that car a couple, like an extra inch or two, a contact patch, blow the fenders out. You take that fight to the NPO ones.
Listeners, you heard it here first. And if you can beat us to it, then keep power to you. But,
I mean, we could. Well, we want to, but we don't have the money.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
So anyone who has a boatload of money and wants to live the dream, let's do it. We are accepting partner opportunities all the time.
Have you seen our camera setup?
I don't have enough money to buy one, but I might have enough money to sponsor one.
I know. As I mentioned earlier though, Brendan spent all of his money on that Catalina that he bought. So that's all.
It's a bad look if the full-time production and commentary team shows up to the racetrack that they're covering a race for with a race car. All kinds of questions there. Because everybody knows exactly how much that thing costs.
Because racing.
I mean, yes. RJ will have lots of questions.
Completely unbiased.
Anyway, GTU, VW Fun Cup. This is the way. This is the way.
I really want GTU to work. That series is, or part of the series is just amazing. The NPO ones are really cool. The Fun Cup sounds better. Definitely answer.
You might get to the end of more races in the Fun Cup.
yeah.
And that's not a knock on the NPO ones, but those things are light and not built to be thrashed for this.
And, in fairness, Stratus has done an amazing job of developing those cars. And they share it openly. Like, they're amazing people.
Absolutely.
There are fins over in Wisconsin. So,
really?
Oh, yeah.
They're everywhere, man.
Well,
They're listed in Seattle or somewhere up in Washington. Yeah. They race on the West Coast. You say they're in Wisconsin. They are all over the place, man.
Planes, trains, I don't know.
That's a very good point.
There are highway systems across the United States.
Factory Sebico driver John King.
I don't think anyone's ever used those words in a sentence.
No,
that's a new sentence.
First time in the history.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Oh heavens, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, I mean, so we obviously knock this stuff around. So GTU is a very interesting class. Tube frame things look really cool and fun. Certainly GTO is an interesting class. There's some dynamics there that make it. We'd have to learn more about that, exactly how much of a fight you're in for there, and if it is just a wallet battle. Obviously it's really fun racing in there. Or maybe it's just GP1 and a different chassis or something someday. I mean, I don't know.
That Corvette's nice in GP1, huh?
It does feel like Corvettes they're an interesting answer. Listen, the beautiful thing about this is you can actually answer the same question a lot of different ways.
A lot of people are.
And you get a lot of competitive cars.
It's purely cyclical, too. We were talking about this a little earlier on today. When we started back in the WRL, back in 2017, there was crazy amounts of variety, right? The Corvettes were all over the place, especially in GP1.
Yeah, the Corvette with a truck motor was like the move.
Right. Yeah. Right? And then everybody just kind of coalesced around this BMW solution, right? M3s, 330s, Spec E46, and GP2. Everybody's just like, okay, yep, this is the way to do it, so this is what we're all going to do. And now that it's harder and harder to find engines and find parts because everybody's been doing the same thing for the last 5 years. It's like, oh, well, maybe there are other options. Montgomery has the 235, right? The Briggs-built Corvette. I mean, the MMR Mustang is a great-looking car.
Heck yeah.
It's a great-sounding car. So, there are plenty of options if somebody wants to be the first one to figure out how to do it.
That's totally the thing.
Are you those people? like start a program from scratch and be like, well, we're going to figure out how to make this a race car?
Well, I mean, we've had a familiarity with BMW platform for a long time, and so we've really enjoyed growing that knowledge over time. Because again, we're just people who are just learning this ourselves. We have great support from like Ore Autosport and Eden Prairie. They've helped us out a lot because really wise people there helping us both with some setup cues and frankly with diagnostic stuff in the past. And just it's good to have people who know what they're doing to help you out. But
Sure.
we like the challenge. So yeah, I mean, I think we're the kind of people who would entertain the possibility of making a big change at some point in the future. I think for now, we really dig where we're at.
Yeah.
But you look out a couple of years, it's always part of the conversation. So
the unnamed car will continue to be a
so that
E36.
Yeah, that's an E46.
Oh, 46.
Yeah,
sorry.
so we have exactly the bigger chassis is an E46.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so that will again, we're probably going to keep campaigning the orange car, Tanya, for. I imagine that would be the main car next year.
Oh, cool.
Kind of depends on how far we get
in the same spec as it is now.
Yeah,
not going to build that out.
Or similar. So again, we are always we have a Kaizen mindset, so we're always trying to make little improvements.
That's a good Toyota word right there.
Yeah. Yet another comment. Another company we'd be willing to partner with to make.
I hear the GR86s are going to fit nicely into one of your classes.
They're still 120 grand. There's somebody's trying to sell one. They're still expensive.
The Cup car?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see, like in the production class, you're starting to see more and more of those kind of like TCA car answers, and there's some interesting stuff happening. But yeah, the Global MX-5 Cup cars obviously are reasonably competitive when they're hustled.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to stick with the Spec E46 because what we know. We had kind of figured last year. We were shocked that we had such a good start to the season. We wouldn't have pushed as hard as we did if we hadn't have had a good championship start. We were actually planning on this being our championship push here, but when we got to the middle of the season, we had a championship. We were tied for the lead in the national championship, and we had a big lead in the Midwest. We just said, well, let's pull out of the stops. So we kind of almost feel like we got ahead of ourselves, and now we're just getting back on.
I mean,
how successful too quickly?
We peaked early. We're like child actors. In a lot of ways, we have no maturity, very high opinions of ourselves.
Brendan's wondering why I went over there so long. It was because it's the only people who make me look not as immature as I really am. It's like I'm among peers to some extent. So it was like, okay, that's great.
Well, that's high praise. I really appreciate it.
So I have nothing to do with this conversation.
So, Chris, I do wonder if you win the GP2 championship next season. Let's say it goes great. You tick all the boxes. Everything's fantastic.
Yeah.
How long do you think until John Church gives you a call?
JDC and I, Mr. Church, and I have a ongoing relationship. Mostly mine, mostly on my end that I know who he is. And I've met him once, but he's actually been really generous this time. We went and checked out their TCR cars one day. The local Porsche club went there, and but yeah, I mean, heck, sky's the limit. The limit's the sky. I don't know which one it is,
right?
But it'd be cool to see us play with other folks. But right now, honestly, we feel this is the best value in racing, the best place to be, and if JDC wants to have a presence in WRL and we can be their factory team, I suppose I could.
That'd work. Do you think you get Mike Rockefeller in the car? And Jensen Button?
We could probably make space for him. Yeah. He's not going to get to start, though. That's CJ's job. I can't.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, Formula One world champion and multiple-time Le Mans winner. Just go ahead and sit back here for this one.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Rock, you're so 2006, man. Like, come on.
I mean, what this sounds like to me is we need Garage 56 in WRL.
Yes.
This is the move.
Yes. Now, please, can we? Please, pretty please. I would happily drive a... it's too bad that we don't have more two brains out here. Let's just bring a baby Garage 56 nap car thing out here and do it.
What about a race by race like Garage 56 concept? Like you just open up one car every race, gets to run totally outside the rule book. Bring whatever you want. It doesn't get classified.
Yeah.
You don't score points. You just come out, you do your thing, you try and make it to the end of 16 hours of racing, and then we never see you again.
I think the never see you again is kind of
probably tough. Well, no, then you got to go buy a WRL car, but you have the experience then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for an exception class where you can have something out there that's just awesome.
I know that's a thing elsewhere.
Yes, there are other series where they say, hey, if you just want to come here and beat on your car for no reason, come on in.
It sounds the trackside speed, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is a builder series to begin with. Like all the production classes are very much people who actually want to have their hand in developing a car.
Yeah.
So I feel like you're already scratching that itch pretty well.
Huh.
I just want to see an M54 powered Delta Wing. That's where I'm at. That's where my allegiances lie.
We've just had a fascinating situation.
Yeah, something weird just happened.
We just turned ourselves back like 4 times.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Did you only have to hear us once? Because that's probably better for you.
Yeah, no, I only heard it once, and then it was silent. I made a not very good.
Yeah,
I made a not very good joke, and then it was silent.
I can't speak for the PA experience outside.
Got it.
Very completely different. Anyway,
just tell the people on the PA it's an echo.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, God.
Sounds
all right here.
Would someone like to do like a half hour to go race update of some kind, maybe?
Should probably do that.
Do we need that?
I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I'm just,
I mean, you probably got to go back and change the motor, right?
Well, I need to go put some pants on. I am wearing shorts, and I forgot that on pit lane you do need pantalones.
Yep.
Yes.
And so I'm going to do that so that I can walk around and see if anyone might have a cherry picker sitting in their trailer that I can source in the next, hour or two. It's just no real reason. Just a little side project.
What's a good time goal on getting that motor swapped out? Are you thinking like 3 hours? Are you thinking an hour? Are you thinking 5 hours?
Wow. I don't want to put any. I speak for my fantastic crew because my job will mostly be supplying food and and pointing a lot, and then getting told to get the heck out the way because my capabilities kind of begin and end with rubbing my credit card on things and then pointing at things. So my best guess is probably it's an hour and a half to pull the motor out, another hour and a half ish to get all the things swapped over from one to the other and get it dressed up and make sure it's tidy, and then maybe another 2 hours to get it put in properly and not screwed up. So I'm guessing it's probably like 5-6 hour project, if we're not killing ourselves. And it's real hot and we've been racing all day, so I'm completely fine if we just kind of get this thing done by mid-evening and we feel confident it was done right. For us, the priority, we would love to get out there and race again tomorrow, starting at the start. But let's just do this right. And
would you go out and just turn laps in the afternoon?
I mean, if we don't get it started, we're going to be out there no matter what. As long as we get the motor
awesome.
swapped.
I'm glad to hear that.
No, I mean, this is amazing. You want to test a car, I guess. Everything's great. It's not great that it's a 28-hour tow from our home.
Yeah.
But now tomorrow, hopefully, we'll be competitive and knocking on the door of first place. If not that, then it becomes a test day, and that's cool too.
We'll keep an eye out for the number 21 Spec E46 then.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate all you're doing, and hopefully we'll have some fun. See some good battles at the end here.
Sounds good. Chris Davis out of the North Loop Motors.
Cheers, Chris. I'll see you when I see you.
See you soon, buddy.
See you, man. Thank you.
More pointing from the number 96 of Liberty Auto Sports here in GP1.
Yeah, but look who he's pointing by.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look who he's about to pass.
Yeah,
both are out.
Yep. We should. Chris Davis, please buy that Ligier. It's. So
no,
in GP1,
an Expo.
That. In GP1, we've seen the number 3 while we had Chris on the telephone there. Telephone, like it's 1955. The number 64 was giving up huge gobs of time to the number 3, and so having gained the podium from the misfortune of the 199, they have now lost the podium to just absolute thundering pace from the number 3 Corvette of 9.4 Motorsports. They were posting times that were like routinely 5 to 10 seconds a lap faster. As I was watching that come down. So that has been just an incredible drive for the 3.
So, if I may...
Yes.
That was before the 64's pit stop. Since the 64 came in before the 3... No, the 64 has responded by doing consistent 31s up until this last lap, but the pace did definitely go to match the 3. And now that the 3 has come in and is back out now, should have a bit of an edge. They do have just over a minute
I was
gap.
gonna say it's a big gap for 30 minutes. Big gap for 30 minutes. Yeah, that's tough to make up that kind of time. Even if you're running 29s, you're gonna have a hard time making that happen, I think.
Correct.
And
yeah,
I don't think they've ever run one that fast.
They would need help, but
yeah,
the main thing is that they are in a position to capitalize if that should happen.
Yes, absolutely. So, short-lived for the 64. Was really hoping they could get the double podium here in Florida. Not quite there. Happy to hear. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No. I was going to pivot to something else briefly, but finish your thought, and then we'll move on to that.
No, I had no thought. I was at the end of my thought.
Okay. Did we share the update from the 99 team?
No.
Okay. Harold Pettit just sent a message into DriversEye Live and said had a wiring harness failure to the fuel sensor. And being a wiring harness, they anticipate it being a couple of hours worth of work to get that changed.
I was honestly hoping that they had brought the Supra anyway, and that they would just be for tomorrow. Like, you know what? Nah, not worth it.
I had asked if they were going to run that before the end of the season. They said no, don't think so. But maybe
now you might want to put it in the hauler, man.
Maybe that
for Coda
changes a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they come out and run it in HPD at Coda, and if something happens to the M4, then you have it as backup. I don't know.
Well, that was what happened with the other car.
Well, they have the M2, don't they? That they run on HPDE?
No. Like when they switched to the GT4 car, it was because they had issues with their E46, and they said, you know what, that's fine. We'll just switch cars, and it's good to go. It is what it is. Harold kind of talked to us about that last time out at Hallett. So I was kind of hoping they'd do the same thing here, just for fun, But if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Hopefully they get that fixed.
Pit stop for the number 166 Barton Racing TBR. This will be their last pit stop of the day, and it will determine whether or not the chasing number 123 has an opportunity to go after second place overall and second place in GTO. JT mentions the 28 Random Vandals car has pulled off at turn 7, which is out of 6th place. So that's not nothing.
Yeah, there was reports of smoking possible tire damage.
That's going to put the BMW Motorsports M4, the number 72, up into 5th in GTO, because remember that Stratus number 59 you see on the overall leaderboard is a GTU car. So there are points on offer here for this. And top 5 points in particular for that number 72. Thunder Bunny 166 is back out. That's a Barton Racing car that we had mentioned. 3:31 was the lap time, which means, there is that slow number 28. So it pulled off. Looks like it may have stopped and then continued again.
Maybe
what
we
don't want to have happen is for that car to come to rest again in not a runoff area.
Yeah.
I can see it out the window here, making its way slowly up towards turn 10, and it looks like it will probably be able to get home. Very much under motive power at the moment, just taking its time in doing so. Margin for second place is 45.3 seconds. That may just be a bridge too far for that number 123 inside of the last 22 minutes or so here. And even for the 218s, that number 123 had been wheeling in the last little while.
Say what way?
Wheeling for a while. It's been a good charge from that Mercedes. Oh, you could see it, yeah.
Report of suspension damage from turn 10. Yeah, it pulls off there.
I wonder if the suspension damage came before or after the slow return to the pit lane, because I don't remember seeing smoke out of it. More dust being kicked up there. The exit of Tower Turn, turn number 13. early thank you to everybody for being with us today. We are approaching the final 20 minutes. It's been a hot one here at Sebring International Raceway, and our cameras have felt every degree of the 88 to 89 degrees we were anticipated to have today. But we made it through in the end. A couple of guests helped us along the way. JT, Tammy, and Ryan West carrying the bulk of the broadcast, I would say. I've been in and out. Zach Johnson on production. Been a good start to the weekend thus far, I think. It's interesting. At the top, we had all this depth in GTO, right? We've got, aggressive pass or decisive pass from the Stratus NPO1.
And the Miata taking the off-course
Yeah,
excursion
and
there.
you know what? If I saw two NPO1s doing that to my outside, I would do the same thing. That's called self-preservation. We have all this depth in GTO, right? We're going to get the same thing next time out at COTA in 3 weeks for the National Championship weekend. But one of two things is happening. We are seeing the same cars that run every weekend at the top for the most part, right? TLM Mona is maybe the exception there. PMW also running well. But for the most part, we've seen the Thunder Bunny cars. We've seen NFC Motorsport. Oh, man. Flat left rear maybe for that NC?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it looks like it over the bumps there. It was very, very unhappy and jumped sideways as it compressed for the final time. But the cars and the teams that run more frequently are able to withstand all of the extra entries that we find ourselves with here this weekend. And either it's because they have the team and the funding to be able to support a level of competition that other teams don't. My actual working theory is that it takes repetition, it takes practice in order to execute repeatedly, right? You don't do something until you get it right. You do something until you can't get it wrong, right? If you want to be really good at something. And when it comes to running 8-hour enduros in a six-figure piece of machinery, that takes time. And full course yellow.
All right, here towards the end, 18 minutes to go.
I don't think it's any coincidence that the teams that run near a full season are the teams that are running at the top of the field at the moment. So this is a pretty swift move to full course yellow.
Can you go on board the 89X? Because there's reports of the 777 runoff at turn 10. So we're exiting 7 here, approaching turn 10. This is 8, and then we'll have 9 this left-hander.
We'll be looking off in the distance here, straight off at turn number 10, where we did have a camera. So there are flashing lights. It just looks like that car's pulled off, from what I can tell.
Yeah, come to a stop on the escape road on the left.
Team report of contact for the number 123 with the number 108. Final, no action needed.
All right.
And we'll wait for that note to be updated. No contact found. So, let's put that to one side. The 777, did they... no, they've been out there. 137 laps complete, so they haven't had the best day. Last weekend, Paul Tarsi, working with DriversEye Live, mentioned at the Classic 24 up at Daytona that you kind of forget in Florida, in particular this time of year, it just kind of gets dark all at once. I mean, that's true generally everywhere, but there's no hills or anything to kind of keep it light after the sun sets below the horizon, right? You got mountains there, you're still going to get some light up over the hill. It's not going to get dark quite as quickly. Here, once it drops below the horizon, it's because the sun has set everywhere, right? Independent of terrain, because there is no terrain. And it's true, it really just, the sun gets close to the horizon, and then poof, it's gone, and it's actually dark. And we're not far away from sunset here. It's 4:43. It was pitch black by 6 o'clock yesterday, so running up to the limits here. Of course, we'll start tomorrow an hour earlier. Instead of being 9 to 5 Eastern Time, it'll be 8 to 4. I say that with far too much glee for our friends Ryan and JT, who live on the West Coast. Apologies, gentlemen. And apologies to Zach, who just doesn't like getting up early.
I've saved half my energy drink.
You only have one for 2 days?
I
usually do it with none.
I try to make it work that way.
Do you not drink caffeine, Ryan?
No, I just don't like to, you know.
Sure. Big fans of caffeine here.
Yeah, if I do a full can a day, I'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's it. That's what would do it. For sure.
That just justifies it. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
Ryan's going to have to grab an energy drink. Ryan, since you're going to go to Thunderhill later, why don't you grab a Race Fuels?
I still maintain that Liquid IV is Race Fuels.
It's Race Fuels without the
mild evanescence.
Yeah. That was the best part of Race Fuels. It was the mild evanescence.
I thought the best part of Race Fuels was getting it for free.
I mean, I don't really drink energy drinks, so like getting it for free didn't do anything for me.
And Lino Espresso, along with a free
USA, yeah,
with a free machine. I had so many cases of that.
Duncan Indy, where are you now?
Doing driver coaching, I believe.
Is that right?
Yeah. I did ask him once if he wanted me to return the machine, and he did say no.
No, I tried to tell him. I sent him an email. Like, I guess they left early.
Yeah.
Like, they left the track early because their car had gone out, and I emailed the guy and was like, hey, we got your espresso machine here. What do you want us to do with it? He's like, no, just keep it. That's for you guys. Oh, okay. And the only reason you got it, Ryan, is because you were the only one who didn't have to fly home.
Oh, right. And then the problem with that was I didn't realize that I'd be receiving such an item, and I had a single cab Tacoma. And I had to cram all of that nonsense into the cab of the Tacoma. I couldn't see out the right side window.
None of us knew we were coming home with an espresso machine.
Oh my goodness!
Look,
that was insanity.
We chuckle about it. I do look fondly back on those days, largely just because it helped us get to where we are now.
Yes.
DriversEye Live, powered by Duncan Indy, and defunct energy drink. Zach, that's where his sponsored products are.
I mean, we just got to work harder to get those products.
Some people would call it hustling.
Gotta hustle.
No. What's the word? Grinding?
Grind set.
Grind.
Gotta have the grind set. Lots of grind set aficionados.
Does this full course yellow?
I don't know.
Affect the battle for second?
It's now 13 seconds.
Is that the number?
Yes.
No, that's for the lead.
Oh, sorry, seconds. You mean actual battle for second?
There
not
are
battle for
far
lead.
too many cars in between the 166 and the 123 here, I think, for this to matter. At best, we're going to go back to green. Lap time for the leader was 4:11. At best, we're going to go back to green with about 8 minutes left.
And at worst, we may end up with a off the books green white checker.
Yeah, that's going to get us, I think, 3, maybe 4 laps.
And like those wants to go now.
Listen, it's not outside the realm of possibility here for them to speed the safety car up.
Only need one lap. Michael, we only need one lap.
Who's Michael?
Michael Massey, the disgraced former FIA official.
I don't care. I just didn't want Mercedes to win another title.
You're like, yeah, who cares about rules as long as Mercedes doesn't win?
Yeah,
at the time, listen.
Rules, standards, it doesn't even matter. We're just gonna make it up as we go.
I care very much in sports car racing. I don't follow Formula 1 closely enough anymore for me to really care.
You can't just change the stated procedure.
Oh, I agree.
Because you want there to be a more exciting finish to the race.
No, I agree, to be clear, but I think the rule that caused that in the first place was stupid. So at that point, I didn't care. I don't know why Formula 1 is a lucky dog rule. If you're a lap down, you're a lap down. Standard. I don't care.
I mean, I guess. It's not really so much a lucky dog rule as it is a clear out the. Well, I guess it is.
No,
because they didn't give. It wasn't a wave around. They were just clearing. No, it wasn't.
Yes,
they were ahead
Yes,
of the.
two cars were given a wave around.
Yeah, that was the whole point.
It was a full wave around. It wasn't just they were in front of the two cars.
It wasn't a full wave around, which was the problem, but it was supposed to.
Exactly. It was
right.
just two
Right.
cars
Yeah. That's.
separating.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I forgot that they were behind. I thought they were ahead, and they just wanted to clear the.
No, they were in between, and their solution to doing that is to wave them around and give them the free lap back.
Jeez. Yeah.
Which is asinine as a rule, but hey.
So, we have a BMW battle going on here for 11th in GTO.
Nice.
We're looking at about 3 seconds difference right now between Renegade Racing and Charlie Hayes Racing.
Nice.
Both entries, not necessarily on the pace of the front-running cars, but they've been relatively consistent in staying out of trouble. So it's good to see them that they're looking at a good result today, and especially with the battle going down to the checkered flag here. Yeah,
JT's gone a little quiet on us.
He has. Second time he's done that.
I don't know what it is on my end.
Yeah, you're fine now. But that battle, along with, I don't think we're going to see any fireworks at the front of GTO. Now that we've got 3 cars within 30 seconds under yellow, it'll be less than that under green, obviously. But let's keep an eye on this. Remember, still no contact. Everybody's got to keep their heads. And in situations we've had like this in the past, everybody has done exactly what's been expected of them. So the green flag is going to wave here at start-finish with right on 9 minutes remaining. And as the sun sets over Sebring International Raceway, off to our west, we go back to green to decide GTO class podiums. First, second, and third inside of 30 seconds. The 45 or so cars that are left out on the circuit work their way down the front straightaway. Mercedes chasing Supra at the front. There goes the Mercedes up the inside of the TLM Mona Aston Martin. On the brakes into turn 3, the Supra you see just exiting screen right, the Nissan type paint scheme. It's not 12 seconds. The 123 dives up the inside of a BMW there and has to back out of it. Like to be through in that situation, but anyway, thought better of it. No contact, no risk. And that 123 Mercedes is going to set sail now on the Barton Racing TBR Toyota Supra, separated now by about 4 cars. Some more car lengths than that. There is the Supra, who has a ton of cars to work through on the acceleration zone out of turn 7 up towards the braking zone at turn number 10. It's going to be a little touch and go here for that number 166 to work through the general production cars that sit between it and the overall race leader. But I don't think that's going to be the concern of the 166 here at the moment, guys. I think he'll be focused on the lap traffic in front and the 123 Mercedes behind.
I do just want to update another public service announcement, if we may. It turns out on the number 21, the front... I want to make sure I have this right. It's the front... I thought it was the anti-roll bar. Yeah, the front sway bar has torn out of the front of their car as well, which would explain how their handling wasn't how they thought it would be. Yeah. So the number 21 not only looking for a cherry picker to pull the motor out.
He's right there.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, we've caught this car extremely quickly. The 123 has made incredible progress through traffic and now sits right on the back of the number 166 Barton Racing TBR Toyota Supra. So going from being 45 seconds at the rears and thinking there was no shot at second place here to having 6.5 minutes to get something done.
Runs a bit deep into entry of 17.
Yeah, 166 defends well there. 123 forced to hang it out wide. They're going to be nose to tail down the front straightaway. 123 pulls in behind, then looks left. You'll see it pull out on the screen there. They're going to go side by side into turn 1. And I think that move
that's going to be done.
Is done. Yeah.
That is
so
done.
NFC Motorsports is going to split the Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supras first and third, with Mercedes in second.
And so never mind the penalty that's demoted the 123 to this position to begin with. All that hard work that the driver of that Mercedes did early on in this last hour and a half stanza of the race, when we think that driver change was made, has paid off by giving them an opportunity to fight for second. I think they're going to be a little too far back to go for the lead, or a lot too far back to go for the lead, frankly. But anyway, it's gotten them a couple of more points on Eastern Region Championship weekend and a couple of more points towards the GTO National Championship as well. Stratus 59, by the way, your GTU class leader, has vaulted up into 4th place overall by passing the number 888 Aston Martin Vantage on the previous lap. So that is an overall change inside the top 5, inside of the final 6 minutes or so here.
Absolutely fantastic that the 123 able to overcome the situation. Granted, it was one they created for themselves, but able to overcome there and make it happen. You have to think they've got the speed, I think, to hold off the 166 for the rest of the race here.
Yeah.
It's not over, but there's not going to be any traffic either.
Yeah, the question was never going to be pace. It was going to be time remaining and, and distance to cover.
So
I'll tell you what, he's pushing on here, though.
Absolutely.
Lights flashing at the
Renegade car. The Renegade car, the number 88 for 10th, is 7/10 behind the CHR 250. We'll have to see if that comes to pass here.
There it is, center
It
screen.
has. Yep, that's happened.
It's
it's close. It's close. Yeah,
but
CHR's
we
up
picked it up on camera. We'll get it at the exit of 17 here, or at start finish. They are nose to tail down the front straightaway. Yeah, we can cut to him down there at turn number 1, Zach. It's a 2-car center shot here. The 88 is going to look to driver's left, headed into 1. I think a little bit too far back to get anything done.
Yep.
Better off sitting there and trying to pressure that number 250 for as long as they can here over the next couple of laps. Seems to be quicker through the longer corners, that number 88, but the 250 may be a small advantage down the front straightaway. As mentioned, this is the battle for, well, it's about to become the battle for 9th, because the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW has gone missing for some reason. This is all happening, by the way, many seconds off of the back of the overall race, leading number 111. So the number 123 that you see coming into shot here is kind of out of the question for the overall race win. But again, that was never really the goal here. Margin there is 16 seconds. But the fight that we're interested in is the one between the 88 from Renegade and the 250 from CHR.
I think that's already gone through.
It very much has, but we don't have another camera till turn 13.
Oh, gotcha. That's right. That's right. Okay, there we go.
Gotta wait for it to cycle back through. The race leader has gone through. 2 minutes and 44 seconds here means we should get a white flag next time by.
There's the 123.
There is the 88, is able to just keep it a little tighter on corner exit than the number 250, and pulls to driver's right. The 250 not going defensive, but it's a single file line through 14 anyway. Not really a passing zone on the brakes into 15, although the number 123 thinks about it. The 250's out wide, and the 88 looks to set up a pass on the way into 16, makes the dive.
I think they pull it off, so they're going to come onto the straightaway here. He'll have compromised his exit speed a little bit, I think, taking that line, but should be okay. They pull out to go too wide here, coming towards turn 17. The 88's on the outside.
The 123 is going to get involved. Actually, I think it's already happened, Ryan.
It's done. That's the Aston, yeah. So the
somebody dropped wheels on the exit of turn 16 in the background. You can see the dust kick up as the white flag waves on the front straightaway over the number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra to start the final lap of racing here at Sebring. That move was done by the time they got to the exit of 16, and I think it just shoved the 250 out wide a touch, being offline out in the dirty stuff. And well, I say it's done. It may not be. That 250 is coming back here with a little bit of pace. So
let the 123 go, and the Aston Martin's now ahead as well.
And I think that's what allowed the 250 to catch back up to the 88. So this is going to be this fight for 9th in GTO, 10th place overall. Oh, no. That's not true, because
the 9 came back out.
Oh, well, it came through in pit lane.
I do think the 88 is actually ahead of it on track.
Okay, so they're going to be coming up onto the screen now. You got the
battle for
123 that's already made the second place move. This is the battle for 10th right here. The 250 is going to close up on the 88 a lot closer. We've got a couple more opportunities here to make the move. Again, up into 16 is going to be, I think, the big decision on whether or not you're going to be able to get it done. So we're going to wait for the cars to come through here. That's the leader. That's the 111. They're going to safely go through in the lead and probably win the race as long as their car doesn't explode in the next 15 seconds.
17 seconds is that lead margin at the moment, and they could basically just cruise home from here in 5th gear and not think about it.
Yep, there's the 123. That's the second place car. And then here's the battle right here for 9th and 10th. The Kenda tire number 88, and it looks like the 250's given up a little bit of time there. So I don't know if that was tactical or if that's just not quite having the pace and the 88 having the hammer down. It looks like the gap's getting bigger, gentlemen.
Yeah, for sure. I think the 88 was always going to be, or was certainly the stronger car. Just needed a little bit of clear track to open up the margin on the final lap here. And once they cleared the Mercedes and the Aston had cleared them, that was always going to happen. Through the final corner, 17 Sunset Bend for the 188th time Thunder Bunny Racing, the Toyota Supra GT4 with another GTO class and overall race victory after 8 hours of running at Sebring International Raceway. Halfway home in the Eastern Region Championship finale weekend, and it's Thunder Bunny leading a resurgent number 123 from NFC Motorsports, who just for fun puts in a 217 on the final lap to solidify the margin of victory at 16.2 seconds. The number 166 from Barton Racing on debut with Thunder Bunny Racing in the Toyota Supra comes home another 12 seconds in arrears to make 2 out of 3 Supras on the podium, alongside that NFC Mercedes that splits them. Your GTU class winner, 1 lap behind the overall race winner, the Stratus number 59 Sebico NP01 takes the checkered flag in a commanding GTU class victory on that class's return to national competition with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. GP1, Moorhead Speedworks, 182 laps completed over the number 701 of round 3 racing, a 3-lap margin of victory for Moorhead Speedworks after a challenging couple of events for that number 147, rounding back into form nicely here in the first of what ought to have been 2 pretty trying enduros at Sebring, and that car comfortably coming home with the GP1 class victory. GP2, Harrison Motorsports with a personal best to end it with 177 laps complete with a 3-lap margin over the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks, who was in the end able to hold off the 721 of RRT Racing. That BMW will round out the GP2 class podium, but in amongst it all, the AOA Racing number 75 with a 27-second margin over 3 Fast Guys and Denny. So not close, but closer than GP3 has been in the past. And a really solid and frankly stable run for that number 75 from AOA Racing.
Yeah.
To hold off, I mean, arguably one of the quickest driving squads in the series, never mind in GP3. From 3 Fast Guys and Denny. It was always going to take, I think, something near a perfect race, and it's gotten them not only the GP3 class victory, but a top 20 overall in a 60-car field, which is
not too shabby.
Super impressive. Yeah, genuinely impressed with the run from AOA this weekend. Impressed with 3 Fast Guys and Denny to take the fight to them in that Scion FRS, but in the end, that 75 is going to come home with the GP3 class victory. Same goes for Open Throttle, by the way, who pushed the 2 of them actually very hard in the number 65 and is going to come away with 3rd place in GP3 as a result. Gentlemen, we're halfway home.
We are halfway home. We've got another 8 hours to do tomorrow. We've got some, I think, great competition ready for tomorrow. The front of the GTO field was stacked. The GP1 field was stacked. They had lots of competitive cars. Had some attrition happen there. I think we can get some cars turned around for that. GP2 field was stacked. absolute competition up and down there as well. GP3 field, very competitive, very sharp. You know that open throttle car is going to come back and be competitive for tomorrow. No question about it. So I think we're setting up for an absolutely fantastic race. I do want to briefly finish my point from earlier.
Yes.
Because I said I would. The number 21 at North Loop, their trailer is red. I know that much. If you don't know where they're at in the paddock, they have a red trailer. They are also looking for a welder. So if somebody has an engine hoist and or a welder, the number 21 would really appreciate you reaching out and letting them borrow those two items. That way they can get their car turned around and back on track for tomorrow. And as a commentator, as a friend of theirs, I would also like to see that. That's a very competitive car in GP2. It would add a lot to the battle if we could have that car on track. So please, if you have a welder, if you have a cherry picker to get the motor out, please go and speak with them. They'll get you taken care of. I know I'm on the PA, so I know people can hear. Yes. So hopefully someone has a welder. There has to be at least one person with a welder in this paddock. So
Chris will get you dinner.
Yes, Chris will buy you dinner.
I was going to say, I heard there's potentially beer involved as well.
Or whiskey or beer. Yeah. There'll be something on offer down there for sure.
Name your price.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. 100%.
Yeah, JT, any thoughts?
That was awesome. Yeah. Except for something on my end. But in terms of what I got to see today, it was fantastic. Great racing up and down the field. We had 64 cars today. And it was fantastic. There was battles everywhere. And, you know, we did see reliability play a factor as we do at Sebring. And it's going to throw a wrench in tomorrow's race as well, and it's going to be very interesting. I have no idea how it's going to play out, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think the thing we can comfortably say is that whatever tomorrow brings, it's not going to look exactly like it did today. You always get a little mix-up between Saturday and Sunday. We've already had some issues over the course of the day today. We'll see most of those cars back in the fold tomorrow. We know North Loop is one of those, as Ryan has mentioned. And we'll be back tomorrow as well.
Are we contracted for that?
Oh, we will.
Okay.
We will.
Got it. All right.
One does not come to Sebring and just do one day of racing, my friend.
All right.
You do
well,
it. Well,
IMSA does.
You eat the whole hog. We're all in here. What? We're all in on DriversEye Live. We're committed to this. So anyway, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time, is our green flag for the final race of the 2023 World Racing League, powered by Hagerty Eastern Region Championship. We will be crowning champions tomorrow, and plenty of depth to talk about there as we get into the championship finale. That's 5 o'clock Pacific time. Green flag, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. We will be back with trackside cameras, onboards, and of course our commentary both on YouTube and Facebook, as well as trackside PA paddock public address here as well at Sebring. For Ryan West and for JT Tammy, who joined me, Brendan Kazmarek, today, for Zach Johnson, who carried us on the production end of things today. We will see you again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the final 8 hours of racing from Sebring International Raceway, where we are going to crown some champions. Thanks, everybody, for being with us. Until then, take care.